Councillor Williams checking in.
Thank you, Councillor.
Peters, 14-8.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini.
Morning, Peter.
Good morning, Councillor Willens. And Councillor Santos, it's now 9:30. We can get started whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of committee, I will be calling your name. Please indicate your presence in today's meeting. Councillor Dillon. I do not see Councillor Dillon on the session yet. Councillor Singh. I do not see Councillor Singh. Councillor Fortini.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Present.
Thank you. Chair Santos is present, and I don't believe the mayor is present at the moment, but he may be joining later this morning.
Peter, it's Councillor Dillon. I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Singh, are you there? I do not see Councillor Singh present at the moment, but Madam Chair, you do have quorum present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I believe the mayor and Councillor Singh might be just wrapping up the press conference at the moment, so they'll join us shortly, I'm sure. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Any additions to the agenda today? Councillor Medeiros, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'd like to add for discussion sunshine list.
So, Madam Chair, that would be proposed item under the corporate services section, identified as new business item 11.3.2 on the public sector salary disclosures, aka the sunshine list.
Also, thank you, Peter. I'd like to add discussion around IT security.
So, Madam Chair, members of committee, that would be proposed item 11.3.3 under the corporate services section.
And thank you, Peter. I'd also like to add a discussion item regarding facilities management.
And Madam Chair and members of committee, that would be added to the public works section, and it would be identified as new business item 12.3.7.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, I wanted to remove the countryside villages discussion, as I already spoke to staff.
Madam Chair, members of committee, that's identified on the agenda as 12.3.3. It was deferred to this meeting, but if the councillor is requesting that it be withdrawn, it can be withdrawn from the meeting agenda.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Bowman, and I have a note here to withdraw 9.2.8 staff report request for budget amendment regarding the lobbyist registry. If staff could just comment on that, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So that's a report that you mentioned that's a lobbyist registry upgrade solution for a budget amendment for that capital project. Upon further consultation with between the clerk's office and IT, we need to just do a bit more further investigation about the potential budget amendment and to confirm the amount that's required and whether there may be other sources of funding for this capital budget. And we expect to bring the report back in a few weeks. So with the indulgence of committee, we'd like to withdraw this item from the agenda. It's identified on the agenda as 9.2.8, and we intend to report back to the next committee on April 14th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And I see Councillor Singh as well as Mayor Brown have joined us after the press conference. Councillor Singh, do you wish to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the clerk know I was on my phone, got disconnected in the elevator when he was calling my name and rejoined from my laptop. But yes, we were on CP24. That's why we were delayed. Thank you.
And I believe there are no further additions or amendments to the agenda going once, twice, 3 times. Mr. Clerk, can you summarize for us at the changes to the agenda?
Through you, Madam Chair, to members of committee. So we have 3 items proposed for addition, 2 items to be removed. For addition, under the corporate services section would be proposed item 11.3.2, public sector salary disclosure, aka the sunshine list, a discussion item from Councillor Medeiros. Also under corporate services section from Councillor Medeiros is proposed item 11.3.3 regarding IT security. And under the public works section, we have the proposed item again from Councillor Medeiros regarding facilities management, and it would be identified as 12.3.7. And then in terms of withdrawals from the agenda, Councillor Dillon is withdrawing his item, his discussion item 12.3.3, and the request from the clerk's office in consultation with IT is to withdraw item 9.2.8.
Peter, it's Mayor Brown here. One question on that. I had emailed you about the litter campaign presentation that we had at the last meeting, and I understand there was a resolution that the presenter, Bill Godfrey, had wanted. Would that be, when would be the appropriate time to deal with that? I guess it's already passed, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes to the Mayor. That item was a delegation at last week's City Council meeting. It was received and referred to staff for a report back on how it can be implemented in regards to the Grow Green Environmental Master Plan. So there's already direction provided to staff on that.
Okay, so maybe it can just be at the next committee of council where we just clarify his request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And instead of seeking a recorded vote on this amended agenda, I will ask if anyone is opposed to the amended agenda. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Anyone opposed to the amendments to the agenda today? Seeing none, moving on. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to as well, with a few precautions and limitations. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting, and the public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways. Watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in a meeting, or submitting questions about the agenda, business, and decisions made by Committee of Council today by emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15 minutes public question period before the end of the meeting. The next item is declarations of interest, pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda. Do any members have a conflict of interest? I have Councillor Vicente. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I need, in an abundance of caution, to declare a conflict of interest on item 11.3.1 regarding 249 Main Street North. I own a home across the street, and I'm declaring a conflict in an abundance of caution due to pecuniary interest.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente, and I believe that is filed and noted with the clerk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is consent. Committee, as part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items are not subject to the consent motion for approval. That would include announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period, public question period. And so now I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate, starting with the Community Services section, 8.3.1 minutes, Brampton Sports Hall of Fame Committee. No holds. That is in consent. 8.4.1 correspondence from Jan Simpson, National President, Canadian Union of Postal Workers. In consent. 8.4.2 correspondence from Kathy Seguin, President, Ontario Recreation Facilities Association. That is in consent. Now into Legislative Services section, 9.2.2 staff report regarding excessive lighting.
Hold, please. This is Councillor Williams.
Thank you, held by Councillor Williams. 9.2.3 staff report regarding residential waste storage. That is in consent. 9.2.5 staff report 2020 council committee attendance record. That is in consent. 9.2.6 is being held by Councillor Bowman, terms of reference for the procedural bylaw review subcommittee. 9.2.7 staff report regarding the Brampton patio program. That is in consent. There's nothing in the economic development section for consent. Corporate services section, 11.2.1 staff report regarding a project update, capital project. That is in consent. 11.2.2 staff report regarding salary administration policy semi-annual reporting.
Hold.
Held by Councillor Medeiros.
Yep.
Thank you. 11.2.3 staff report annual statement of remuneration and expenses for 2020.
Hold, please, Fortini.
Councillor Fortini is holding 11.2.3. 11.2.4 staff report regarding a bylaw to establish tax ratios for 2021. That is in consent. The next section is public works. 12.2.2 staff report regarding a traffic bylaw administrative update. That is in consent. One moment, Mr. Clerk. I see Councillor Willens is asking if 9.2.4 was held or put into consent. I believe, Councillor Willens, that was put into consent. Did you want to hold
that's
that?
fine. That's fine. I may have just missed it. That's fine.
Okay.
Through you,
Moving
sorry,
on.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, through you, 9.2.4 is a report on private property parking enforcement technology fee. There is a pending public notice item. That's item 7.1 on the agenda. That's why it wasn't added into consent.
Okay.
I can tell you at this moment, we do not have any delegations requesting to speak on that item. So if committee wishes to add that item to consent, they could.
I'll add it, Peter.
I'd like to hold that, please.
So then through you, Madam Chair, I suggest we just continue and the item will be held because of the public notice item.
Thank you very much. Item 9.2.4 is held from consent. Item 12.2.3 staff report traffic calming on Bodden Street, Royal Orchard Drive and Center Street North. That is in consent. 12.2.4 staff report request to begin procurement, supply and delivery.
Sorry, my apologies. I'd like to hold it.
Okay, 12.2.4 is being held. 12.3.1 minutes Brampton Transit Advisory Committee. Okay. 1 second. Councillor Bowman would like to hold 12.2.3. Okay. 12.3.1 minutes Brampton Transit Advisory Committee. That is in consent. 12.3.2 minutes Brampton School Traffic Safety Council minutes. That is in consent. And I see a note from Councillor Dillon with a question regarding 9.3.1. Mr. Clerk, was that held for consent or is it in consent at the moment?
Through you, Madam Chair, to committee, that item 9.3.1 is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Dillon regarding business licensing bylaw and driveway paving contractors. So by definition, we do not list that one for potential consent, as it's a discussion item from the councillor.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Dillon, that's a discussion item that we are not putting into consent. Closed session item, there's only one closed session item at the moment, 15.1. A position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Any holds on 15.1? Seeing none, the clerk will summarize now all of the items to be included on the consent motion for the agenda or for approval.
Through you, Madam Chair, and perhaps for simplicity, what I'll do is I'll summarize what has been held with all the other items that were noted to be added to the consent motion. So Councillor Williams has held item 9.2.2, a staff report regarding excessive lighting. Councillor Bowman has held report item 9.2.6, a staff report regarding terms of reference for the procedure bylaw review subcommittee. Councillor Medeiros has held item 11.2.2 regarding a staff report pertaining to salary administration policy semi-annual reporting. Item 11.2.3, Councillor Fortini has held in regards to a staff report regarding the annual statement of remuneration and expenses for 2020. Item 12.2.3, Councillor Bowman has held, which is a staff report regarding traffic calming plan for Vauden Street West, Royal Orchard Drive, and Centre Street North. 12.2.4, Councillor Medeiros has held, which is a staff report regarding a request to begin procurement for the supply and delivery of various hardware, safety, and industrial supplies. And those are the items identified to be held. All the other items listed will be added and considered as part of the consent motion.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to approve the consent motion. This will be, I believe, a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A recorded vote is required for the consent motion. All in favor, please indicate. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Visante?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Santos?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent motion carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Paleshi, you wanted to comment after the vote. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, my apologies. Madam Chair, I noticed that we're kind of putting a lot of the holds into the chat function. I don't know about you, but if I was chair, it would be hard for me to go along as I'm trying to get things moving and then constantly going back to the chat. At the region, we don't have that chat function. Members just call out if they want to hold an item. Maybe that's something that we can try here if that's helpful to you as chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi, for that suggestion. It is a lot easier to just hear through the speakers a hold versus reading on the screen or doing both at the same time. I'm fine to multitask as well, but I appreciate the suggestion, and moving forward, perhaps we could do that instead. Thank you very much. The next item of the agenda is government relations, item 6.1. Blaine Lucas is here with a presentation for committee on government relation matters. Welcome, Blaine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, if we could just move forward to slide 2. Perfect. All right, thank you, and through the chair, I'll begin with an update on regional matters. It's committee week at the region with the Waste Management Strategic Advisory Committee scheduled for tomorrow at 9:30 and the Government Relations Committee at 11 o'clock. for Thursday, April 1st. Staff from the Public Affairs team have reviewed the regional agenda for any comments and recommendations, and we did reach out to our colleagues across the corporation for input as necessary. We could move on to slide 3, please. All right, I wanted to highlight item 6.1 on the Government Relations Committee agenda, which is an update on the Region Appeals advocacy priorities. This For Information report provides an overview of the status update of the regional advocacy positions. Our public affairs staff have engaged with regional staff on the ongoing basis to ensure a coordinated approach where possible. We will continue to work with the region as we begin preparations for the 2021 Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Association of Municipalities Ontario conferences. If we could move forward on the next slide, please. So slide number 4. Last Wednesday, the Minister of Finance presented Ontario's 2021 budget. I'd like to thank members of Council for the continued advocacy for the city, as the 2021 provincial budget included a number of transformational projects for the residents of Brampton. I'd also like to acknowledge the Public Affairs staff in collaboration with Strategic Communications for the preliminary analysis of the budget on March 24th, and the follow-up on March 25th, which provided a more in-depth analysis of the budget that was sent to members of Council. The provincial budget document was $186.1 billion and predicts a $33.1 billion deficit for the 2022 fiscal year and continued deficits until the 2029 to 2030 fiscal year. While the budget focused heavily on the pandemic response, healthcare, and supports for the economy, I'd like to highlight initiatives that will directly benefit the City of Brampton. If we can move forward, please. The budget contained a major announcement that the Peel Memorial Centre for Integrated Health and Wellness will become an inpatient hospital with a 24/7 emergency department. The province will fund the construction of over 250 net beds at the site, committing to up to $18 million in 21-22 to expand the urgent care center to 24/7 operations, thus paving the way for an eventual emergency department as Peel Memorial expands to an inpatient hospital. This announcement by the province directly responds to the city's long-standing advocacy for Phase 2 redevelopment and an emergency department at Peel Memorial. We can move to the next slide, please. The budget also contained an announcement that the province is providing Ryerson University with a planning grant for a medical institute in Brampton. The proposal will detail Ryerson's approach to health education with a focus on primary care, expanded use of technology to better meet patient needs, interprofessional practice, and the provision of culturally competent care. The proposal will be developed in consultation with Ryerson's External Health Education Working Group, the Committee on Accreditation of Canadian Medical Schools, and the Ontario Ministry of Health and community leaders in Brampton. This announcement and the expansion of Peel Memorial help address the healthcare emergency in Brampton and will ensure the next generation of healthcare practitioners can train locally in the city, contributing to the city's ongoing advocacy for more post-secondary opportunities right here in Brampton. We can move to the next slide, please. Slide number 7. Other relevant announcements in the budget include a new English public elementary school for 850 students, including childcare spots for 73 children, and funding for the continued funding for the community paramedic for a program for long-term care, which is managed by the Region of Peel through Peel Paramedic Service. And also a further 1-year postponement of the property tax reassessment. This slide also highlights some of the provincial announcements prior to the budget, which have directly addressed the needs identified in Brampton's pre-budget submissions. We can move on to slide 8, please. This slide provides an update on the pandemic response and adjustments to the provincial framework, mainly permitting personal care services and outdoor fitness and training classes in the gray lockdown level of the framework. I do understand that Mayor Brown will be providing a further update on the COVID-19 pandemic response, so I will leave any further information to Mayor Brown. We could move on to slide number 9, please. The next slide focuses on continued federal support for the province as it responds to the pandemic, including safe, voluntary isolation sites in various communities. The federal government has introduced Bill C-25, which when passed will provide an additional $7.2 billion in support for urgent care needs across the country. Of particular significance is the near doubling of the federal gas tax to address short-term infrastructure priorities in municipalities. The government is also proposing to rename the federal gas tax fund as the Canada Community Building Fund. Public Affairs will continue to monitor the developments as we anticipate the federal budget on April 19th. We can move to the next slide, please. The last slide, we just wanted to give an update on the 2021 annual Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference and Trade Show. The early bird registration rates are available until April 23rd. Public Affairs staff will be reaching out to members of council to provide assistance and support and assist with any registration requirements. Also, we just wanted to kind of highlight the email that was sent out earlier this week. The Association of Municipalities Ontario Virtual 2021 Annual Conference and Annual General Meeting has been scheduled for August 15th to the 18th, 2021, and will be hosted by the City of London virtually. Further updates on the conference program, access to events and meetings with provincial officials will be provided to members of council as information becomes available. And the Public Affairs team is available to provide any assistance that's required for registration that any member of council may require. So this concludes our presentation for this week. I'm happy to take any questions from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blaine. And we do have a couple of questions and a comment. Councillor Majeros, followed by Councillor Willens. Councillor Majeros, go ahead.
Thank you through you, Chair. To staff, thank you for the presentation. So with the announcement regarding the planning for a medical school, I don't think we have an identified lead in the organization. I guess that would be through your shop. I do know, I don't know who's where, but who would be appropriate staff and what are their next steps in terms of working with Ryerson? I had a recent meeting, and I think all councillors have had scheduled meetings with Ryerson, but who are going to be the point of contact, and sort of is there going to be some form of strategy or plan that's going to come to council in terms of what is sort of our role in supporting this application?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor. Sir, I've been in contact with Ryerson, I guess, back till starting the end of December. So we've been discussing the potential opportunities with in the city for assisting with the development of the medical school. Ryerson has indicated that they would be happy to delegate to members of council over the next few weeks to provide an update on their planning process. And so going forward, I'll leave it up to CEO Barrick to determine who is the best contact to deal directly with Ryerson. But for the interim, I have been working with them from a government relations perspective in preparation of the 2021 provincial budget, and also just making contact to see how we can provide them with assistance moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess because with this, and I'm sure economic development staff, and I'm sure there's going to be a whole sort of a host, because from my discussion with Ryerson, in terms of what we have, like this is not going to be very similar. This is going to be a little different than what we're sort of contemplating with the university, and them themselves are still trying to sort of unpack what this all means and try to align it. You know, this idea that, for example, A, we want everything in the downtown, B, it's going to correlate in our innovation center and so on. It's not exactly what I've been hearing from them. But, you know, in terms of there's going to be residences, how we're going to align it with some of the work that we're doing. So there's a lot of sort of prep work and alignment that has to sort of be done with it and what unfolds. And I know these are early days, but I do look forward to something coming back to council. To move to another sort of area through you, Chair, just another part is regarding programs and I guess applications that we're putting in, because as we're going into fiscal, in terms of programs from the federal government or provincial government, do we have any applications? What is roughly the number of applications we have for the various programs that are in? Do we have maybe a synopsis, something you can share with council in terms of, I know the big ticket items and we have those announceables, but there are a lot of programs and applications which are open right now. Be it through park. I keep getting asked from my MP about park upgrades. They keep asking me about possibilities at the rec center. So again, it goes back to they're looking for dance partners, and so in terms of the work that you're doing, I imagine there's a scan on what's going on. And do you have a number of roughly applications, or is this something that each department is doing, or is this something that's being coordinated through your office?
Through the chair to the councillor, sir. What we've been doing is we've been coordinating any applications that have been submitted, any applications that are pending results. We're in the process of putting it together in basically a spreadsheet with some key performance indicators, with the intention that we would be sending it out to members of council on a regular basis. So working on that right now, and we will provide that information over the course of the next couple of weeks. I'll meet with my staff to make sure you have that. So our goal is to make sure that you have situational awareness at all times of the number of applications that are currently being submitted from various departments across the corporation.
Yeah, and through chair, the reason why I bring that up, because right now, from the way that the provincial government and even federal government, when they in terms of the fiscal year where applications close, because this would be the opportunity for us to start applying to a lot of these programs and based on how they report out to Treasury Board and so on. So it would be of interest, and I don't know if it's a staff direction, to provide sort of a consolidated list of current programs, initiatives from the federal and provincial government that we're applying to, and it would be interesting to see by ward. So if there's any opportunity to provide a product that can be shared with council, so we can see by ward what projects. And again, the big ticket items, when we talk about Riverwalk and all that stuff, those are pretty big items. I'm talking about the sort of community improvements, parks, anything that's out there, because I have my MP sharing information with me, and I sometimes get lost in terms of what exactly the city's doing corporately, what exactly I should be involved in or not. So I would like to see specifically for wards 3 and 4, what initiatives that are we trying to apply for when it comes to, for example, park improvements and so on. So I'll leave that as comments to you and as direction. And really, there's no time sensitivity to this, but sometime over the next couple of months would be great.
That's great. Through the chair, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majeros. Councillor Willens, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Majeros. It kind of leads in nicely to what I wanted to comment on. I'm wondering if it's possible that maybe through the Government Relations Department, they can look at separating some of this. Like maybe we could have the regional report prior to a regional council meeting and have the provincial and federal reports maybe at our council meeting, or vice versa. I think that would give us more, sort of lead more to what Councillor Maderos is saying, more detailed on things that are important to Brampton in either our respective wards, because we got a lot going on right now with all these announcements, and it'd be nice to have a little bit more detail on all the announcements that from the province or the feds as far as grants that will affect our community. I mean, it's important as a city council. I like to know what's going on and what's going to be discussed at the region, but maybe we could separate the region at a different one and maybe go into a little more details on what our councillors are going to be voting on down at the region, and then separate the provincial and federal government. And that would give us more time to actually ask some questions and maybe get a little bit more detail, because I know there's a lot going on for your department, and maybe if we could do that, that might be just as a suggestion. Maybe you can take that back and discuss it with your staff, and it might give us just a little bit more detail on stuff that's important to Brampton. So, because there's a lot on the plate when you bring up government relations like that. So, just a thought. Thanks.
great, and through the chair to the councillor, so that's definitely, we'll take that back. Our objective, sir, is to make sure that we're providing council with all the information that they need to support their decisions. So if that is helpful, we'll find a way to coordinate it so that you have the information for the region in a timely fashion, and then we spend another avenue to make sure that we're given more detail around provincial, federal, and any information coming down from the various associations. So thank you for that suggestion, sir.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually build on the point of Councillor Madero's, because I too have been getting forwarded a lot of grants that are a prime opportunity for us to apply for. Even I've noticed MPs are keeping track how many Brampton's applying for, and they have reached out to me as well. That we might not be taking the advantage that we can of these grants. So I know we have our plans for rec centers and parks, and but with these grants, it might be opportunity to push the boundaries a bit and do more, and instead of trying to meet the bare minimum, trying to if we're getting federal funding, why not try to aim for as much as we can get, especially when we have MPs who will go to bat for us. So I wholeheartly agree, and I think a makeup of the applications by ward would also be very helpful. I think we should be applying in each area, because each MP will be pushing on their own for their own area as well. So I think we should get on that. And the deadlines are kind of tight, so we should be following the deadline. And I'd like to know how many grants for, especially for parks, especially if the money's out there. So I look forward to that as well.
Through the chair to the councillor, I agree, sir. I'm a big proponent of statistics and data, and it's one thing that I certainly want to make sure that we have readily available for members of council. So we'll we'll amend the format. We'll break it down by the various wards within the city. We'll send the initial data out to members of council. If there's any recommendations on the format, so it's easily and readily available to everyone, please let me know, and we're happy to make any adjustments. So thank you. I appreciate the recommendations this morning.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question and a comment. Blaine, do staff provide either at year end or at any point in time a summary of all of the grants and applications that the City of Brampton has successfully applied for and gotten funding for?
Through the chair of the council, sir, we currently have a spreadsheet that was developed to track the number of applications, what has been submitted, what's been successful. But as far as the setup of that spreadsheet in order to pull data out and provide you with some statistical analysis, that's where I need to put the work into it. We've been looking at that over the course of the last 4 to 6 weeks, trying to find a better way to present the information to members of council. So it is, it's on our work plan, sir. We have every intent to get it done as soon as possible, but our information, so my goal is to make sure that you guys have a regular update of what has been applied for, what's the status of the application, and then what the total amounts that we've successfully secured on behalf of the city.
Okay, great. I think that would be important for members of council and the public to see as it reflects the work that staff, particularly in GR, have undertaken during this council from our direction. So thank you, and I hope to see those numbers and that kind of summary come forward perhaps this year or certainly by the end of the year. Thanks.
So through the chair to the councillor, sir, we do have a initial spreadsheet created now, so I'm happy to share that. And then moving forward, we could provide you with the updated copy that breaks it down by wards and provides a little bit more statistical analysis, if that's helpful.
Yeah, and I think if it's submitted as a report and then made public through committee and council, that would be equally important. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and thank you, Blaine. There are no further comments or questions on the board. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the presentation. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Moving on, one second. moving on to the next item is the COVID-19 emergency update. An update from Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown, go ahead. Mayor Brown, are you there for the COVID-19 update?
Yes, I'm just unmuting my mic. Can you
Perfect.
hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Turning my video on. Okay. Well, for the COVID-19 update, the picture is getting more challenging. We're starting to see our hospital capacity tested again. The reproductive rate is going up. And so,
sorry, Mayor Brown, your video is blacked out. I think you have a protective screen on it or something.
How's this now?
Perfect.
Can you see me? Okay. We are starting to see our hospital capacity challenged. ICU rates are going up. The total COVID-19 patients are going up. We're starting to see more serious cases amongst young people, and it is a challenge. Both Dr. Lowe and Dr. Naveed Mohammed have told me their concerns about it, and I've got an update here that I'll pull up in terms of the picture in terms of the reproductive rate. Unfortunately, you know, for a while we were skirting with being close to having a reproductive rate that was almost into the red, and unfortunately that's no longer the case. We've seen the reproductive rate really increase. And to share with you here, the reproduction number in Brampton is 1.16. You want to be under 1. In Caledon, it's 0.94. In Mississauga, it's 1.05. The incidence rate per 100,000 is 227 in Brampton, 144 in Caledon, 111 in Mississauga. So these numbers are of concern. And Dr. Lowe told me today, of the new cases, we're now seeing almost 60% are variants. So the variants are dictating the picture, and we're in a race against the variants. It's really integral that we get vaccine supply. I'm told any day now we're going to be added to the pharmacy rollout, which we have been pushing for, now that the AstraZeneca vaccines are arriving. Secondly, I should note that the federal government has said that the Pfizer vaccines for Q3 are being moved up to Q2. So we're going to start to get significant supply coming in the spring, but that is the biggest challenge. It's supply, supply, supply. You know, we do a few thousand vaccines a day, but we have the capacity to do 70,000. So really there are small issues, but the big issue that really transcends everything else is supply, 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 supply. The other thing I wanted to mention is I have been seeing some concerns from local residents about Asian-directed intolerance and hate. You know, obviously there's no place for that in our community. And as I've said before, you know, COVID has enhanced stigmas and intolerance towards the Asian community. And I think some of the rhetoric in the US, unfortunately, abetted that. And our council has always shown zero tolerance to hate against any community. And I think we have shown principled leadership in our mosaic and our love for our inclusive society. And I just wanted to reiterate that today. And I believe Councillor Santos may have a motion coming in regards to that at some point after the questions in this report are complete. I should also mention that we had advocated for some adjustments within the grade designation that have been granted. Public health felt that outdoor amenities were low risk, and that the effect of people not being able to get exercise was actually a greater health detriment than any potential very remote risk of getting COVID outdoors. For that reason, we've been granted permission starting March 29th to have the restrictions lifted on outdoor amenities. And I'm sure Marion and her team are looking at how that is applicable for Brampton and what that means for sports like cricket and basketball and soccer. And I'm sure they'll be working closely with public health to make sure that we are compliant. The other issue that we had asked for some amendments on, and Dr. Lowe had written the province on, was personal care services. We had been hearing strongly that you lose the public patients at some point. We've been closed since November 23rd. You ask people not to get a haircut for a month, that's one thing. You tell them not to get a haircut for 3 or 4 months, then you start looking like me, where I wake up in the morning, I feel like I'm a porcupine. I have to spend so much time knocking it down. And I think a lot of people have simply gone to open areas of the GTA to get their haircut, or there's an underground economy. And so the restrictions weren't really working. So as of April 12th, they are allowing personal care services to open, but with limited capacity. So 25% capacity, and there'll be some requirements around ventilation and open windows to do so in a safe manner. So both outdoor amenities and personal care services, these were adjustments that public health supported. And they made these submissions to the province, given the dynamics that they were seeing, and I'm glad the province has adopted them. In terms of the wins we had this week on the hospital and on the med school, although they're not directly related to COVID, I just want to underline the fact how critical they are, because during COVID, our capacity has been really challenged. We were at 100% capacity at the hospital before COVID even started. And although it won't help us during this pandemic, because it's going to take some time to build, it will help future generations in this community. And I really want to commend council, because the province adopted the entire phase 2 application. And to put this in context, the initial phase 2 application that was being looked at a few years ago, before this council got elected, it was a $200 million plan with limited beds and no emergency department. By the time they finished up the application, it was almost close to a $700 million plan. And some of the councillors know, and I believe Councillor Paleshi and Councillor Singh, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Councillor Vasante was there too. We actually went to the hospital board meeting, which was unheard of. We crashed the hospital board meeting and said that we can't support a phase 2 application that was inadequate. We can't support an application that didn't have enough beds and didn't have an emergency department. And the worry around the hospital board is that if we increased the project cost, the province would say no. And I just want to highlight to everyone, we took a risk. We increased the project cost threefold to build something proper and lasting that would actually make a significant difference in our community. We rolled the dice, demanding better, and they signed off on the new application. And so one of the reasons I was so elated last week with the news was I know how much more muscular we made the project. Councillor Singh, I know that was an impassioned issue for you on having an emergency department. It's to have a new hospital without an emergency department would be befuddling. And Councillor Willens, I know how involved you've been in fundraising for the hospital with the golf day and the ski day. You know, I know healthcare is not a municipal responsibility, but everyone on council, you've really stepped up to fundraise, to advocate. Every single member of council was involved in the Fair Share campaign. I just want to say I'm proud of everyone, and I think we did something very good for our residents. I know the construction schedule right now is slated for 2023, but based on my conversations with the Premier, he thinks they could even get the construction started in early 2022, and I can't wait for all of us to be there with hard hats and bulldozers as we get started on the build. So well done. On that note, I'm happy to answer any questions about the COVID update, and then where appropriate, maybe Councillor Santos could do the motion on intolerance against Asian Canadians.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. We do have some questions before we get started on the anti-Asian racism motion. Councillor Willens, followed by Councillor Vicente, Councillor Williams, and then Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. I had someone contact me. They didn't want to be named in regards to the soccer center. Maybe this is something you can take back, Mr. Mayor, to Peel Public Health. They went through the process. They were called. They filled the form out. They got a call confirmation that they had an appointment last night. The form actually confirmed it, the time, pre-visit questionnaires, none required, gave the address, they went there, they stood in line, they got to the front door, and the girl asked to see a form saying that she's required to get a vaccination. Of course, this person didn't have that because they went through the form and said they got a confirmed confirmation. They showed that and they were refused, so they had to leave. They didn't allow it. So I think some people are getting frustrated. So this is probably a one-of case, but maybe if you could find out why this is happening, because it was this person's understanding that when she filled out the form, the proper forms, health card number and everything else, address, and went there with the confirmation, and she was refused. So maybe you could take that back.
Okay, that's unusual, Councillor Willens. I will flag that. If you could send me the details, and we'll have public health follow up with the resident. And I want to thank Councillor Dillon on that note. He flagged for me concerns that were happening at the soccer center last week as well. And I know that city staff, CEO Barrick, Commissioner Marion, jumped on that very quickly to supplement challenges associated with what is a public health run effort. But thank you, Councillor Dillon, for reporting those concerns in very promptly.
Yeah, and also just to add, it wasn't the people inside, it was the person at the doors. So it could have been a miscommunication between the actual administrators that do the vaccine and whoever's at the door controlling the lineup. So it was they weren't even allowed to go in. So that's the concern.
Okay, thank you for raising that.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. I have Councillor Vicente. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a question through you to the mayor and staff. I've been receiving messages from residents who live in the city who have been noticing that as the weather warms up and folks are trying to enjoy the warm weather that we've been having lately, they're attending to the parks. And there's been a concern, especially given this news that we keep hearing about with the variants and hospital usage increasing. Should the city be considering measures for use of our parks, which could include perhaps a requirement for masks, or are we planning to close the parks down and keep them closed for the remainder of this period that we are in?
So, Councillor Vicente, the public health research now is very different than it was at the beginning of the pandemic. We know that outdoor activities are extremely low risk, and for that reason, having open parks is a greater health benefit than it is not to have open parks. I know when the pandemic started, we shut down playground equipment, we shut down parks, but knowledge has enabled us to know strategically. That's not something public health is asking for. It's actually the opposite. They're now advocating for and encouraging outdoor activities and for us to have amenities open.
Okay, very good. And so I just want to refer back to measures that we took this past winter with respect to ice skating, where we required that people use a mask in order to make the operations or to make the activity safer. We need to be thoughtful on this, considering the increase in the numbers, on whether or not we would want to require as a minimum the use of masks when folks are using our playgrounds. Because if we don't, we need to explain to the residents what you just said, Mayor, which is that it is medical officers' advice for folks to get outside and to take advantage of the outdoor environment. But if we're not going to require masks, I believe we need to communicate with the residents that that is the case, so that there's no confusion and everyone understands that if you're using outdoor facilities, that based on the medical advice, that masks are not required.
So maybe, Councillor Asante, we could ask Commissioner Marion if she could do some research on this in terms of what they do with kids at school when they go outside, or do they have to keep their masks on? Theodore's not old enough to be outdoors at school right now, so I don't know the practices. I'm sure others in council do, but maybe, and we can look what other cities do for parks, and we could consult with public health. And so I'm going to ask if Marion could just do some due diligence and maybe share that and just send us all an email on what she's found out, and if action is warranted, we'll take it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I believe that's direction to staff to Commissioner Nader just to look into this a little bit more. Commissioner Nader, you're good with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Thank you. To you, Madam Chair, to the Mayor, thank you for the update. I guess on the same lines around recreation and activity, the dance community is asking and wanting to get some clarification on whether or not they are included in this new adjustment to the gray zone. And so can you speak on that and let us know if they are safe to resume their dance classes, especially, you know, seeing how being physical and active is of a benefit, and many young people do see recreation like dance, cheer, and sport extremely important for their mental health and development. So can you give some insight on this area? Please.
So, as you know, Councillor Williams, this council had done some advocacy around opening dance studios. I had done some advocacy with Jade, who, as you know, runs a popular hip hop academy in Brampton. But I believe the provincial government said no to dance studios being included in the adjustment in gray. I'm going to ask Paul Morrison to verify that, but my understanding was they were not included in that gray zone adjustment. Paul, are you on the line?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. And you are correct. They didn't include the indoor activities such as dance academies, workout facilities, etc., even the on-ice training, etc. None of that was included in this round.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams, does that answer your questions? Do you have anything further?
Yes, that does answer my questions. I think the follow-up is to ask at what point. It's very unfortunate to get that news to see that dance studios aren't included. And so at what point and how much longer, I guess, do you see the province opening up that opportunity for our young athletes?
So ultimately, that would be a decision of Premier Ford based on the advice of Dr. Williams. And right now, that does not appear to be something that they're willing to move on. But if you wanted to write a letter to Doug Ford or have a motion passed on this, I believe that Premier Ford is adopting the advice from Dr. Lowe on this, and so you know, I know that there was a lot of advocacy, a huge email campaign. I know that the Premier took this seriously, but ultimately they made a decision again.
Yeah. And so I do would like to see. I know that we have to take the advice from our medical professionals, and I think maybe just more inquiry and looking into it further. Also, there have been questions around dancing outdoors, because if outdoor sport is permitted, then what about having a dance class outdoors? I guess to Paul Morrison, would there be limitations to that as an option?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there wouldn't be limitations. You could have those outdoor dance sessions, but as long as you limit to a maximum of 10 people in the organized group, and if anybody in the group becomes closer than 2 meters or 6 feet, they must wear the mask. So they'd have to meet all the other requirements that any other outdoor activity would take place and do.
Okay, thank you for that. Much appreciated. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Medeiros, you are next.
Thank you, through you, Chair. First of all, thank you to Mayor, Councillor Singh, and Councillor Palashi for breaking into hospital boardrooms. So that is really good. And I will say that Councillor Bowman and myself, have heard many times when Peel Memorial was first opened that a lot of residents felt that we should have a 24/7 emergency. So that was great news. I will tell you, just from a personal perspective, I've had a couple of family emergencies where an ambulance was required and emergency visits. And it just, to me, during a time of COVID that, and I understand the reasons why, but, I had to go to the other part of Brampton, to Brampton Civic, and Peel Memorial during a health crisis wasn't really available to me. So that was great that we're getting we're getting that announcement. My specific question to you, Mayor, is I know City of Toronto announced that everything's going to be, they're not holding any open outdoor events till July 1st. And I know we have our Brampton Farmers Market and so on. I guess from where things are today, and as there's a decline, chances are probably that this will probably be the case here in Peel as well, just where we're at right now in COVID. Or is there any information or any sort of, any opinion on what you sort of foresee in terms of closures and so on?
Well, one thing I'd suggest, Councillor Medeiros, is, and it's a great question, because we are coming to the point we'll have to make some decisions on these type of outdoor events. The farmers market's a little bit different because although outdoor environments are low risk, they are more close together. I thought last summer we found a safe way to operate the farmers market, but we're now dealing with variants that are more transmissible. I know the farmers market usually opens. It's late May, is it? What's the normal opening date? Does Peter know, or David? What's the normally scheduled opening date?
I believe that would be under corporate services, under perhaps.
Well, we don't have to have an answer right now, but if someone has it, jump in and tell us. But so I think we have a little bit of time. What I'm going to suggest to Councillor Medeiros is, if you could, as the chair of our reopening task force, if you could do a little bit of due diligence with Dr. Lowe and with city staff, and maybe come back at our next council meeting with a recommendation. And the reason I say this a little more nuanced, and Councillor Williams, who's a regular at the farmers market, just said it's usually the second weekend in June. So we have about we have almost 3 months before it would open. We are going to see about 17 million vaccines in that period. And so we could be in a very different position by mid-June than we are right now. I would be highly surprised if we are not in a much, much better position in June. You don't want to get ahead of yourselves, but based on what I'm hearing, you're going to see a lot of the restrictions lifted by mid-June to July. And so I would say let's do some early due diligence and weigh the variants in our community with where we're going to be in terms of vaccine protection by the second week of June. Councillor Medeiros, would you be able to take that task on?
Sure, I'll definitely circle back with staff and so on. So that's not a problem. And I guess my last question, sorry, and not to prolong this, Mayor, through you, Chair, regarding vaccination, and I wholeheartedly agree with what I've seen your stance on, and I know what Regional Council has in terms of giving vaccines to those who need it. You know, it's almost, you know, when you see, for example, our essential workers and the way that they've been hit in Brampton, and, you know, I took my parents yesterday to get a vaccine, and as much as I appreciate it and I love it, but I just thought to myself is, you know, my parents, they're not working, they're at home, you know, and they're safe. And, you know, a lot of people in Brampton, younger, and we see the way the variant is impacting the younger cohort, you know, why wouldn't prioritization shift, understanding that we have a dangerous variant, and there are people who, you know, minimum wage, they can't afford to stay home, they don't have the protections, and, you know, they're going to be last on the totem pole when it comes to vaccinations. It's just, to me, besides me. So, you know, thank you, Mayor, for your continued advocacy. And, you know, but I don't think that the province will be changing it anytime soon, will they?
No, I think your assessment is correct. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Board of Trade and the food processing industry that are integral to Canada's supply chain. They were telling us they're not sure they're going to be able to get through a third wave without shutdowns. And they were pleading for vaccines, because if Canada doesn't have their supply chain, doesn't have their food, you know, it's going to be a real predicament. And they've been facing the virus in greater numbers. Right now, the schedule to get to them is probably June. The Brampton Board of Trade is proposing a pilot project where we could vaccinate these essential workers, but with the limited supply right now, the answer so far has been no. But we are putting forward this project. It would be in-factory vaccinations, so it would be actually on-site. We're putting this pilot proposal forward under the off chance the province will say yes. But what their response has been so far, and I can share with council, there was talks around the Amazon closure. There was an offer of vaccines from an allotment with the Economic Development Ministry to Amazon, and Peel Public Health felt that it was not something they wanted to accept. They wanted to take the offer of 5,000 vaccines and use it for those over 80 at the time. And it came down to this. Dr. Lowe said to me, he said, how can I justify vaccinating a 35-year-old at Amazon when I have 80-year-olds still on the waiting list in Brampton, where the virus is going to be much more severe and much more fatal? And so I think right now the choice has been, do you vaccinate an 80-year-old or a 35-year-old? But I think there's other considerations that need to be considered. I don't think it's that simplistic, in the sense that if you look at some of the community spread caused by essential workers, this is what we were hearing last night on the call. You get a food processing worker who goes into a living setting, a crowded living setting with 12 other people, including grandparents. And what they're finding is essential workers are causing community spread. They get it at the plant, they take it home, and unfortunately their parents and grandparents get it as well. And so by protecting the areas that have outbreaks, you may actually be protecting the most vulnerable as well. And so there are other considerations that need to be analyzed. And I share your frustration that we really need to have a solution, because that's where the outbreaks are happening. We all see the public health data from Peel. These outbreaks are disproportionately in these essential work settings. And so you got to get this fire under control. And the vaccines are fire extinguishers. And hopefully we're in a position in the next few weeks as vaccine supply arrives that it's not a choice between an essential worker and a senior, but that we can do both.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Willens, followed by Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, just quickly through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for bringing that up, because I got an email this morning from a resident, and I believe she copied you on it as well, Mr. Mayor. So maybe your office can put some communication out to this person. That was her exact words that Councillor Medeiros had stated. You know, we have a lot of frontline workers in our warehouses and our factories that are, you know, in logistics, and she's wondering why they aren't prioritized. I mean, she's able to work at home, so she's not concerned. So Councillor Medeiros made a good point. So thanks for bringing that up. Maybe you could relay the message out somehow to the community, so that they understand this is not really our call. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Dillon, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to take a quick moment to thank our city staff. Last week, I got a call from somebody in the media who was a live Facebook posting about the situation at the first day of the vaccines for the 75 years and older. And unfortunately, I don't think things went the way as planned. There was a lot of seniors who were waiting in line. Many were fragile, frail, and had some mobility issues. It was the first day, and so I guess it was a situation where it was a learning opportunity for Peel Public Health. But I got the call. I went down and I called David Barrick right away, who informed some of our senior staff members, and it was a coordinated effort. It wasn't our event to organize or manage, but it was a coordinated effort by city staff to come in and really help out. And so Chief Boys and his team came down. Marion was there. Derek was there. We were in constant touch with David Barrick as well. And so it was a very, very long lineup, extremely long lineup. And things were moving a little bit slowly. And so our fire services team had water. They had some of the energy bars or granola bars, which we were all handing out to the residents. And, initially they were upset at being in line so long, but they were really thankful after that. We were all, handing out those food items and giving them constant updates as well. And, we had worked with the management there as well to move some of the immobile people up to the front. And so I had a chance to go yesterday, and it was a much, much different scene. They have a third-party contractor who's helping with the lines. They put up a tent for people to have shelter from the shade. We had a chance to speak to the management inside. Things are running much, much smoother. So I took my father as well, who's 70 years old, and he got through relatively quickly, and so got a chance to speak to people as well. And so I want to thank Peel Public Health, the region as well, for making those changes quickly. Sometimes you can't foresee some of these problems, but what matters most is how you react to them. And so they quickly made the adjustments, and so I want to thank them, but really want to thank our Brampton team. They really showed up and took time, after work to come in. And so once again, just a big thanks to everybody.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon, and I echo the sentiment as well. Councillor Dillon, thank you for signaling that out and for calling it out, and also for being there on site on that day together with Chief Boyce and the fire team and Commissioner Nader, as well as Director Derek Boyce and the community services team. It was definitely an emergency situation. Everybody just stepped in, and so congratulations, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Mayor Brown, did you have any comments on what Councillor Dillon shared? Anything further?
No, just want to thank Councillor Dillon for flagging that so quickly. Before we go to your motion, I forgot to update one thing, and that's that this morning I launched an Easter egg painting competition. And I know during COVID, it's tough on kids. They can't do their normal celebrations at these important days in the occasion. And, we had a special Halloween contest, and we had a Christmas Christmas gingerbread house competition. It's been fun ways to do something special for children during the competition. So we launched an Easter egg competition painting, and you have to paint it by Sunday, and the winners will be announced Monday. Details will be shared on social media later tonight, but I can give you one hint. There are 3 big eggs that will be prizes made by Fazia at occasions. So kids in Brampton, stay tuned. We got a little bit of fun planned for a COVID-safe Easter weekend.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I hope you will be dressing up as the Easter Bunny when you deliver the prizes.
No, I believe Councillor Frattini has agreed that he'll dress up as the Easter Bunny on my behalf.
Awesome. Councillor Frattini, you are speaking next. Councillor Paleshi, you are after that. Councillor Frattini, go ahead.
Thank you. Always pick on the older one. One question I have, Mayor Brown, and like on this COVID, we have York Region and Halton that giving out these vaccines, 64 and older, but we have a population very young here, and so that's what. So I guess when are we going to get our vaccine? Because we're getting a lot of calls on that. And I understand that, they're doing certain ages, but our population is very young compared to other municipalities.
Yeah, great question, Councillor Frattini. I asked the same question of Dr. Lowe, and he said one of the reasons they were moving faster up the age bracket in York Region is there was more vaccine hesitancy there, where in Peel Region we've had a greater uptake, and which is great. If you look at the lineups, our 80-year-olds are going to get vaccinated, which hasn't been and they haven't done that at the same rate in other areas. That doesn't detract from the fact that there's a massive vaccine shortage. Well, I want our young essential workers vaccinated yesterday. I appreciate frustrations, but maybe in regional council, you can ask Dr. Lowe about why he is giving priority to seniors over young essential workers, because he has a very eloquent response that I'm probably not doing justice to on why he is following the prioritization framework that we have right now.
Yeah, and I like everyone wants to keep the seniors safe, and I'm one of them. I'm myself almost a senior, but at the end of the day, the young people are going out to work back and forth, and that's what's I think is causing more of the COVID being spread, because at the end they have to put food on the table. Okay, I'll ask them at the region. Thank you for all you.
And Councillor Frattini, I should say I'm hearing that any day now they're going to change the provincial booking system that we're part of to be over 60. So that's coming soon.
Okay, thank you. And I gotta say, I did the tour, and I'm hearing very good things when they actually go get a vaccine. Besides what happened at the soccer center, that was unfortunate, but it's been really well, organized and in and out in 1 hour, no lineups. And I look at other places on the news and stuff. There's tons of lineups, but maybe it could be also we don't have that age population here in Brampton, but it's been working very smooth. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini, aka the Easter Bunny. Councillor Paleshi, you are next.
Hey, Madam Chair. I guess just a question to staff. There was a time where we had, and it's been out there in the public more in the last few days, that we have the lowest median age. But there was a time where we had both the lowest median age and the highest median age as well. Can I just get staff to confirm that Brampton still has the youngest of the populations and also the oldest of the populations compared to our other municipalities?
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I'm not sure if staff would have that answer on the spot. Would anyone on the team know on the spot?
Through the chair, no, it's Richard. We can get that information for you, Councillor Paleshi.
Okay, there was, I'm pretty sure it was last term that we were always presented with the lowest and the oldest, or youngest and oldest. But just building off of what Councillor Fortini was talking about, and I had recently been cornered at my kids' schools, where they have the schools are side by side, so I pick them up kind of at the same time. I was cornered by some of the residents that were asking some questions, and there seems to be some inaccuracies out there, and a lot of the things that they're being told is that it's up to the municipality for the vaccine distribution, and we're not getting our fair share of vaccines because we're not requesting, is what they're basically saying. They've also said that one lady had said that the pharmacy told her that the Region Appeal is no longer giving the pharmacies vaccines, and I know that the Region Appeal has nothing to do with the pharmacies getting vaccines. It's at the federal level. So, you know, we talk a lot about, you're constantly seeing on the news about the Premier talking about vaccine rollouts, but really, Mr. Mayor, if you can clarify the vaccine rollouts for, you know, Canada as a whole is at the federal level, and why it's taking so long.
So the way it works is the vaccine supply is provided by the government of Canada. They're the ones that do the procurement contracts. I believe right now we're 55th in the world in terms of vaccine supply. It's why you look at New York City, they're doing over 30 right now because they've had a better procurement. They've had more supply. Just like other countries that I think Canadians look at with envy in terms of vaccine supply. What the province does is they work with the public health units to run the administration of those vaccines, of getting those vaccines in shots in arms. And they also set the prioritization. So some provinces have different prioritization sequencing, but that's the provincial role, is they get the vaccines from the federal government, they put them in people's arms, and they decide on what the priority basis is.
Okay, and just with, and I caught you on CP24 last night with Belawakwa and the chair from Durham, and you know, I find it almost, well, it's not comical, but it's upsetting to think that any other municipality or region is in the same class as we are in terms of the cases and population. So I guess, you know, what I'm looking for is a stronger campaign to get more vaccines into the Region Appeal, but then not stop there. At the regional level, it's clear that Brampton needs more vaccines than our neighbors to the south and to the north. So the last thing I want to hear, and this is how this pandemic started, with testing centers being opened in Mississauga, not in Brampton, isolation centers being opened in Mississauga, not in Brampton, when we had the highest numbers. So I want to make sure that we're out in front of this, making sure that the vaccine rollout is by case numbers when it comes to the Region Appeal. Do you have any comments on that?
So Mayor Crombie and myself and Mayor Thompson have advocated for Mayor Tory for a prioritization for hotspots. The vaccines are allocated to each health unit, so it's not on a city basis, it's on a health unit basis. And we have been advocating for priority to be given to hotspots that have been under lockdown for a longer period, or there's a greater circulation of the virus. And you know, I've said this in our GTA calls, it doesn't make sense to have prioritization for an area like Durham that hasn't been under lockdown for any significant amount of time compared to an area like Peel that is. And so there isn't necessarily equity even within the GTA. You know, there needs to, as I said last week in council, when there's a fire, the chief sends the fire truck to where the fire is. He doesn't send it down the street. You don't want it to spread down the street. That's why you put the fire out where it is. And so we're going to continue that advocacy. And I believe it's Dr. Lowe tells me that he believes our calls have been heard, and there's going to be very shortly the numbers will be rectified, and we'll start to see more than our per capita allotment. On Friday, we had great numbers, and we hope that that will continue.
Yeah, and unfortunately, our numbers yesterday were kind of high. We're still kind of in that lockdown area, not the full, but in the gray.
And what I meant by great numbers on Friday, great number of vaccines. 1 out of 10 vaccines administered in the province were by Peel Public Health. But no, our COVID numbers haven't been great. We continue to be a hotspot that is not able to contain the spread of the variants.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you. And David put some stats in the chat as per the 2016 for the average age of population 36.5. I guess we just like a comparison, I guess, against the other municipalities, because at a time we had the lowest and the highest, the youngest and the highest and the oldest. So, and I guess just with respect and the last thing I want to happen is to hear that a lot of the vaccines are going to other health units in the region of Peel prior to them coming to Brampton's. If we're talking about hotspots, and maybe now's the opportunity for all members of council to, reach out to the other levels of government to say, we don't hear enough from you in terms of trying to get more vaccines in Brampton, the areas that you represent. Maybe that's something that we should be doing as a council.
I would welcome a motion like that, Councillor Pelleshi, if you want to put one forward after Councillor Santos has her motion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pelleshi, and also for that segue, Mayor Brown, and for mentioning the recent anti-Asian racism that is happening throughout this pandemic and heightening again. In January of last year, I think my colleagues can recall, we did a bit of a tour of the various Asian restaurants and small businesses, just as COVID was starting to be paid attention to around the world. And unfortunately, the anti-Asian racism has not gone away. It's actually gotten worse with the recent shooting in Colorado, as well as various harassment across the GTHA towards people from the Asian community, including myself. I've received and been on a number of phone calls and events over the past 2 weeks where people have asked me about anti-Asian racism and my thoughts around it. And I've specifically had a lot of calls from young people from the Asian community. One in particular, I was having a discussion with her as the first Filipino elected in Peel, and she shared with me some concern, and I wanted to share this publicly with my colleagues as well. Traditionally in Asian culture, particularly in Filipino culture, when we come to Canada, we are told that we have to just put our head down, don't pay attention to any bullying or remarks or complaints, just put your head down and get to work, don't complain about anything, and don't speak up if somebody makes any remarks. And so I think that now that the Asian community in particular, that's certainly a culture that I grew up in, but now as the Asian community is starting to speak up about the anti-Asian racism that's happening, I think it's important for us as a city that has taken a strong stance on anti-racism and zero tolerance when it comes to hate, for us to stand in solidarity with the Asian community against anti-Asian racism. So my motion is very simple. It's that the city of Brampton stand in solidarity with the Asian community against anti-Asian racism. And so I realize that it is a statement that we are making as a council and as a city. But again, I think that given the timing around this, given a number of different issues, one that I faced over a couple of weekends ago that I had to defend, and I had to raise my hand and challenge some comments that were being made on social media. I think that this motion is important that we show that solidarity. So I do ask my colleagues for their support on this one and welcome any further comments as well. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor moved by myself. Anyone opposed to this motion?
I'm happy to second that if you need a seconder, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown is seconding the motion. Thank you for that. No opposition, and that motion carries. Thank you very much to all of my colleagues. And I believe Mayor Brown was suggesting that Councillor Paleshi, if you had a motion in regards to our fair share of vaccination in Brampton, did you want to bring anything forward at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I just think it's important that we reach out to our all our local MPs and MPPs. I think for the most part, a lot of them have been silent, especially at the federal level during this. And I know that they're doing great work and trying to support and get information out there. But I don't know if it's a motion or if maybe the mayor can help out with this, that that all members of council sign a letter provided by the mayor's office to each MP or MPP requesting the support for prioritizing Brampton's vaccine rollout.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I would support that motion and happy to sign a letter to the MPs, MPPs. Would you also include the Minister of Health at the provincial level as well?
Yeah, and if I could suggest, Councillor Paleshi, as a friendly amendment, why don't my office coordinate to get all members of council to sign this? I think that would be powerful if we have a letter signed by all of council and the mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. If we want to add Dr. Lowe on that and the provincial medical minister of health, for sure. I welcome both of those additions.
Perfect.
And since the federal government is in charge of supply, would that would we include them on it as well? Federal MPs?
Yeah, I had asked for MPPs and MPs.
Okay, good.
Okay. So the motion is that all members of council sign a letter provided by the mayor's office to each federal MP and provincial MPP and provincial minister of health and field medical officer of health. I believe also, Mr. Clerk, the provincial medical officer of health, Councillor Paleshi wanted to add as well, in prioritizing vaccine rollout for Brampton, or to prioritize vaccine rollout for Brampton. Would that suffice, Councillor Paleshi?
Yep, I'm good with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Dillon, thank you very much for expressing being in favor of the motion regarding the anti-Asian racism. Appreciate that. Okay, there's a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi. Any members opposed to this motion? That motion carries. Thank you very much. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the update from Mayor Brown regarding COVID-19. Is anyone opposed? Thank you. That carries. Moving on to public delegations. 7.1, possible delegation regarding private property parking enforcement technology fee. Mr. Clerk, were there any delegations on this matter?
There were none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I believe 9.2.4 was put into consent already.
Through you, Madam Chair, it was not. I think a member said they wish to ask questions on that when we get to that item.
Okay, thank you. Item 7.2, delegation from Rob Meikle, Program Lead, as well as Anthony Morrison, Program Manager, and Carol Ogilvie, Kingdom House Christian Center, and the Jewel Corporation regarding the introduction of a cybersecurity program pilot with the Peel District School Board. Welcome, Rob. You have Rob, Anthony, and Carol, you guys have 5 minutes for the delegation. Thank you. Go ahead.
Rob and Anthony, you can unmute your microphone now and to address the committee.
Rob, Anthony, Carol, are you on the line?
Through you, Madam Chair. Rob is present. His microphone is unmuted. Rob, we're not hearing you. Anthony?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Hi. So the presentation is going to be done by Rob. I'm on the other line with him. He is connected.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can, and we can see you. Thank you, Rob. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
My sincere apologies. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Well, through the chair, good morning, members of council, staff, and members of the public joining us today. It is an honor and a privilege to be here, especially seeing so many familiar names and faces. As mentioned, my name is Rob Meikle. Some of you might know me as the former Chief Information Officer for the city, as a former Chief Information Officer for this great city of Brampton, or most recently, the former Chief Information Officer for the city of Toronto. Others may know me as a longtime Brampton resident since primary school, a community leader, and co-pastor of Kingdom House Christian Center, a rapidly growing church located here in Brampton for the past 14 years with a passion for community transformation. Joining me today, as you heard his voice, is Anthony Morrison, another longtime Brampton resident, also since primary school, a community leader, entrepreneur, and the founder of the Jewel Corporation. As an ex-professional European soccer player, Anthony was the visionary that led the implementation of the community soccer fields located on the Bramley Christian Fellowship Church property. He has always had a passion for community impact. Together, we are here to share an exciting announcement about our Digital Impact Transformation Program. Shortly after the inauguration of this current term of council, we had the privilege of meeting with our regional councillors, Regional Councillor Rowena Santos and Regional Councillor Paul Vicente, on April 19, 2019. During that meeting, we shared our vision to create a pathway for youth opportunities by bridging the digital divide to bring marginalized communities into mainstream opportunities through ICT education and awareness. With their support and collaboration, we are here to share the fruits of those conversations that are now a reality. Next slide, please. According to industry research, Statistics Canada and CRTC, it is vital that all Canadians have access to the rapidly expanding and growing digital economy. Yet there exists a digital divide in local marginalized communities. In fact, it has been amplified in the current global pandemic, as our city and region have been forced to implement digital services across every industry and sector. The digital divide in Canada and in our great city refers to the discrepancy that exists between citizens who have access to ICT and the benefits they provide compared to those who don't. This divide can be primarily attributed to 3 main factors: cost of technology, which stems from income inequality, internet access, availability and affordability, and lacking digital literacy. Our program is focused on bridging the digital divide by increasing digital literacy through cybersecurity awareness and education, by providing and delivering tailored curriculum for primary school to high school students in the Peel District School Board to create pathways of opportunity through education. Why cybersecurity? Recent reports have indicated that global cybersecurity workforce shortage is projected to increase to 3.5 million individuals by 2021. Nationally, it is among the fastest growing career areas. It is predicted cybersecurity jobs in North America will grow 31% through 2029. Next slide, please. Helen Keller said, "Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much." Our program is truly a community collaboration. The City of Brampton is our focus community with an emphasis on elevating marginalized communities to progressive, mainstream, and sustainable economic opportunities. The Jewel Corporation has past experience with similar digital learning projects in Toronto with Centennial College. They will provide program management. Kingdom House has deep experience with community transformation projects by building strategic community partnerships. For example, in addition to today's announcement, we are planning to deploy over 100 Chromebooks to marginalized Brampton students in need. Along with my executive technology background experience, I will provide program sponsorship. We will be utilizing Cisco's Net Academy. We'll be providing industry recognized and certified curriculum. We have partnered with the Peel District School Board and have been approved to commence a cyber education awareness pilot in a PDSB school located in Brampton in April 2021. Earlier this month, Regional Councillor Santos and Regional Councillor Vicente facilitated an introduction to Ryerson University's Charles Finley, who is the Executive Director of the Rogers Cybersecure Catalyst. They are now an active supporting partner. Our project aligns with Ryerson's Cybersecurity Catalyst goal of training young people in Brampton and will provide a natural progression and access to their cybersecurity certification programs. One of the amazing things about community collaboration is that it fosters an inclusive ecosystem that welcomes and supports people in a way we couldn't do as individuals. Next slide, please. Our pilot program will focus on building exposure and awareness to cybersecurity sector. Pilot will commence with a middle school, grades 6 to 8 in Brampton for an estimated 20 to 30 students with 30 hours within a 6 to 10 week period to complete. Our digital impact program will expose students to the knowledge and skills they need to make informed choices about education, career, and life outside of school. Secondly, students will explore the concept of opportunity, how the choices they make can open pathways for progressive and sustainable careers. People like myself were fortunate to have my parents expose me to the ICT industry early in my high school days. Students will learn about local and global industry trends, skills, and career streams in the ICT industry, in particular cybersecurity. Next slide. Upon completion of the pilot, we will scale and deploy the program across other Peel District School Board schools commencing in the fall of 2021, with a priority on schools in marginalized communities. We are so excited that the Peel District School Board has partnered with us to make this a reality. Our full deployment leads youth down a pathway for various post-secondary schooling opportunities and post-secondary registration in cybersecurity courses and certification programs like Cisco Cyber Ops Associate. With that, I will pause for questions for Anthony and I to address, and thank you for the opportunity to share this exciting announcement about launching this program pilot in Brampton that will be a catalyst for community transformation. Back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Rob, for the presentation, and Anthony and Carol for the perseverance and hard work on this file. I remember when you came to our office and shared the idea, and it's so nice to see it now turn into a pilot program. I do have a question from Councillor Vicente. Councillor Vicente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Rob, for coming here today to give us this update here so that all members of council can see. We were, of course, both Councillor Santos and I, very excited when you approached us with your idea. We know that equality isn't the same as equity, and in marginalized communities, you need that hand up to help people to be able to see the opportunities that exist and to place those opportunities literally in front of them so that we'll grab that opportunity for themselves. And we welcome this initiative heartily. I just want help to understand.
Councillor Vicente, you're coming in very choppy.
Have a kind of shift versus cyber catalyst here.
Councillor Vicente, your internet is very choppy. Unfortunately, we could not.
Do you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, great. So I'll just repeat the question, Rob, if I may, Madam Chair, just to get a sense from you on the significance and how helpful Ryerson and the Cybersecurity Catalyst has been for you in bringing this initiative to life.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Vicente. They've been exceptional. Right out of the first introductory meeting that you were part of facilitating for us, we so appreciate that. We were able to move so quickly, and in a matter of weeks, established a working relationship and actually received some sponsorship from them too. So we are just so excited that they have a passion for community and a passion really to move students from the marginalized to the mainstream through education. And now we have access not only to a base curriculum that we originally established with Cisco, but we also have access to their curriculum, which is geared for an older age group. So it's a natural alignment and creating a pathway and stream of opportunities. So truthfully, it's a match made in heaven. We're all passionate about Brampton. I got to admit that. Hometown favorite here, right? And so just to see them come alongside us in this manner has just been just this amazing. So it's been great. Thank you.
And we're so happy to see that financial support coming from the Ryerson Cybersecurity Catalyst to your organization. Just sharing once again with members of committee and the public that Councillor Santos and I had a really unique opportunity a few years back to sit down with President Lashemi from Ryerson University, and he spoke so passionately about the value of partnerships and that Ryerson really was looking for any and all opportunities to be able to partner with organizations in Brampton and to provide that kind of support and to work together with organizations to bring forward initiatives just such as these. So in addition to the support that you were able to get, financial support from Ryerson, is your organization looking to seek support through the Brampton Advance Fund? Have you looked at that?
Again, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Vicente. Yeah, the pilot is really what we want to do is true proof of concept with some clearly defined key performance indicators to demonstrate that it brings value. And in order to scale it really across other schools, in particular with a focus on marginalized communities, we are going to need sponsorship and funding. So the idea is to use a proof of concept to pursue other grants and other sources of whether it be corporate or foundational sponsorship. But yes, we will follow up with that particular one that you mentioned, in addition to some others, so that we can scale it as quick as possible to make that impact.
And thank you very much for that. And Rob, so do you have an ask of the City of Brampton in committee today, or this is just for update?
Through the chair, thank you for posing that question, Councillor. No ask today. We just really want to say thank you. Thank you for the spirit of collaboration and the fruits of that. And we're looking forward to providing additional updates on how, again, we can scale it and make a difference within our community. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you to you and your team. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to move receipts of the delegation and look forward to other questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Another example of successful collaboration and partnerships with community organizations in Brampton. We have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, Rob, Anthony, and Carol for joining us this morning. Our next item on the agenda, yeah. Our next item on the agenda is 7.3, a delegation from Michelle McCullum, Chair, and Todd Letts, CEO of the Brampton Board of Trade regarding responsible business protocol. Welcome, Michelle and Todd. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just before I begin this morning, Todd and I have timed our delegation around 8 minutes this morning, so very respectful of your time, but we would like to request just a couple more minutes than the 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Councillor Willen says sure, so please go ahead. You have
okay.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Mayor Brown and members of committee. Delighted to be here and to see you all this morning. I'm Michelle McCollum, Chair of the Brampton Board of Trade, and with me today is our CEO, Todd Letts. At your last meeting, Council ratified a motion that recommended Ontario establish an improved framework for small businesses with greater equity for opening. Earlier this morning as well, Mayor Brown outlined some of the modifications to grey lockdown zone restrictions that are underway, and we do also appreciate the important discussion this morning and your support around vaccines for essential workers. Todd and I are here today to thank you for your ongoing and recent efforts to support the businesses in our community as we continue to navigate this pandemic, and also to share with you some of the board's recent advocacy work, which also calls on the provincial government to reform its operating restrictions framework. As you know, the Brampton Board of Trade is an independent, non-partisan association of business leaders whose members employ over 45,000 in Brampton. Or to put in context, Board of Trade members are responsible for providing more than 1 in 3 jobs in the city. We're a trusted voice for the business community, and members really regard us as an important catalyst for their success and for the growth of our regional economy. The board frequently convenes meetings designed to help decision makers and risk takers grow their businesses, and we curate conversations, informed discussions that provide solutions for the many opportunities and challenges that face our local business community. So, consistent with the intent of Council's motion and the discussion this morning, our board is calling on the province to adopt a responsible business protocol. I'm going to ask Todd to outline the key elements of the protocol, but first I wanted to share with you some recent data that really highlights the damaging impact that the operating restrictions have had on the Brampton community. So first and foremost, we completely appreciate and understand the absolute need to prioritise the safety and well-being of all members of our community. At the same time, it's very important to recognise, as we know you do, that the operating restrictions have really taken a damaging toll on Ontario's economy. Here in Brampton, recent data from Equifax and from your own Economic Development Department identifies that over 18,000 businesses, or almost 3 in 10, are inactive. Many owners have simply lost confidence and decided that operating a business is just too tough in this uncertain environment. More than 14,500 are at high risk of delinquency with suppliers, and more than 13,500 at high risk of being delinquent in payments to their financial institutions. More than 3,300 Brampton businesses are at high risk of bankruptcy. These numbers, I'm sure you'll agree, are staggering. And after over a year of businesses, especially our small businesses, going through this traumatic roller coaster ride out with their control, we really need a better solution. I'm going to hand over to Todd now to share the board recommendations to the province for reforming operating restrictions. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, Michelle. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Todd. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. Brampton businesses are sensitive to that. Ontario is in a third wave now. Our cases are climbing and our ICUs are reaching capacity. So why are we bringing forward the implementation of operating restrictions now? It's because businesses have identified that the next 3 months are critical to their survival. Debt level is maxed, credit cards are maxed, bills are overdue. And although we're optimistic about the vaccine rollout, our business community also knows that many months of safety protocols and operating restrictions are still before us. Now, the current framework is often referred to as a blunt tool because of its broad geographic application rather than a precise business-specific approach. It also does not address what many public health units recognize as a bigger spread issue, and that's the lack of a framework for community contact reduction. So businesses in Brampton feel that this current system is fundamentally unfair. It requires many to shut down their businesses, not because they aren't adhering to safety protocols, but because of the products they sell or the services they offer. This shuts down some businesses while allowing others selling similar products to operate with very few restrictions. So we offer a solution to the operating restrictions framework to ensure that Ontarians remain safe, but builds business confidence and doesn't unduly harm our economy. In January, the Board of Trade recommended its responsible business protocol to the province, and momentum for this approach is growing in business communities across Ontario. This approach is different from the existing framework in three fundamental ways. One, it refines the current color code system, calling for better definitions of safety operating protocols by sector. And the crucial part, it recommends adding a community contact reduction framework to better address pandemic spread. But most importantly, the recommended protocol puts the onus on businesses to adhere to a common, safe operating framework, which allows them to remain open rather than the province saying you're open, you're not. So specifically, the Board of Trade has asked the government to establish a safe operating framework by sector, and once that is established, that would be applied across the board. It would not vary based on the product you sell, your geographic area, or the size of your establishment. It differs from the one we currently have in that Ontarians can take comfort in knowing that the key issue is not the safety protocols of the business, their favorite business, but it's about community contact. So this is where the second recommendation is crucial for improving the economy and should be considered in tandem. The establishment of a community contact reduction framework. So as cases rise in a particular region, the government should enforce reduction in community contacts. We know that it's not the business itself, it's the contact between community members. So essentially, if we could have capacity restrictions that are fair and across the board by color, it would, for public-facing businesses, it would be much more advantageous and help the survival of these companies. So, for example, in green, because of the first protocol, the safety protocol, if the business is meeting it, it would have 100% customer capacity. And we are recommending that there be some certainty that in the yellow, it would reduce by 20%. Or 80% capacity. In orange, 60%, red, 40%, to the current gray at 25%. This allows businesses to stay open and changes the message for the community. Essentially, the new message to all Ontarians is that operating restrictions are about our own community's actions to reduce contact rather than the current messaging, which unfairly closes or restricts trade for small business. So this responsible business protocol, to sum up, is with a safe operating framework by sector from the province and a community contact reduction framework, a capacity framework applied fairly across the board, both at national big box and local retail stores. This is a much better way to combat COVID, build consumer and business confidence, and not unduly harm the economy. So again, Madam Chair, Mayor Brown, members of Council, we are grateful for the opportunity today to simply thank Council for their understanding of the need for operating restriction reform and to inform Council of the Board of Trade's efforts concurrently with yours in this regard, and we welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Michelle and Todd. I do have a couple of questions or comments from Council. Councillor Medeiros, followed by Councillor Vicente. Councillor Medeiros, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. In terms of how you came up with the scale and how you came up with these recommendations, can you just speak to us a little bit about, was this in consultation with your members? How did this come about, and are other sort of business organizations similar to yours, have they put forth this thoughtfulness as well, or is there a consensus around others, or is the Brampton Board of Trade unique and really a leader in this area?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. The Brampton Board of Trade members meet through a number of forums and committees on a monthly basis. Our Policy and Government Relations Committee, various networks on prosperity, and we developed this responsible business protocol in December of this year and first presented it to our local member. We followed that up in January, and since that time, so this is directly coming from Brampton businesses. Since that time, we have shared it with business communities across Ontario, and Peterborough, Thunder Bay, Milton, Greater Barrie, Ottawa, Greater Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie, and others have looked at it and like it for its simplicity. And it's what's really important, and I know as policymakers how difficult your job is and how difficult it is for our appeal of public health and also for our provincial politicians. Simplicity is so important, and consistent messaging is so important. So it was developed through Brampton businesses. It's been endorsed by business organizations, chambers of commerce across the province, and we look forward to, we've sent it to ministers of health, small business, etc. Our local minister, Sakaria, has been briefed on it just recently again and is willing to work forward with us to further explore this and its implementation at the appropriate time.
Yeah, and thank you through the chair. You touched upon something I think, Todd, is so important, is around, you know, it's a very complex sort of system, and I know from a small business forum that Mayor Brown led, some of the feedback we got, there's a lot of confusion in terms of rationale, and we're put in a place on how do we justify, you know, big box stores, small businesses, what are some of these measures, and sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. So I'd like to move not only receipt of delegation, but also a letter of endorsement on behalf of council by our mayor, endorsing what the Brampton Board of Trade has put forward as a responsible business protocol. Not only endorsement, but full support. I thank you. I have other questions, but I do know we're running out of time, but I just do want to say that this has been great work, and thank you for the Brampton Board of Trade for their leadership and really stepping up, because I do know the business community, especially small businesses, they're struggling, and they're struggling notwithstanding just the obvious being closed, but even where to go for help and support. And when your organization steps up like this, really you're doing yeoman's work during a very critical time. So I'd like to move that as part of receipt of the delegation and letter of endorsement on behalf of council. So thank you very much, Todd and Michelle.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros, and that is a motion on the floor. Councillor, if my colleagues can take a look at the motion being written, and Councillor Vicente, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Michelle and Todd, for bringing this to us here today. I'm so glad you've come to present this to Committee of Council. This pandemic is becoming almost like a never-ending situation, and we talk about last year even that we're going to have to settle into some kind of new normal, and that new normal may take really a very long time to work itself through. And so having that realization, it's important that we established ways in which businesses can operate safely and to be able to do their work without the constant fear of lockdowns and the disturbance that causes to all kinds of business sectors and supply chains, etc., and the impact that it has on people. I believe, as many do, that being able to operate even at a minimum level is preferable to not being able to operate at all. And so we want to thank you for, as Councillor Medeiros pointed out, to putting the thought and the work behind this. And I agree with the motion and will be supporting it. And again, thank you for bringing this forward for us to be able to recognize that the Board of Trade in the City of Brampton really has been a leader amongst all other trade organizations in the province to put pen to paper on this and to provide us with a way that we could all work through this pandemic. I believe the latest number we had was that out of 36 million Canadians, about 5 million have been vaccinated so far. We're a long way from that coveted herd immunity. So we need to find better ways of operating business. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of council. You have a motion on the floor put forward by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation and that a letter of endorsement from Brampton City Council of the responsible business protocol be provided. Do any members oppose the motion? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you so much, Todd and Michelle, for coming to delegate today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council.
Our next item is the delegation regarding the implementation of the Active Transportation Master Plan 2020-2021 annual report. There are a number of delegations on this item, which also relate to staff presentation 12.1.1 and staff report 12.2.1. We're going to bring forward the presentation and the report at this time. And under the meeting procedures, we will receive the staff presentation first, followed by the delegations, and then we will consider the staff report. Welcome, Henrik, to provide the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to members of committee, to staff colleagues, and members of the public. It's a great pleasure for me today to be able to present to you our first annual report on the implementation of the Active Transportation Master Plan, which was endorsed by Council back in September of 2019. When in August of 2020, staff had presented to Council a report relating to the implementation of cycling infrastructure within the city's road allowance, we had also committed to preparing an annual report to be delivered in the first quarter of each year, summarizing the scope of active transportation elements implemented in the preceding year and outlining the proposed program for the coming year. This would then also provide us with an opportunity to advise the community of changes coming to city roads prior to the beginning of the spring construction season. So the intent of our presentation today is really to measure the successes of the ATMP implementation and provide that opportunity to advise Council and the community of changes coming to city roads prior to their going out to actual construction. Just wanted to note as well that the content that has informed the report and the plan for the projects to be implemented had been shared with the Brampton Cycling Advisory Committee and the broader advocacy community, and their feedback has been incorporated into the 2021 program. Next slide, please. The presentation today essentially follows the same themes that were used to organize the city's active transportation master plan. Those four themes being connecting the network, which is about implementing the infrastructure itself. The second theme was developing a walking and cycling culture. This relates to education and encouragement programs that are necessary to complement the infrastructure that we're putting in. The third theme was designing for safety and comfort. This relates to the specific design of the infrastructure in order to accommodate all ages and abilities. And the final theme was providing year-round mobility. This is about a good maintenance program that can help to encourage walking and cycling in all seasons and reduce risk of injuries and extend the life of infrastructure. Next slide, please. So I'll start with 2020. Just what you see on the screen there is a summary listing of the linear infrastructure implemented in that year, along with the facility types and lengths of each segment. Of those 19.7 linear kilometers of infrastructure, 4.8 kilometers of that was made up by the east-west cycling corridor, the Vaughan-Howden bike lane. 1.2 kilometers was part of the road reconstruction project on McLaughlin. 10.7 kilometers were constructed as a part of the road resurfacing program, including deferred locations. And an additional 1.8 kilometer was installed by traffic operations through other programs and initiatives. And finally, 1.6 kilometers of the infrastructure were implemented as part of development application. Next slide, please. So this, hopefully, it's you can see it there. This is also included as an appendix in the report. It represents graphically and geographically the cycling infrastructure that was implemented in 2020. So the solid blue lines, or the blue lines, there's solid and dotted ones. They indicate the 19.7 kilometers of linear infrastructure that's made up of bike lanes, multi-use paths, recreational trails, and urban shoulders. Those are the solid blue ones. The dashed lines represent resurfacing projects that had been programmed in 2020, but have since that were deferred into this year's program. The magenta circles on the map indicate 4 enhanced school crossing locations that now include depressed curbs. The red circles indicate curb cuts that were implemented at 17 locations. The purple circles are 2 new pedestrian crossovers, and the green circles show 3 new traffic control signals that now include bicycle detection zones together with pavement marking as signage directing users where to wait to be detected. One of the new signal locations also includes a new cross ride. Next slide, please. So the Active Transportation Master Plan lays out a program to implement this connected AT network to the year 2041. It was costed at a value of approximately $126 million, and it translated to roughly a commitment of about just a little over $5 million per year based on 22 years. The approved 2021 capital budget includes that $5 million for active transportation infrastructure improvements, and a breakdown of those items or those allocations are included in that the table before you. Active transportation projects are considered through the annual budget process and are included in the capital budget request that's put forward by Planning, Building and Economic Development, by Public Works, and by Community Services. And similarly, the implementation of the ATMP strategy are also delivered in partnership with those same groups as part of capital improvement projects, new development applications, and maintenance programs. Next slide, please. So for 2021, as I mentioned, with the budget allocated at close to $5 million, we are planning to build a total of close to 30 kilometers of linear infrastructure throughout the city. Just a quick breakdown of what that constitutes. We have about 10.8 kilometers of that is dedicated to the priority network. So the priority network comprises a 40-kilometer loop that roughly follows the north-south axis encompassing Etobicoke Creek, Esker Lake, and Chinguacousy recreational trails, and 42 kilometers of east-west routes that connect that loop to the outer edges of the city in either direction. To date, 53 kilometers of that 82 kilometers that make up that network have been completed, and we're expecting that it will be fully built out in the next 5 years. And again, a map, my apologies, I didn't provide one in this presentation, but a map of that priority network is also included as Appendix H in the staff report. 5.8 kilometers of bike lanes will be introduced in the vicinity of the Bramalea SNAP area, which was endorsed by Council earlier this year. The TRCA-led SNAP program is a collaborative neighborhood-based approach for advancing urban renewal and climate action in older urban areas such as Bramalea. Next, we also have, with respect to items like curb depressions and crossing enhancements and signals, the ATMP Fix-It program. It's an implementation tactic that focuses on enhancing the existing network by completing critical gaps with proper pedestrian and or cycling crossings. The majority of the 41 new pedestrian crossings are located where recreational trails or major park paths intersect and where with existing roadways, and proper crossings will be implemented in this year through pedestrian crossings, signalized or uncontrolled crossings. Also in 2020, Council directed staff to fast track the implementation of the temporary bike lanes during the COVID-19 pandemic to provide an alternative to cycling options on the recreational trails, which were becoming crowded as a result of the demand. The initial rollout involved the use of construction barrels on Vauden, the planned east-west corridor, to delineate the temporary lanes. However, given the continuation of the pandemic situation, continuing towards the refinement of the ultimate design, those barrels were replaced with let's call it semi-permanent pavement markings. So that road today does look like a true bike lane, but there is still a final design that will take the Vauden-Howden corridor to a fully segregated bike lane with bollards. That design and the tender process for the east-west work is currently underway and expected to be completed shortly. The last item to note is that the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, the TRCA, in partnership with the city, is constructing the Clairville North Multi-Use Trail project. This is a 3.8 kilometer granular multi-use trail that includes the installation of 2 pedestrian bridges across the West Humber River and will be constructed between a point south of Queen Street East to the Valley Creek community. And once complete, the trail will offer improved access to Clairville Conservation Area and provide greater interregional connectivity between the city of Brampton and the city of Toronto down through the Humber River Trail system. Next slide, please. This is the 2021 implementation plan, again depicted graphically. And sorry, if you can go to that one. Sorry, the 2021 program implemented, shown geographically. Again, the solid blue lines represent the 29.3 kilometers of linear infrastructure. The magenta circle, there's one of them in there for an enhanced school crossing location that now includes depressed curbs. The red circles indicate curb cuts at 25 locations. The purple circles are 41 new pedestrian crossings. The green circles, 3 new traffic control signals. And there's 2 blue circles, I think in the northeast, one in mid-city, that are 2 intersections that were pedestrian-only crosswalks, but that are being converted or upgraded to include a new cross ride, allowing for bicycle crossing as well. Next slide, please. So moving on to that second theme of developing a walking and cycling culture, the slide before you just shows a variety of the different print and media collateral that we produced this year to support several different communications efforts. Just maybe to start with saying that the east-west cycling corridor and the COVID bike lanes provided us with an opportunity to really develop what we're calling our Streets for People branding, and that's that little icon at the lower left-hand of the screen. That same project also allowed us an opportunity to solicit feedback on road diets and protected bike lanes, and we've also had included as part of the Vauden COVID bike lane rollout a companion identification of low-stress cycling networks, and created a map of bike routes that provided access to essential amenities for Brampton residents by bike to destinations such as pharmacies, medical centers, groceries, and other essential uses. Also, with the increase of demand on the city's recreational trails during the pandemic, we decided that it was we needed to put out a trail user safety guide out there. This is something that is probably it's needed out there regardless. I think it's a it's an amenity, or it's a feature that should be a permanent installation. But I think the COVID situation certainly got the fire burning under us to get this thing out quickly. That's the item on the right-hand side of your screen there. Just a trail user safety and education campaign. This included static signs as well as social media posts and web content. And then with the introduction of a buffered bike lane along North Park Drive, as well as Howden and Vauden, there was a need to educate motorists on how to negotiate around this new infrastructure. We were finding that there was questions coming in about the significance of, dotted and dashed lines, and how cars were to negotiate turns and such. So using that as an example, we had produced a flyer, which is at the right-hand side of the screen there, that basically provided some tips and guidance on navigating this new infrastructure, whether from the perspective of the driver or as a cyclist. And that information was sent out through the city's tax bill, so it reached every resident in Brampton. In 2021, we're going to be expanding that Streets for People campaign. Essentially, it's going to be applied to all of the road improvement projects that are going out there, with the ones, particularly with the focus where there's bike lanes being implemented. And we'll also be working on a campaign focusing around the issue of illegal parking in bike lanes. And again, as we move all of this forward, staff is going to be working to update our digital presence and digital accessibility, including an interactive GIS mapping tool. Next slide, please. The third theme with regards to designing for safety and comfort. We're now very close to the approval of 3 standards for active transportation crossings, which will be applied at over 30 locations this year. Two of the examples are at the top left of your screen for trail crossings that intersect at roadways. So that's something that we've been working on with our standards committee, with our risk management team over the past year, and expect to have that approved shortly. We're also developing a standard outlining a uniform and consistent use of green paint along cycling facilities throughout the city. The proposed standard will follow the provincial guidance that's coming out of the pending Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18 on bicycle facilities. That's expected to be approved later this year, and city staff was in fact involved on that committee to develop that manual as well, so we've had some direct input. And finally, standardizing a bicycle rack to ensure that future bike parking is comfortable, functional, convenient, and secure. Bike parking sometimes gets tended to be overlooked as part of cycling infrastructure, but it's really an essential component of an active, comprehensive AT network, fostering greater use of the network for more utilitarian purposes, recognizing that some trips have origins and destinations that don't always round in the same place, and using a bike to get to work, to go shopping, will only make it more feasible if we provide safe, secure, easy to use bike parking. Next slide, please. The fourth theme is around providing year-round mobility. At a recent Brampton Cycling Advisory Committee meeting, the committee had offered to work with city staff on recommendations concerning winter maintenance of active transportation infrastructure, and to outline operations costs for implementation in the next winter season. So the city staff, our active transportation team, has initiated discussions with staff responsible for maintenance activity. And in 2021, with input from the Cycling Advisory Committee, staff will be assessing maintenance best practices and service level thresholds recommended in the ATMP to determine implications for operating budget, equipment needs, and resources. Next slide, please. And just to conclude, I wanted to mention a few other items that are on our plate right now that we are dealing with. First of all, I think it bears mentioning that the federal government has now come out with a national active transportation strategy. They have recently announced $400 million made available through federal funding for municipal active transportation infrastructure implementation. This ranges from bike paths to trails, and I think it includes studies as well. So our team will be working to put together a submission on a project, eligible project, to garner that funding. Also wanted to mention that you know, our trails and our paths, they're contained within the city, but they also link to our neighboring municipalities. That means that we work collaboratively with our partners in Mississauga and with Caledon, both from kind of a construction and a maintenance outlook on how we coordinate making the best use of these trails, and with the region of Peel. The ATMP recognizes that you know, the region of Peel does include active transportation facilities within their rights of way, and it depicts what's currently existing, but we're certainly working with them on current regional road projects to ensure that that infrastructure is implemented, because it's an integral part of connecting to our own network. Also wanted to mention, it didn't come up in my previous remarks there, but it is an item in the budget that we do have money set aside to assist with the whole data collection matter. It's always kind of it's a touchy issue, or a hard one to get a handle on when we're dealing with a pent-up demand out there that we know exists, and providing numbers is always you know, helpful in kind of creating the argument for continuing to build more. We do have numbers that we've collected from the Vauden example. We have hopefully additional numbers coming soon as we begin to implement an actual counting station program. So the budget does include a provision over the next 5 years to build up a grid of pedestrian and bicycle counters across the city that will allow us to track more readily the cycling and active transportation uses on our roads and on our trails. And just before I conclude, I wanted to mention too then that regardless of the pandemic and everything that we're working with, I think as the mayor stated before, being outside is probably the best thing that we can do to remain active and not feel as threatened by, you know, the pandemic as other activities might. So June is still Bike Month, and city staff are working with the Bike Month committee partners in the GTHA to develop a virtual Bike Month program to celebrate cycling in June in a responsibly and socially distanced way. Included as one of the virtual events in Bike Month is the return of Bike the Creek. So we're currently working on that, finalizing routes for a virtual event that will include wayfinding signage and markings that will remain in place for the month of June and beyond, and enable our residents to get out there and enjoy the fantastic trails that Brampton has to offer. With that, I'll conclude my remarks here and just say that we're looking forward, very pleased to be continuing forward with implementing this plan. Excited by the work that we're doing with our colleagues in Public Works, and open to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henrik, as well as Nelson, for all of your work on this file and for the presentation. It has been such a collaborative effort with yourselves, other departments, as well as community members. We do have some questions from Council. Councillor Vicente, followed by Councillor Fortini, and Mayor Brown wishes to express his love of the presentation. So, Councillor Vicente, you were first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Henrik, for the presentation. I agree with Mayor Brown. It is a fantastic presentation, very clear. And I just want to, one thing I found remarkable was that you mentioned that you have been part of provincial consultations for establishing the standards for the markings together with the province. Can you just expand on that and what the City of Brampton's role has been?
So this is with, it's the OTC, it's Book 18, the Traffic Manual, the Ontario Traffic Council. So this is a group of professionals. Nelson had been involved in that. I think he's the past president of the OTC. So we've had a seat at that table with, you know, planners, transportation planners from other municipalities, along with the expert consultant input. I believe it was WSP that's been providing most of the guidance, the same team that's been helping us with the Vauden implementation design. that have been putting together or revising actually the OTM Book 18 guidance, which is best practices and kind of the state of the industry in terms of designing for safe, accessible, all ages abilities for cycling.
Okay, because what I find really notable about that, not just the fact that the city of Brampton is involved in taking a leadership role, but I find it significant because this initiative of encouraging cycling is something that it's not new in other parts of the world, but if the standards are being developed today, it kind of shows that we're getting around to encouraging cycling in a really big way. And you noted that the federal government has been providing investments and putting dollars behind cycling, not just for Brampton, but across the country. Can you just comment on the significance of that kind of, if you will, coming of age for cycling in Canada?
Yeah, I think that's something that certainly we've been advocating for a long time to the federal government. And whether, again, this has been because of the pandemic or despite it, I think the federal government has finally come to the table now with a national active transportation strategy, which essentially their support is really kind of more of on a policy level than necessarily on an infrastructure level, but they are there to provide the support for providing funding and for municipalities to actually build this infrastructure. I think it's really coming to a recognition of the role that active transportation does have to play, not just as a mobility initiative, but I think in terms of the issues of climate change, community health. These are all aspects of the federal government's portfolio as well. I think it's just high time that with the advocacy that's been going on behalf of the provinces and municipalities to the feds through forums like FCM, that they are now fully behind and supporting this as a national initiative as well.
Okay, and I think that just personal thought, just from myself, it's a bit of a learning days to discover how it is that a city can adopt and promote cycling. And I know that both Councillor Santos and I receive a lot of questions from residents who they're surprised by the changes and they're surprised to see the cycling lane infrastructure taking up space on the road. And they have a lot of good questions about that. And we find that when we communicate with them the positive reasons and the idea behind giving access to cyclists to all of the road network wherever it is possible to do so, is really about providing a variety of different options for residents to take advantage of if they so choose. And we talked about how, I've mentioned before, how in the city of Brampton, we've always had a very good north-south network through the trails and the conservation areas, but providing that network through the road system is really key because it means that folks can get from point A to point B very quickly and efficiently. And it's our opinion, certainly for both Councillor Santos and I, that cycling should be as routine and as included as much as, for example, a sidewalk is. When you look at a sidewalk, you may only see one person walking on it, but you don't question why the sidewalk is there. And over time, and when the conditions allow, more people are out on the sidewalks, and the same will be true for cycling. And providing that space, I think, is very important for us going forward. With respect to logistics and maintenance, particularly during winter months, you talked about how, for example, on Bauden, you originally had the bollards and then switched to the paint, and you're starting to formalize the standard for how you will paint these lanes in the future. Is that the way then that the city of Brampton will be adopting going forward with the painted lines? Because from my perspective, particularly during winter months, maintaining those cycling lanes becomes part of your routine maintenance of the road as well, correct?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct, Councillor. And just maybe a bit of a clarification. So we transitioned to those painted lanes on Vauden from those temporary barrels. The ultimate design will be curbs and bollards as well, so they'll be fully segregated bike lanes, which again, the OTC Book 18, the bike manual, does strive for, you know, where you can. The ideal implementation of this infrastructure is segregated. That makes it the optimal for all ages and all abilities. Yes, you know, we've started that discussion. We just had a meeting actually with our advisory subcommittee yesterday to talk about those winter maintenance issues, and Nelson had done a presentation on that. So everything that we'll be looking forward to implement will certainly be with a view to ensuring that these facilities, or at least identifying those key, you know, those spine networks that will be maintained all year round. We're still in early days on those discussions, and like I said, I think over the course of the next few months, we'll be doing an assessment of not just the maintenance protocols and how we attach that, but what the implications are for, you know, whether it's equipment and snow clearing equipment, frequencies, all of those details.
So thanks, Henrik. So are you saying that in areas where you'll be placing bollards and segregating the lanes, that would require specialized equipment to clean, or would those be seasonal?
No, not necessarily. I think certainly there are municipalities in jurisdictions around the world that have specialized equipment. I think those are usually places that get a lot more snow than we do. But from my understanding, I think the machines that we use for clearing our sidewalks right now would be suitable for clearing bike lanes too. The bike lanes, given their width, the snow plows are clearing for 1.5 meters. The cycle lanes are typically about 1.8 to 2. So I think that's equipment that could be used. Again, something to be assessed further. I don't know, at this point, Nelson might be able to provide some information, Councillor, if you wanted some more details, or we can certainly provide that information at a later date.
Okay, well, I think that certainly it is an important consideration, because the last thing you would want, I think, if you're installing bicycle lanes on all the road networks, would be for you not be able to clear them and keep them clear, because then it becomes counterproductive. So thank you for that,
yeah.
And look forward to hearing more and seeing more from you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Fortini, followed by Mayor Brown. Councillor Fortini, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the report. I'm glad Councillor Vicente mentioned about the snow. You know, we have, I get, like, we're not going to be putting boulevards and it's painted lines, but when we get that 1 centimeter of snow and the trucks are not out there cleaning and all these lines are covered, how are we going to clean this to make sure that the cars know that there's bike lanes there?
Through the chair to Councillor Fortini, I think this is part of the discussions that we've initiated now, and I think we certainly have practices to look to elsewhere, not just in the GTA, but North America and Europe, where the same systems are in place, and where they have those kinds of maintenance practices and protocols working as well. I think like depending on what infrastructure we can put in, and then it's difficult to do the same thing everywhere because we're dealing with unique situations. But as I mentioned, ideally, if you're putting in on-road infrastructure that can be segregated, or that you can put those bollards, there are maintenance challenges associated with that, we know. But I think that's also certainly visually the best way to segregate that traffic, and then for cars to know where they stand next to bike lanes. I would say that's actually probably a feature that you'd want all year round. It's not just a winter one. The challenge for the winter, like you said, is often identifying those lines. But I think that's something that we need to work through. I'm not the maintenance expert, and I think we'd be looking to our colleagues in Public Works to help as we continue on with those discussions.
Yeah, and I agree. If we start putting the boulevards, it's going to be a problem when we clean our roads because the snow has plows the plows only going to the right, so all the snow will be piled there. At least if we don't have the boulevards, they could clean as best as they can right up to the sidewalk. My other question is, I noticed some areas where we have bike lanes, and one is right on Main Street. You come to the light, there's 2 lanes, and then across the street, it starts a bike lane and it goes to 1 lane, and it confuses the cars. When it goes from 2 cars that end up to 1 lane, there's no area to cut in to merge the car. Have you the one right on Highway 10 there on Main Street, right beside City Hall? And I've seen it in the winter when you drive by. There's 2 cars coming from north going south, and all of a sudden when they go, they still keep going because they don't know there's a bike lane there. So we have to look at these roads to make a merge, signaling the cars to squeeze over. It's going to be 1 lane. And that lane there, that bike lane, it doesn't connect anywhere and it doesn't end anywhere. It's only that little piece. Why we only put that little piece? We didn't continue right down or north on Main Street.
Through the councillor, Portini, you're talking about the Main Street bike lanes that are in place now, basically from the Brampton Mall up to Wellington.
Yes, so when you get to Wellington, there's a light there. You go to 2 lanes, and then all of a sudden it breaks down to 1 lane across as soon as you pass the light, and it confuses the cars.
Yeah, so I know that once we go north of Wellington, essentially there are 2. I think one of those lanes is actually taken out now too, with parking and with some of the patios. So it essentially is a single lane through all of downtown Brampton. I think this is an opportunity that had been taken by our ops people. It was part of a kind of a road diet for Main Street, which has actually improved the operations on and traffic flow on Main Street. And then in the future, the intent is to have something continuous that would be connecting up. We'd initially, and I don't know whether it's something we can look at, we can entertain again as part of this new season from a temporary perspective, is providing some kind of a linkage up to the Vauden lanes and connecting that network. I think there's a lot of work that's going to be happening in the downtown through the revitalization and the water main replacement right now, and in terms of what we put back, certainly that the design of that road and how we accommodate cycling through downtown is going to be considered as part of that work as well. But I think we're taking the opportunities where we can to put in that infrastructure. I know sometimes it looks like it's not connecting from something to the south to something to the north. But I think if you take a look at the broader plan, that certainly is the intent. And we also have to recognize that something like bike lanes on Main Street also provide access to areas adjacent to it. So, for example, just to the west, we have to the east, we have the Etobicoke Creek Trail that comes close to the downtown, but doesn't necessarily have, there's signages to guide you along Etobicoke Creek Trail. But I think this provides an opportunity to bring people off that trail into the downtown as well. And I think from ultimately kind of a business development and economic development perspective, I think that's something that we'd like to do. We have a resource in the Etobicoke Creek Trail from the tourism perspective, and to provide as many as these amenable and safe facilities as we can only stand us in good stead.
Yeah, and that's very good. I just worry about safety. I'm glad we have the lines painted and all, but for safety for the bicycles and people that like to ride and keep them healthy, when you come, I seen in the wintertime when I'm driving down there in the middle of the night, the 2 lanes just keep going because they don't even know there's a bike lane there. And, it's very unsafe for bikes. So that's why I was hoping to have a merge before you get to the light, that's signaling people, hey, there's a bike lane ahead. And they give you as a driver notice before you get there. Anyway, thank you for the report. And I'm glad we're just carrying them straight up once the infrastructure is in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just rest assured, we'll continue to look at those kinds of concerns too. When you're talking about the merges, and those intersections are challenging and then sometimes tricky places to address, but very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the most important is to make sure they're clean. so they can use them all year round. And I know it's going to be a big expense, but we have to provide for people that these days with cars and insurance are very high, and some people live close by and they could ride their bikes to work all year round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini, for your support and for your comments and questions as well. We are really running over time here, so we do have we have delegations waiting. So Mayor Patrick Brown, you are next, and then we'll go straight into delegation. Mayor Brown.
Okay, I'll be brief, mindful of the time. I just want to say to Henrik, great job. As you know, this council's got a passion for active transportation and cycling. It's great to see that you've really taken that to heart. And Councillor Fortini, great to see your support for this as well. And Councillor Santos, you've been so involved in pushing this. One thing I liked about the presentation, Henrik, I just want to outline is I saw those green painted cycling lanes. I know there was some concern over painting the pathways, but I guess that suggests we found a way to do so in a manner that's appropriate. Is that correct? Because I really like it to be clear and simple, because people who are cyclists, they know where to go. The challenge is we want to grow this sport. We want to make sure that tons of people who've never cycled before start cycling, and part of the way is to make it overly simple.
Through the chair to Mayor Brown, that you're absolutely correct. And I think I was alluding to before with the OTM Book 18 standards that are going to be coming up, that gives us a very clear direction on the application of that green paint. And to your point, and I think this whole discussion with us originated with that the confusion that was arising at who's supposed to be where when you get to these intersections with conflicts between turns and where cyclists sit. So the green paint markings is an industry standard now. It'll be encompassed in that in the OTM Book 18 guide, and that's the way we'll be moving forward.
And would the plan to be to update any existing cycling routes that aren't the green paint? Are we able to update them with that green paint as well?
Through the chair, Mayor Brown, I think that's a question I would take back to our operations folks, but I would think that as a retrofit for that kind of work, I don't see why that would be a problem.
Awesome. Okay, I love this presentation, Henrik. Only good news. This is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll have our delegations. We'll begin our delegations from Dale Lang, Malkeet Sandhu, Tony Marachi, and Cynthia Sri Prakash. You will all have a maximum of 5 minutes. We are running out of time. I'm going to try my best to get this section done no later than 12:35. So Dale, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Santos, and members of council, and Mayor Brown, and members of the public. We have certainly come a long way since I delegated to you 2 years ago requesting the active transportation big ask. We've gone from a community that's behind others to one that's leading, as Henrik's report so eloquently displayed. People are asking how we did it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Brampton's 2040 vision has a reverse pyramid with pedestrians at the top, then cyclists, then goods movement, then car drivers. When we complain that a bike lane causes us to spend an extra couple of minutes, we're not considering the property priority of our livable community. This report that Henrik so eloquently showed us really puts this in the right perspective. Next slide, please. Bike lanes will make lives better. People will be more comfortable and more confident on these buffered bike lanes. The buffer really does make a difference. I'm seeing many more people using these bike lanes, even families with children, and small children at that. Imagine how people feel who walk down the sidewalks of Baden and Main Street, as we were just discussing, now with a bike lane and a buffer between the cars and them. It is so much more pleasant. It feels safer. The whole community feels safer. Bike lanes are also good as a traffic calming technique. Fewer crashes and safer roads are good for all of us as we strive for Vision Zero. Next slide, please. Only children-sized bicycles are allowed on our sidewalks in Brampton. As the paths become more crowded, pedestrians and cyclists must work harder to share the path. Bike Brampton educates users with the city's trail user safety message that Henrik just displayed, and we do so at our Bike Works pop-up cafes. We need bike lanes as outlined in the AT annual report to manage our total capacity. Next slide, please. Council, many staff departments, and the cycling community have worked collaboratively. We appreciate the necessity to use different types of infrastructure to build out the network. Paths are good for the slow recreational cycling. Those commuting will prefer the bike lane so that they can travel faster. Urban shoulders are not a substitute for bike lanes. As Lisa Stokes' video delegation last autumn demonstrated, bike lanes are safer and more comfortable. Curb depressions will make our existing paths much more user-friendly and safer when they intersect with roads. Traffic signals, and yes, the green paint you mentioned, Mayor Brown, will make our use of intersections safer. Vision Zero lists the intersection as the cyclist area of greatest potential risk. So that's where we have to really put our next slide, please. Last June 24th, Mayor Brown sent a letter to Minister Catherine McKenna requesting a national cycling strategy as part of the COVID-19 economic stimulus. Members of the cycling committee, of the Brampton Cycling Advisory Committee and Bike Brampton both were pleased to have input into this. And as of here we are, March 12th, we have got our announced funding. And I'm pleased to see that Henrik is mentioning that we are considering a shovel-ready project. We want to make sure that Brampton gets its fair share. Next slide, please. So Bike Brampton encourages City Council to endorse the recommendations for planned 2021 active transportation infrastructure implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dale. There are no questions right now from Council. So we will move on to the next presentation, which is from Malkeet Sandhu from the David Suzuki Foundation. Malkeet, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So I want to start by just thanking Mayor Brown and Council for the opportunity to speak today. As Councillor Santos already said, my name is Malkeet and I'm a community organizer at the David Suzuki Foundation. So I'm also here to talk about the annual implementation report about the AT MP. I wanted to start by obviously applauding staff and council for the 19 kilometers of bike lanes that were implemented last year. Brampton showed true leadership by fast-tracking this work during a pandemic year, whereas some other cities might have fallen behind. Brampton actually chose to go even further. We're also really excited and supportive of staff's plan to build out an additional 29 kilometers of bike lanes in 2021. We encourage council to build on this momentum by continuing to work closely with the region of Peel on improving AT infrastructure on major regional roads as well. So we are really excited about the progress that's being made, but we do feel like we need to start looking at some of the major kind of arteries that connect Brampton to Caledon and Mississauga, because people don't always necessarily work just in Brampton. They also need ways to get outside of the city. And so as Henrik and Dale already mentioned, the federal government did recently announce that they'll be investing $400 million in Canada's first active transportation fund. This is really big news, and it also goes to show that Brampton's not alone in this work, and that this is a priority across the nation and in cities across Canada. And the reason that this is a priority is because governments in Canada, but also globally, are now recognizing that successful cities of the future will not be organized around the automobile. Instead, successful cities will be designed primarily for transit, walking, and cycling because of the benefits to the economy, public health, traffic congestion, and climate mitigation. So I feel like a lot of people believe that AT infrastructure is mostly about recreation. It's just about fun and exercise and sport, but it goes way, way beyond that. It's about getting people to and from work, school, errands. It's about keeping the economy moving. It's about public health. It's about congestion. And again, it's about climate as well. And so as one of the fastest growing cities in Canada with a significant population of essential workers that need to be moving, we encourage Brampton to ensure that its residents are able to move around efficiently and safely with complete streets that are built for people. Thank you for the amazing work that you're doing. We're always here cheering you on, and thanks for letting me speak today.
Thank you so much, Malkeet. There are no questions from council, but I just want to say that you brought up a very good point with respect to greenhouse gas emissions and climate action. Transportation, as Councillor Willens knows, through the CERP program, it represents 60% of our greenhouse gas emissions in Brampton. And I recently read an article that said that cycling is 10 times more important than electric cars for reducing net zero emissions. And so I think the federal government's coming on board, other municipalities, and thank you very much for your delegation today. Our next delegation is from Tony Marachi, Brampton resident. Tony, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Tony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor, Council, councilors, and staff members. As you are aware, we are the neighboring area residents to TRCA Clairville, and we're opposed to the entire trail construction. We had an agreement with the TRCA in 2011 that the neighboring area residents would investigate and be part of the decision-making process. But for 10 years, we were not consulted, nor did we have any opportunity to have any input. We have raised many concerns and had questions for everyone, yet we have not had any constructive responses to date. I have reached out to most of you with no response to date. This is not the way to treat someone. The neighboring area residents do not want our Vista blocks connecting to any unwanted trail, and the Clairville North is unwanted and should never have been placed in the valley. So for this reason, we don't want the trails connected. We, the neighboring area residents, are asking that no Vista block be connected to any trail. We, the neighboring area residents, are asking that the Vista blocks be fenced off and be separated from the TRCA land. This will prevent unwanted trails from being created, since that is a concern raised by the TRCA. It is our view that the TRCA has made a mistake in the alignment of the trail and has discriminated against 99.9% of the population. The trail and its city-owned access points will be unsafe and dangerous for most. The city-owned lands that will provide access points will create unwanted traffic and parking issues on our local streets. There has been no impact study done on the effects of these access points and the neighborhoods, to my knowledge, to date. Though this was raised with everyone through emails and no one has responded. In conclusion, we do not want to be connected to the trails. The trail is discriminatory in nature. The trail could have been placed overlooking the valley where it would have served the better part of the community and would have been safer for all users. The natural habitat and the ecosystem would never have been forced to interact with humans. The three access points are within blocks of each other. This is not necessary. The access points will attract strangers to our neighborhoods. These access points will create traffic and parking issues, as Councillor Williams indicated at a meeting in the Vista Block that she would drive to the Vista Block to join the trail. This is exactly what we do not want. The Vista Blocks are a problem, and the problems will only get worse. In 2011, we were told that these Vista Blocks would be fenced off and the trail would be put on the west side of the river. This appears to have been just lies. The connection points are unwanted and must be fenced off as per our verbal agreement back in 2011. No good will come out of connecting these Vista Blocks to the TRCA trails. We are also opposed to funding of this trail by the city and any future funding. This project as a whole has not in any way been in consultation with the neighboring area residents. In fact, no constructive consultations were done throughout the process. This process has not been transparent in any way and should be of concern to all.
Tony,
I
you have
know
30
the trail
seconds.
is discriminatory as it will not allow me to use this poorly thought out design. The city, in my view, creating barriers rather than building and supporting the needs of everyone. The city has an obligation to its citizens to create inclusion for all, and this falls short. We are prepared to present to anyone that is interested how this trail is flawed. I noticed that
Thank you, Mr. Marachi. You're out of time. I apologize. I do have questions from council to you. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you, Tony, for coming in and delegating today. Just want to correct for the record that I said I would drive to the parking lots at Clairville in order to access the trail. We have had a great meeting with with as many residents on the 15th to have questions asked, to have concerns addressed. We were also, when we met on the 12th, I believe, we learned that this was a decision made in 2011, I believe, to have this trail completed, and now they are in the process of actually executing them. So the Vista Blocks, I know the staff at TRCA and the city of Brampton have said they're going to look to remove the park benches, plant more trees to make them more seclusive, and to deter people from using these Vista Blocks as a place to hang out. So thank you, Tony, for coming in and speaking on this. And I think all the staff have taken your concerns and are listening to them and are willing to address any more concerns as the development of the trail does progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have a question from Councillor Paleshi to staff. Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tony, for the delegation. Just a question to staff. Email went out to Tony on March 19th, thanking him for his participation on the webinar on March 15th, and in-person local Vista block on March 12th. In that email, it had suggested that these community connections are not scheduled to be constructed until late 2021 or spring 2022, and therefore has a significant opportunity for discussion to address public concerns and ensure all residents are clearly aware of the details of these connections. Can we just ensure that we reach out to TRCA with the concerns and just put a little bit of pressure on them to make sure that Tony and the area residents are still that's scheduling for the construction and that opportunity for discussion to address those concerns are dealt with?
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. That's a question, I guess, to staff, perhaps Henrik or Nelson.
Through the chair, this is Jake May.
in parks, I can probably best address that. Councillor Pelletier, that is intended to happen. We will be in discussion with TRCA and local residents during the summer to get input for those Vista blocks, and before any design constructions start, we will be doing exactly that. I can confirm that, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pelletier, and thank you, Mr. Marachi, for your delegation. We have Cynthia Prakash, who is next. Cynthia, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Tony. So he has covered most of it. Great job, Tony. I just have a few questions about the trail itself. If someone were to get injured or a medical emergency, how would this be addressed or handled, and by who?
Through the chair, I could probably answer that question again. This is Jake.
Thank you, Jake.
My pleasure. The trails are going to be 3 meters wide and built that the gradients can handle emergency access vehicles. So we will have the ability to go in with maintenance vehicles and emergencies such as an ambulance, stretchers, and so forth. So that has been taken into account to ensure that if any safety issues do happen, that emergency response can get in to address that and get any people that have been injured, or if there's any other issues.
So, and to add to that, do we have a main entry point for these emergency vehicles?
Through the chair, there are several entry points from the east and the west. The trail is quite long, so we have I think 2 or 3 access points, which depending on if an emergency occurs, emergency services will have different options to try to get to the closest location that can best respond with.
And is any of these entry points lands in our Vista blocks?
Through the chair, there may be one. We are looking at the design of those Vista blocks. That's currently still undetermined, as I mentioned previously. So that will be part of this summer's design exercise to see what is possible and what is suitable.
Thank you so much. And the next question is, since we're talking about walking throughout the year, are we going to have trail lights for night users, night walkers, bicycle users?
Through the chair, as part of, I believe, as part of the ministry's requirement, we currently do not plan on lighting them, as with all of our other trails that are through natural areas. None of them, the city does not have, it is not our standard to light those in naturalized areas. So we will be following with Clairville what we do in our other trails throughout the city, and that's to not light in valley land nature naturalized areas.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And also, are these trails going to be monitored by police for unwanted activities? For example, group of drinking or smoking and so on?
Through the chair, my understanding is we have contacted bylaw, let them, bylaw enforcement, it would be doing patrols, not police, unless there's criminal activity, as I understand. We also expect that there will also be an increased presence on the trails in terms of maintenance and operations that will be going through the trails as well. But we have notified bylaw enforcement of the project. They're aware of it, and that is part of the discussion this summer in terms of the Vista blocks. They'll be involved as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And also, since it's going to be used throughout the year, we did discuss about snow plowing. So for us, for the trails, we were told it's going to have gravel roads. Most of the trail is going to be graveled. So now that we are mentioning snow plowing and emergency vehicle, is that going to change? So gravel from maybe asphalt?
Through the chair, that is an excellent question. As of today, the maintenance is still being reviewed, and as sort of Henrik described earlier, using different materials and equipment that may be able to be used on the trail. So as part of the ministry's requirements currently, it is intended to be limestone, not asphalt. So we are evaluating what might those best practices be to look at various options for winter maintenance similar to our other trails throughout the city that are not paved through through natural areas. So we're still evaluating that for this particular site as well.
Okay, and as per updates on what material is going to be
Cynthia,
used,
you have 30 seconds left.
where can we find that update?
Excellent question. We, through the chair, we will be planning on probably providing information updates on our webpage. When we have that information available, we will send it out through sort of our communications department. I'm not a communications expert, but we'll be looking to reach out to local residents to make sure everybody is informed and up to date.
Perfect. My last question, I'll be quick. During winter months, if someone were to get hurt or due to illness, who takes responsibility of that? For example, someone is riding a bike during a winter months and they get some sort of injury. Who takes care of that?
Through the chair, my understanding would be, as on any trail, that emergency services would be called if there was an accident. Again, we don't know what the maintenance requirements will be. That's still being determined, but we would probably, I would expect it would be treated as no different than any other trail in the city.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Cynthia, for your delegation, and thank you very much, Jake, for the responses. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to receive the delegation, receive the staff presentation, as well as the report. Any opposed? Thank you very much. That carries, and so exciting to see all of these initiatives happening at the city level. Our next item of the agenda is community services. I believe that item 8.3.1 was put into consent, as well as 8.4.1 was put into consent, and 8.4.2 was also put into consent. So now we are at Councillor's question period. Do any members have any questions regarding the community services section? Seeing none. Public question period. Mr. Clerk, were there any questions so far regarding community services?
Through you, Madam Chair, there do not appear to be any questions for this section.
Thank you. So there are no public questions regarding the community services section. I would like to call for a break, a lunch break for 30 minutes before we move to legislative services, at which point Councillor Bowman will be chairing. So let's take a recess now at 12:40 and be back here together with Legislative Services Chair Councillor Bowman at 1:10. So we will break for lunch from 12:40 until 1:10. Thanks, everyone.
Councillor Singh, Chair Bowman, Councillor Medeiros, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos, and Mr. Chair, you do have quorum. It is 1:10, and you can resume the meeting.
Very good. Thank you very much. Welcome back. We will start in with legislative services. And the first item on the agenda is item 9.11, a staff presentation regarding proposed bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts to make certain consequential amendments regarding firearms. And we have Paul Morrison, the acting commissioner of legislative services, here to make a short presentation to us. Paul, I will hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will start the presentation by saying that online as well is Dyson Smith. Dyson is a detective staff sergeant with the Intelligence Special Operations Division of Peel Regional Police. Dyson's joining to answer any questions you may have during the presentation. Dyson's been with Peel since 1999. He's currently the detective sergeant in charge of Intelligence Special Ops, which includes gang intelligence. And he's previously spent over 10 years in what is known as the Specialized Enforcement Bureau, investigating gun, gang, and drug crimes. So welcome, Dyson. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Council and committee members. At the 24th of February Committee of Council meeting, committee requested that staff report back on the ability for municipalities to ban handguns in their jurisdictions and to include information on key timelines and considerations, whereas it's related to legally owned handguns versus illegal handguns, and the number of illegal guns that come over the border. Today, I'd like to present an overview of the proposed legislational changes on municipal handgun ban provisions and gun trafficking penalties. So in late last year, the federal government proposed changes to Bill C-21, and on February 26, Bill C-21 was introduced to House of Commons. Proposed amendments were 4 in total. They were going to change some portions of the criminal code. Specifically, they were going to change the Firearms Act, the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Currently, Bill C-21 is on its second reading and continues to be so since February 26th. And the only section that applies to municipalities in question today will be the Firearms Act. Next slide, please. So we're talking of 3 classes of firearms today. Non-restricted firearms, which is, as you can see, the shotguns and rifles. The restricted, which is predominantly handguns, something that can be fired or held with one hand, and prohibited firearms, which is your sawed-off shotguns because there's a barrel length that's specific that you have to have, semi-automatic rifles, etc. So for the first classification, the non-restricted firearms, an owner has to have what they call a PAL, possession and application license. I'm sorry, possession and acquisition license. For the second and the third, those firearms specifically have to be registered with the government. Next slide, please. So under the firearm licensing regulation, we're looking at 2 specific areas to change: the Firearms Act and Part 3 of the Criminal Code. Additionally, all firearms that are under the registered or prohibited categories are registered through the RCMP in Ottawa through the Canadian Firearms Program. And they are also registered through, or you can register through, the local firearms officer, which in our case may be Peel Regional Police, who reports up through the provincial officer of the OPP. So there are a couple layers of application process for firearms. Next slide, please. So when we go after a PAL, if somebody wants a firearms, they'll ask for a possession acquisition license. That's submitted through a central processing application. If it's screened and it's no concerns, it goes through, you'll get your application or your license to possess a firearm. But if it's not, it's kicked back to the local firearms officers and they review it. They delve into the background, why it wasn't accepted, and if there's any need to have concern or investigate further. And then they'll report back to Ottawa. Firearms registration certificates. So once you have a firearm, you have a certificate. There is an ease of transfer, sale or buying of those firearms. So you can do it over the phone, you can do it over a web portal, and it's really not too encumbering. So there is a movement of firearms between owners and buyers. Next slide, please. You can see when we talk about firearms licensing and the regulation in Ontario and in Canada specifically, we have over 22 million firearms licenses out there. Ontario, we have 628,000, so under a third of that, or yeah, under a third of that. So we look specifically at what types of firearms are registered in Ontario and in Canada. Specifically in Ontario, you have 473 total restricted or prohibited. So that's the semi-automatic weapons or the handguns within the province. Next slide. So the proposed amendments to the Act. One, they want to prohibit storage of the handguns at home. And this is only if a municipal bylaw is enacted. We have the ability to prohibit the storage at home, prohibit the storage of anywhere within a municipality boundaries, and restrict the transportation of firearms. But there are exceptions. If you have a firearm at your home and you wanted to turn it in to Peel Police under an amnesty program, it can be transported. Next slide, please. There are other exceptions, and these would not apply to a handgun as you see there. So we have people who shoot handguns in the city of Brampton for competition. They go out, this is their sport. So they would be exempt from this. And anyone who has an authorization to carry. So there are some security people within the province, within the city that may have a permit given to them that they can have a firearm in their possession. This is outside of normal policing. Police officers have a special authorization under the criminal. And in defined circumstances or prescribed circumstances, which are yet to be described, the government hasn't told us what those are, and they're sort of holding this so they can create some more circumstances if necessary. Next slide, please. Compliance. So if we were to enact a municipal bylaw for the city of Brampton, and it goes through council, then anybody who has the firearms will notify them that they may be in contravention or they have to change. And they have under 180 days to comply with what we have directed. So they have to have time to make the changes, to find a place to store their firearms. And then they created a non-compliance penalty, so you could go up to jail, up to 2 years in jail, imprisonment, or you can have your firearms license revoked or your registration certificate to possess revoked, and you wouldn't be able to own a firearm for a period of time or indefinitely. Next slide. Other amendments look at penalty sections, as I said earlier, so they're increasing the maximum penalty from 10 to 14 years. And this includes the possession of prohibited or restricted firearms or the ammunition that it takes. Doesn't need both, one or the other. Possession of the weapon obtained by the commission of offense. And they presently have another bill they're looking at. If you use a firearm in the commission of offense, there used to be an automatic incarceration time. They're looking at changing that as well. Firearm trafficking, the possession of trafficked firearms, and if you're importing or exporting. So they're looking to make those amendments. Next slide. So where does this really impact our city? So you have the federal regulation. We can make our own municipal recommendations. But keeping in mind, when we do that, if we make a municipal bylaw, it will most likely be enforced by Peel Regional Police because our bylaw enforcement branch does not have the regulatory authority to enforce most of this act. Can't touch, hold, transport the weapons. So we've really been taken out of the mix. Next slide, please. So in saying that, what I gave you was a very quick, brief overview of legally registered handguns and long arms, all the firearms categories. What you asked was about illegal firearms. We don't have statistics to speak to that, and that's why I brought in the detective sergeant. Maybe he can speak to it a little bit more for us. Dyson, are you
Sure, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No problem, thank you. Through the chair, I have some stats that relate to illegal firearms. In 2020, in Peel Region, we, first of all, to clarify what these stats are, these are the number of crime guns, so guns that we seized that were actually used in criminal offenses or where the possession of them was illegal. So we're not talking about legally owned and legally possessed firearms, or at least ones that weren't used in criminal offenses. In 2020, we seized and submitted 134 firearms for tracing, that being 134 crime guns. Of those, 91 were handguns. 4 of the 134 total firearms were actually registered in Canada. Specific to Brampton, we seized 32 handguns, which were crime guns. 3 of those were registered. Now, what that means is that in this case, those 3 handguns that were registered to the person that was arrested with the gun. So they weren't stolen. In terms of stolen firearms, of the 134 firearms that were traced, 4 of them were in fact stolen. They were all handguns. 2 were stolen from other municipalities in Ontario. 1 was from Minnesota and 1 was from Alberta. So in terms of the amount of guns that are legally owned and registered that are used in crime, the numbers are very, very low, but it is definitely a factor. Overall, province-wide, in 2020, we seized and submitted 935 handguns, which were crime guns. Of those, 80%, actually 79%, originated in the USA. 21% came from Canada. And yeah, that should speak a little bit to the stats. So as you can see, registered handguns are a relatively small percentage of the handguns that we actually come across as crime guns. The vast majority are imported illegally from the United States.
Thank you very much for those informational statistics. We do have a staff report that we can bring forward at this time, item 9.2.1. And I did receive a message from our city clerk. There was some questions about deferral, but this is an information report, and once the information is known on the final legislation, the implementation and possible role of the province, staff can then come back to us and report back and make a recommendation on the report. So those people who wanted to speak to a deferral, I will get to you, but that is that's the sort of ruling on a deferral right now. So we will start with Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess I couldn't have said it better myself. Good to have the report before us. Happy to move receipt, and then once the province decides what they're going to do or anything changes, then a councillor can bring it back at that time, or staff can bring it to our attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. Next up is Mayor Brown. Did you want to speak to this?
I think I was, oh no, Mayor Brown was going, I apologize, go ahead.
No, that's okay, thanks. Mayor Brown? Okay, I don't hear Mayor Brown on, so we'll go to Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Sorry. You know, it's the beard and the hair. It makes it feel like we're really casual. Well, thank you, Paul Morrison and I'm sorry, I forgot his name that was just here speaking to us about the guns. Thank you for giving us the presentation on this. It was my thoughts exactly that after reading the report, great suggestions. However, we don't know what the province's recommendations are going to be. And so we need to, I do think it'd be good to hear what the next level of government has to say about this and receive comment from the Solicitor General around what their plans are going to be. So I have no further comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Up next, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting earlier. I have been observing and just attending some of the Community Safety Advisory Committee meetings over the past little while, and this issue has come up at that committee. I believe they even struck a separate committee called the Guns and Gangs Subcommittee. And I think that there have been suggestions around what to do with this, including possibly even having some sort of a town hall on this item. So I think it's important because we have this information for this presentation to also be shared with that Citizen Advisory Committee. Since it's very relevant to many of the things that they've been discussing, including what I've heard to be a town hall, possibly a town hall meeting. And because there are residents who sit on that committee who I'm not sure they actually have information, this information, I think it's important for them to receive the same presentation. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, when is the next, Brampton Community Safety Committee meeting? When's the next one?
Through you, Chair Bowman, I believe it's scheduled for June. They're scheduled quarterly, but that would not preclude a special meeting or another meeting being called by the chair.
Well, I think that, thank you, Mr. Clerk, and through you, Chair, I think that, it is important to get the feedback from the province. This is not a new topic. I know we discussed this before. I believe it was Councillor Williams who suggested that we have our own municipal buyback program for guns. This is not news. So I think that while we wait for the provincial feedback, I'm happy to support the receipt of the report from Councillor Paleshi, but I would like to make sure that the Brampton Safety Advisory Committee gets the same presentation. I don't think a special committee meeting is necessary, so I would like to add this to the agenda, if possible, to the Community Safety Advisory Committee meeting in June.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter. And Councillor, yes, we can send an email advisory out to the committee members after today's meeting with a link to the video that includes the presentation from Peel Regional Police and from the Commissioner, and a copy of the report and the presentation for their information, and add it to the June agenda.
That would be great, because I know that many of the citizens on that committee, given the recent discussion from that committee at the last meeting, they were talking about doing some sort of town hall. I don't think a town hall is going to be warranted, given the fact that this council now wants to wait to hear from the province. So just to be clear to them that this council has received this report and is going to wait until the province makes a decision, and then we can deal with this item then. But to preempt any sort of conversation in the public about this issue without all of that information would be inappropriate, I think. So I would certainly move that the presentation be given to the committee in June. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. Peter, do we need direction for that, or will you just do that as to the committees on your own?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll just go ahead and do that, and we'll send an email out to the committee members immediately after today's meeting as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Next up is Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular issue is important to myself, just because in the area I had a chance to grow up in, I could probably count on more than one hand how many people who I went to school with or I might have played basketball with who died, who've been murdered because of gun violence. People, I recall having a conversation. I was about 22 or 23. I was at the gym and I was talking to a guy who went to high school with, and he was telling me about his plans to go to get married, to have kids, to move out of the area that we grew up in, and then probably about 3-4 years later, he got killed by a gun. And so it's extremely unfortunate. It's extremely sad. And I just had a couple of questions. We hear it too often on the news. Somebody, whether it's in Toronto, whether it's in Peel or anywhere across Canada, who succumbed to gun violence. The question I have to I guess the Peel Regional Police is, will this help by banning the storage of restricted firearms? Do you believe it will help in the actual issue that we have with illegal firearms?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think, excuse me, I think the impact would actually be minimal. What it would do is it would eliminate the possibility of somebody doing a break and entry to a house where there are registered firearms, stealing them and then using them in crime. That is a relatively uncommon instance, but it's not implausible. Since 2018, we have not recovered a firearm that was stolen from within Peel and used in a criminal offense. It's not to say it wouldn't happen at all, but the vast majority of the guns that are used in crime are illegal. They're either illegally imported or trafficked in some other way. Very, very few of them are registered firearms.
Right, and so the issue I have is that, from what I understand, the research that I've done is that to have a firearm in your house, to have a restricted or a non-restricted firearm, you have to go through obviously the gun training course. You have to get your license. You have to have a storage area where like a locker, for example, that has a lock on it itself, and that you also have to have a safety within the trigger, another locking system within that as well. So I'm just wondering if this is something. There's a number of legal firearm owners in Brampton and across Peel and obviously Ontario. I'm just wondering what the actual, if it will put a dent in the actual issue that we're really facing, which is illegal firearms. Like I said, you have to store your firearms, to transport. You can correct me if I'm wrong. To transport your restricted firearm, it can only be from your house to the gun range, and if you can only be within that route, you can't take it off that route. And if you're stopped by a law enforcement officer, you have to have some type of letter indicating. First, you have to let them know that you do have a restricted firearm, but you also need that letter indicating that you're en route, that this is your fire, the range that you're going to. Is that correct?
Yes, all of that is absolutely correct. As I mentioned before, the one instance where this would be a factor is the stolen firearms. But admittedly, once that firearm's stolen, it becomes an illegal firearm again anyway. It is kind of adding legislation which is already there. The guns that we're seeing being used in gun crime are illegal guns anyway, without this bylaw.
Right. And again, I just wanted to give a personal perspective on, what a lot of the kids I grew up with, they're not here anymore because of illegal gun crimes. But then you also have to take into factor that there are legal gun owners here, and you don't want to pass a municipal bylaw, and we give a sense of relief to our residents, but we also let the upper levels of government off the hook as well. It doesn't seem like it'll accomplish much. Like you said, the evidence is really not there. That's the legal ones that are causing the problem. But we'll wait for, I guess, the legislation or whatever happens in those readings. But can you tell me, like, aside from the greater penalties, what is the government, that's doing, the federal government, or whether it's in the provincial government, or even our local police force? What are we doing to stop bringing those illegal guns across the border from the U.S.?
Thank you. Through the chair, I can't speak to what we're doing at the borders, but we do have, within Peel, we have the vast majority of gun crime is being committed by members of street gangs. We have 2 gang units within Peel, a gang enforcement unit and a gang intelligence unit. And we are continually running projects trying to stop the gun importing. Similarly, the OPP has their own anti-importing, anti-trafficking team, the Provincial Weapons Unit. There is a lot being done. As mentioned in this legislation, they are looking at increasing the maximum sentences. They're looking at lowering the minimums, but increasing the maximums for possession of illegal firearms. It is a battle that we're fighting constantly. One of the biggest things we're trying to do is get people that are arrested with gun crimes held in custody, because very often the people that are arrested with guns and are arrested for the shootings and the murders, they are getting let out on bail and then getting rearrested with guns again. It's a situation that tends to perpetuate itself onward and onward. We're doing everything we can. And at the higher levels of government, they are trying to support us with making the penalties a little bit greater. But it is admittedly a huge problem, the firearms coming in from the United States and getting into the cities.
Yeah.
So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. The thing is, I guess it's a conversation we can have for later, I guess, when the actual, the bill is passed, or if it's passed. But, I'm just hoping, again, this is not fool's gold. There's actual real issues that we need to get to resolved. And one of the things, anytime I speak to any member of the police, it's, these guys, we catch them, but they're out. Like the next day. And there was an issue in Toronto, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, where one of the people was firing back at the police, and they were let out on bail the next day. So he was literally shooting at the police, and he was let out the next day. And so in my opinion, the real issues are the illegal firearms. It's the justice system, where some of these people are let out the next day, and that's becoming a huge problem for us. But again, these are just a little bit of research that I did in the past couple of days, and again, thought I'd share my experience as well, just to kind of really hit home that this is such a huge problem. And the illegal the firearms that we're seeing is just it's unbelievable what some of these criminals are doing, these gangs. I was just in my reading, I was reading up on some of the gangs down on like Finch, Ardwick, and along the Finch corridor. There's a number of big, huge gun busts that they did, the police. And so it's just crazy. It's getting out of control. And I really hope that the Fed do something in regards to the illegal guns that are being shipped over to Canada and that are being used here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bowman. Thank you, Paul, and your team, and certainly to Representative Peel Regional Police for the presentation. I guess my question would lie along similar to what cannabis, that there was enforcement dollars that came with it when we decided to opt in. Just confirming, and I know the answer, but Paul, from what's being proposed, there's no sort of financial, I wouldn't say incentive, but there's no financial support to local police force who would have to enforce this or monitor if a municipality opted in.
Through you, Mr. Chair. To the best of my knowledge, Councillor, no, but Detective Staff Sergeant Smith might be able to comment further, but I don't know of any monies coming down from the federal government.
Hi, thank you. And through the chair, we do receive federal grants for gun and gang enforcement. However, I'm not aware of any way in which enacting this bylaw would enhance that in any way. It's all federal and provincial grants. I don't see anything linked to a bylaw or anything like that. Of course, the legislation hasn't ultimately been passed yet, but I'm not sure if it would make a difference one way or the other in terms of funding.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, and I think that's a concern. And I guess, you know, overall, the problem with the legislation as it, you know, sits or the proposed legislation, and specifically from the feedback I received and what you just talked about, we know that, you know, really focusing on the border and really focusing on other areas of our justice system. So something like this, which is being proposed, really has no teeth, and I kind of what gets me as well. It's almost understanding it's a political hot potato, and it's more smokes and mirrors than anything, because from what I'm hearing for the police community, it really doesn't impact, and it doesn't really, you know, for the intent of really gun control and fighting the illegal use of guns. So, and the fact that it's been sort of brought down to the municipalities or given to the municipalities, and we yet to be understand what the province's position on it. And I guess my question to you, Paul, as a relation, is that the fact that we have our authority through provincial legislation, I would assume then the province, the fact that, you know, once if it does pass, our participation or not would still have to be, for no lesser better term, would have to be approved by the province, or the province would have to give us or grant municipalities the opportunity and authority to opt in. Is that correct, or apply any type of change in legislation or in bylaw or enact a bylaw?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, you're entirely correct. If we enact any legislation, any bylaw changes, we have to notify the federal government, and they'll put us onto a registry for that. The other piece of this is interesting, that I know Hamilton and Mayor of Hamilton and Mayor of Vancouver said they both introduced motions passing the bylaw to prohibit firearms. But conversely, if we look at Alberta, there's a private member's bill already before Parliament there that is going to prohibit the enacting of bylaws to prohibit the weapons. Saskatchewan passed one last June that prohibits municipalities to ban the firearms as such. So some provinces have already taken that ability away. Ontario has not commented either way. So they haven't given anything out there to give an indication which way they would go on this. But yes, we stand in line behind what the province of Ontario does.
Great. Thank you very much, Paul. And I thank you for all the due diligence. And I do agree that this should be sent as information to our Community Safety Committee. And I thank you for everyone who put work into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Seeing no other questions, nope. We have a staff presentation moved by Councillor Pleshy that the presentation titled Proposed Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments regards to firearms to the Committee of Council be received, and that the report titled Proposed Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments to the Committee of Council also be received. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much, Commissioner Morrison, for the presentation. Appreciate that. We will move on now to item 9.2.2, excessive lighting, and I believe Councillor Williams held this. So, Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. I did hold this. Just had some questions. I remember back we had a number of people delegating on this item, and since then I've been just taking note of how some of the houses are lit around Brampton, and I definitely do see the concern that many residents have. And I've even gotten complaints into my office as well that some of these lights can be quite intrusive. But in particular, it seems like the pot lights around the house. So I just have some questions through you, Chair, to bylaw. Of all the complaints that have been made, what types of lights were the most bothersome? Do you have that ability to suss that out in the complaints that were made?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Williams. The complaint system doesn't actually specify the type, the nature of the complaint. I do agree with you that there is a lot of concerns surrounding the pot lights, the soffit lights, as we know them by. For the most part, that comes as a result of new installations. When people move into a new subdivision and they were builder installed lights for that purpose, everybody is kind of used to them from the beginning. Somebody goes to Home Depot on a Saturday and installs them in an older neighborhood, and it changes the whole feeling of the neighborhood as a result of one person's actions. It seems to be that we get most of our complaints as a result of that. There are a lot of circumstances where the lights are directed into windows and that sort of thing, particularly motion censored lights in rear yards or in driveways that are fired across the street onto the people in their living room across the street, or having this light go on and off in their window. We do get those, but most of the complaints are I would say, surrounding the new soffit type light.
Mm-hmm. And of all the complaints that do come in regarding those, I know you just said you can't really suss them out to separate them, but are they all justified? And when they are, what kind of measures are taken?
Well, through the chair, all the complaints are obviously taken seriously, but we use a 2-point kind of threshold to try and ascertain. Again, the minimum maintenance, the property standards bylaw is limited in what it provides as far as enforcement availability. There's no, we don't measure lumens and all the types of things that we would need the experience of a lighting engineer or somebody to try and determine how that should play out. But basically, what am I trying to say? I'm sorry.
The two-pronged lighting process, or two-pronged approach?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So we're looking for two things. If the lighting is designed for the use, for example, if it's a package from Home Depot or soffit lighting that is designed to be installed on residential property, that makes it very easy. So what we're looking at that point is to ensure that the lighting is being directed, physically being directed onto their own property and not angled in such a manner that it is being directed towards the property of an adjacent property. And that's what we did find with other municipalities when we benchmarked, that they're pretty much in the same boat, some being a little bit more restrictive and identifying that the lights actually have to be shone into an adjacent building's windows to actually be a violation. So we do try our best to try and make the determination. We get complaints. For example, we had one complaint. It was a person that when they got up to use the upstairs washroom at 2 o'clock in the morning, they could see the adjacent property's lights. There was no window blinds or any kind of drapes or curtains to try and afford any kind of privacy, but their concern was that they could see these lights at 2 o'clock in the morning. We don't put a whole lot of enforcement into something like that. This is there's people's interpretations are going to completely vary on lighting and what they find excessive. If you talk to the guy with the house in the middle, the guy on the right thinks it's beautiful, the guy on the left thinks it's excessive, and there's no real way to measure the specific the appropriate amount of light. I did in my research, I searched high and low to try to find some regulatory policies in municipalities or laws that actually restrict the outdoor lighting beyond what we do. And I really couldn't find anything.
Right. And so I know that finding the regulatory, outlines, it might be hard to find, but I wonder if, when people are looking to do these new enhancements to their lights in a neighborhood that might be just more used to a front porch light, maybe a back sensor light, and so on, that it's like having people refer to the city to find out what their limitations are. And so do we have any of those limitations except for, or is it just the bylaw? And if we only have the bylaw, do we need to be more specific and maybe consult a lighting expert to help us understand what our language needs to be to provide that specification for residents and even for development companies who are building homes, so that they are falling within compliance with our bylaw?
Through the chair, we only do have the bylaw. Building services, there's no light regulations on residential properties other than the minimum standards, coach lights and that sort of thing. But I think it's, again, like, would it be beneficial? Would it be helpful? If we were to go that route, we would certainly need to enlist the assistance of a lighting engineer, or somebody who could really understand the lighting patterns, how much, how many lumens are being, thrown on neighboring properties and that sort of thing. But again, the information that's out there really is limited when it comes to this. And again, as I was mentioning, I really was searching to try and find something where somebody really tried to clamp down on this to limit light intrusion. And they all seem to have similar responses that we do. And if you pin ourselves, again, we use the threshold we do, and the bylaw is somewhat subjective, and I think it's that way on purpose, because to try and prove otherwise, if we were to go out there with a lux meter and try to say, we come up with a bylaw to say that the lux can be this at this location, and somebody changes a light pattern or changes the lighting from some kind of incandescent system into an LED system, then we're coming back to square one. Electrical is not regulated by the city. The Electrical Safety Authority is the authority when it comes to this. You can go out on the weekend. You can notify the Electrical Safety Authority of the work that you are going to be doing, and you call the Electrical Safety Authority for the inspection. That's not something that the city even gets involved with.
Right. Okay. So the only concern I have with this is that, it seems to be a trend that is happening more often. And, when we're not a little bit more proactive with some of these trends, that we could be faced again with the conversation next term, and people calling in and making more complaints. So I wonder if it is beneficial for us to, do that consultation with the lighting professionals, just to kind of get a bit more benchmarking, because I'm just really worried that this is one of those things that just might escalate. So is that a possibility that we could just refer it back and get the consultation from some lighting professionals and really kind of look into what kind of explanation, at least, or exemption that could be outlined a part of this bylaw, so then that way we can prevent further issues down the line as more people are looking to go with these showcase lighting around their houses. Especially there's some houses that only have 3.5 feet to 4 feet between each house. So definitely having the hot lights along the sides of the homes, it is going to become more of a concern, and not knowing which lights to use when you're going to go do those upgrades on your house. It would be good to know which ones will fall in compliance with Brampton's bylaw should somebody make a complaint, right? So I guess as I would like to receive the delegation and maybe refer back to staff for further consultation from light professionals, just to provide some input and clarity to the bylaw as a proactive approach.
Okay, Councillor Williams, is that it?
Yes, that's it. If we, is that a direction that can be given to, or does it need to be referred back?
Well, I think you've asked for it to be referred back to staff.
Okay, does bylaw have any thoughts on that? Is that, would they want to see that just referred back, or?
So through you, Chair, we can go out and we can consult with the community to see if there's a more definitive standard they'd like to see. But I just want to remind everybody that our bylaw is representative of most of the bylaws across Canada for lighting standards. And it allows us to interact quite quickly and determine from our value system whether the lighting is appropriate or not. If we do go down the road of getting more explicit, we might have to go down the road of how do we investigate it. It brings to mind some concerns such as, the lighting on the second floor wall might be different than the first floor wall, so we might have to do some climbing of ladders, etc. It becomes more arduous of a task for the investigation. So right now, our standard is such that it allows us to make a value decision quite quickly. We can go consult. We'll take that direction. We'll go and ask to see if there's something more definitive, but it will come with some concerns.
I see. Thank you. Through you, Chair. So if it's going to come with more concerns, it's really more to just as we look at the bylaw. Yeah, I guess just to get some more of that consultation from the lighting professionals, and it would just be helpful. I think some residents would like to see a little bit more clarity, and also from that proactive stance. But I'll leave it there. I see that there's other people on the board, and I think I'm going to just stick with the referral back to staff. Thank you, through the chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul and John. Yeah, this is a big issue. I know I got a lot of complaints, and they look gorgeous. There's a big difference on the second floor and when you have a bungalow or a two-story. I always thought there was a bylaw because we look at our signs when people want to put a sign in front of their stores and all. They say, well, we look at the lighting. It affects people's windows or homes. Meanwhile, residential's okay. Now you get these type of lights that they sell now, LDs. They're very low in the electrical bill. They have 5 little dots in there, but it's like having 3 light bulbs of 100, and they give lots of light and direct down. But can't we look at, because I go by Professor's Lake and they do look really nice, I gotta say, but some of them have, like, so many of them, they're like 3 to 4 feet away. Now I understand you have to get you measure from one side to another and try to divide it. But if they put 3 instead of 6 on the front, it makes a big difference because those things give lots of light. So I don't know how I would send it back. I would support Councillor Charmaine Williams on that to see. And again, I understand we don't have no jurisdiction on electrical. We don't inspect anything like that. It's done through something else. But so I always thought there was a bylaw. My question is, so we don't have no bylaw on residential lighting?
No, sir. We just
no. Okay. No. Yeah, like I see, like even in the back of my house, you put some lights there. You're in the summertime, you sit. But then what happens is you get your neighbor saying, "Pat, it's 1 o'clock, or 12 o'clock," and it goes right in the bedroom. And I understand what they're saying, but so I always thought there was, because we do have it for industrial or commercial, having signs in front of their factories or stores and stuff. So because there's residents are across the street, so maybe send it back and say a lighting company could come back and maybe say, we can look on a bylaw. Okay, you're only allowed so many lights, and they have to be so many feet away from each other. That way, at least it reduces from 6 lights on one area of the front of the house to 3 lights. It still gives it. But also, talking to a lot of these residents, they're saying, besides the looks, when you get these lights on, it keeps the crime away, because where it's dark areas, that's where the people really breaking cars and stuff. So they're very concerned on that. I know in front of my house, I have 5 of them. But mine's a bungalow. It's in the front. It's not affecting anyone on the side. But they could also use as a timer. Hits a certain time, it goes off and on, or put a motion sensor. Anyway, just my thoughts. And but the problem is the stores sell them. It's just like the fire pits. They're illegal, but they sell them. Or these gazebos, you're allowed 10 by 8, but they sell 20 by 20. And people are putting them up, and they do look nice. And like one neighbor has them, everyone has them. The whole street looks like daylight, and affects the odd person who doesn't have them. Okay, thank you. I'll support Councillor Charmaine Williams to send it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Last to speak is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'm seeing the motion now. I thought I heard we're going to consult the public, but I think what Councillor Williams was saying, and I see in the motion that we're going to consult with lighting professionals, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that's the way it's written.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. And, you know, I did talk to a lot of residents. I drove a couple of times late at night, and I realized how popular this is. So I'm just fearful and hesitant of creating a whole regulatory framework around this. You know, it's just, I don't want to start getting involved in lighting and have bylaw involved. And then, and given the fact I've just had 1 or 2 complaints in my term. So I just, I'll support it going back to staff, but I'm not looking forward to a regulatory framework around lighting. Maybe some cleaning up language, but I don't want to get that involved in people's lives and have bylaw involved with the lighting of homes. So I just think we got to be a little bit careful, but if we want to do some consultation, that's fine. And the number one reason I heard over and over again was crime. And that's why a lot of people are doing this, because they feel like, you know, the visibility deters criminals. So we just got to be careful about getting too involved in this. That would be my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. Oh, the list has grown. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really wasn't going to speak, but I think I like Councillor Singh suggested, you know, it was back in the previous term and then into this term, there was a huge campaign from PRP to community safety to trying to get more lights outside your house to illuminate the area to deter crime. It's a huge community safety combat. I'm not interested in supporting this referral. I don't know what I don't even know how you get any kind of outcome in terms of this coming back. And I think when it comes down to it is, and I have dealt with this before with people on a street that were complaining about a house and the amount of pot lights that they had on their house. And it was an extremely simple conversation about what that person could do, and ultimately the street was all happy. Everybody was happy. So it's conversations that I feel that need to be had if there's an issue in councillors' wards that they're having to now bring this forward and refer it back to staff to hire somebody to have more staff time in this. So I'm not interested in supporting this. I'm happy that we've, you know, had the conversation and that staff were here to talk about it, but I'm not going to be supporting this going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, just to agree 100% with Councillor Singh and Councillor Palashi. You know, people usually get the lights because they've had some type of you know, criminal issue. You know, I had 2017, my street, none of us had pot lights or kept our lights on for that matter. And we had a person who was trying to break into the back doors of everybody's houses. And so from that point forward, we all got pot lights put in, not, you know, like as crazy as a lot of other people, but we keep an eye on each other on the street, and you know, we talk to one another, and since then we've not had knock on wood, we've not had an issue, but at least we can see now. We've installed security cameras, and the light allows us to see what's going on. And so I understand where Councillor Williams is coming from, but I just think I don't know how you know, much of a impact you know, it will have, and if there's a regulatory process involved with this, I just can't support that. So I'm going to go against the referral.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Singh is asking for a recorded vote I'd just like to add my 2 cents to this as well. This has already come back from our bylaw guys. They've admitted that this is something that's highly personal and subjective, and it's going to be very difficult to bring bylaws and to bring people into conformity with it. So, you know, I'm happy with the way it is now and the way it was presented as well. But I will leave it up to the individual councillor. A recorded vote has been called. Mr. Clerk, could you call the recorded vote, please?
Members of committee, a recorded vote's been requested on the referral motion. All in favor of referral, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
No.
Councillor Singh.
No.
Councillor Fortini.
No, I guess not.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
No.
Councillor Paleshi.
No.
Councillor Willens.
No.
Councillor Vicente.
No.
Councillor Santos.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Chair Bowman.
No.
Mr. Chair, that motion does not carry. 1 to 10.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Paleshi, would you like to move acceptance of the original report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any opposition to the to receiving the report? I see none, so that carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Avbar, for that report. Very well done. We will move now to 9.23 was in consent. 9.24 private property parking enforcement technology fee was held by Councillor Fortini. So Councillor Fortini, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, just a couple of questions. So the report, are we going to go back on private properties now and start giving tickets? Is that what we're doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, the report sets out, we will continue to just do public properties. There are private contractors that do the private properties. They have been using paper tickets. And with the paper tickets come with problems. Misprinting, illegible writing, an inability to put photographs of the violator on there. So what we have done is we've taken our program that we brought in last year through GTECHNA, and we've advanced to the point now we can roll it out to the private contractors so they can be more efficient and effective in their enforcement of private properties. One of the big advantages to this is they will now be able to take photos with their phones of the violations, which they couldn't do before when they wrote out a paper ticket. And if somebody wants to protest the ticket at court, now there will be actual photographic evidence as to the violation. So this makes us much better in the way of streamlining the ticket issuance. And it also helps us in the back end in the courts, because all those manual tickets that they hand out, almost 18,000 tickets a year, are handwritten. They have to be entered into our systems. So it takes a clerk to data entry, all of that. We're trying to eliminate that process and just have them automatically uploaded as they issue the ticket at the scene.
Very good, because I remember going back 2010, 2011, bylaws used to give tickets in private property, and it was a big issue. And so, you know, someone has to be there to sign, and there's always a problem. So I'm glad we're keeping it with the private people. They have signs there they could tow if they want, unauthorized vehicles, and let the private people do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. Will you move this motion?
No.
Was that a yes?
Yes, yes,
Oh.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sorry. So moved by Councillor Fortini that the report titled Private Property Parking Enforcement Technology Fee to the Committee of Council meeting March 29th, 2021 be received, that a user fee of $890 be approved to recover the cost of software licenses that will allow private parking officers to issue electronic tickets, and that the user fee bylaw be amended by adding a private property parking enforcement technology fee, inserting this fee into Schedule D enforcement fees of bylaw 380, 2003. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. 9.2.5 was in consent. 9.2.6, the terms of reference for the procedural bylaw review subcommittee. I held that, and I only had, we've got, I think, people who want to speak to that. Councillor Paleshi. So I will let everybody else go first, and then I've just had a very simple question, so I'll hold it till the end. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was trying to hold it as well, but I guess from what I've heard in listening to some of the conversations around striking up this committee and then further dialogue, I think at one of the last meetings as well, I only had ever heard myself, and members can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was yourself, Mr. Chair, Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Willens, and myself that were interested in sitting on this. So I think what I'd like to do is just put that forward. I know you have questions. I'm not sure if you're trying to make any changes or not, but those were the 5 members that I was wanting to put forward, unless there are other members that that also wanted to sit on the committee or on the subcommittee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. No, my question was simply, when are we going to appoint the 5 members? So you've already done that. If that carries, if there's anybody else that is interested, they can put their name up or speak now. I don't see anybody. So nope, nobody else. So that the council appoint up to 5 members. Procedure Bylaw Subcommittee being Councillors Paleshi, Willens, Bowman, Vicente, and Santos. Was that who you had mentioned, Councillor Paleshi?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody on that list do not want to be on this committee? Seeing none, then we will go with that. I see no other questions. So if you would like to move that, Councillor Paleshi, we have the terms of reference for the procedural bylaw. Terms of reference is set out in the appendix to this report be approved, and the council appoint up to 5 members to the procedure bylaw committee. Councillor Paleshi, Willens, Bowman, Santos, and Vicente. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. 9.2.7 is also in consent. 9.2.8 was withdrawn earlier today. That brings us to new business. 9.3.1, and that is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Dillon regarding business licensing bylaw 332/2013, driveway paving contractors. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I appreciate staff's commitment to resolving the illegal driveway widening issue and the contracting work being done in Brampton. You know, I've had some conversations with them in the recent days as well. And so on March 27, I was able to have a meeting with approximately 25 licensed contractors in the city to discuss some of their concerns with the new bylaw, but also some of the suggestions they brought forward. They've had a number of concerns, but the overarching theme is the inability for smaller contractors to compete with the larger companies and simultaneously ward off being undercut by those who are the actual problem, which are the illegal contractors who are going to continue to do illegal work with or without bylaws, as well as the homeowners who are willing to circumvent the rules. And in many cases, residents will get a legal portion done, then they'll quote unquote touch it up illegally after that. And so the attendees at this meeting made it clear that one of their concerns is with the amount of the deposit for sure, but they're open to a more reasonable amount. But they're also it's the potential of other municipalities adopting a similar model. And so they fear this would create an environment where the smaller licensed contractors would be at a disadvantage within the market to the bigger players and could eventually be weeded out. So while they're willing to pay, they don't understand the justification and the logic for the deposit requirement if we're not going to address the real problems as per what they said. And essentially what they're asking is why are we placing the burden on those who are following the rules, willing to follow the rules, but not simply increase the enforcement on those who are not following the rules. And homeowners, as they suggested, similar to the illegal basement issue, should bear some brunt of the bylaw. They should be informed thoroughly regarding the penalties, which are up to $25,000 in fines, and furthermore, also be held accountable for the extension with increased fines. So that's what they're saying. So licensed contractors, they say they're frustrated with the city of Brampton right now with the limited success against the illegal contractors, because oftentimes licensed individuals would report those working illegally, but they say it was met with little or no response. So in addition to this, the attendees advise of companies who also build basements or do other construction at the homeowners' properties, but they'll also actively promote doing driveway paving as well. And so I brought a motion. I had some conversations with Rick beforehand as well. And perhaps, Peter, you can get it on the screen. So basically it's, therefore be resolved that under the bylaw, the amount of $15,000 be reduced to $5,000, that staff consider through the comprehensive licensing bylaw review the possibility of implementing a tiered strike-based system where the annual deposit is increased after each infraction up to $15,000, where the third strike will result in a suspension or a loss of license. The increased enforcement activities of illegal contractors. Number 4 is implement an education and an awareness campaign for homeowners and contractors. Just to let people know that there's a list online of people who are registered with the city that are allowed to do it, that they can only select from that list. And number 5 is staff report back on possibilities of an online repository to allow for contractors to track and record completed work. So basically the gist of the conversation we had was from the legal and registered contractors was that, listen, we do all of our work legally. We don't prefer this $15,000 deposit, but what's affordable for us and what's fair is $5,000. They said we're willing to pay that as well. But what they'd like to see is a system where the homeowners are made aware of what's allowed and what's not allowed. That's they're requesting the brunt. Some of the penalties go upon them as well, the homeowners, because what they do is make those calls after, and they want the increased enforcement of illegal contractors, and again, they want to show the city. They're asking for inspections, but I guess what Rick had recommended was maybe we can have an online repository for the contractors to upload their work, so that if any situation happens following the construction, that there's a record of it. Because again, what happens is sometimes the residents getting their driveway done will get some enhancements done, which don't fall under the bylaw. So that's the motion on there. And if I can just ask Rick to just kind of expand upon number 2, when we say consider through the comprehensive licensing bylaw review, what exactly that means? If you can just explain that, Rick. Is Rick there?
Rick, your microphone's muted at the moment. Just unmute, please. Rick, your microphone's on now, but we're not hearing you. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, while we're resolving Rick's microphone, I'll just advise that staff are undertaking a comprehensive review of the business licensing bylaw, and if this motion were to carry, we would include that this provision in that review in terms of the possibility of a tiered system for the annual deposit.
What's the time frame on that, Peter?
I believe we were looking to bring something by the end of the year, so either end of this year, early next year to council. But if this carries through you, Mr. Chair, we can report back as expeditiously as possible, because we know that the paving contractors, their license renewal comes up in April of this year.
Yeah, can we put a date on that though? Because they're starting up very soon. They've started up already, but they're holding off. They said they're not doing any of the work, or a lot of the work rather.
Councillor, can you guys hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I'm not sure what was happening, but I guess the impetus behind the deferral of putting into action right away item number 2 is that we didn't want to jeopardize another year of enforcement on the driveway widening program. I think it's been held in abeyance, and Paul, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the second year, or it's been 2 years now that we've suspended, action on the driveways that were found to not be in compliance, and so we wanted to make sure that everything that was in place, all the work that we had done to put the training program in place and everything this year would be in effect, albeit potentially with a reduced security deposit as outlined in number 1. But the item number 2 is a little bit quicker, or a little bit more involved to be able to turn around in a week or 2 weeks time. And so instead of sort of jeopardizing this year's enforcement program, we thought maybe we could put this off to the consolidated or comprehensive, I should say, review of the licensing bylaw, which would presumably be done in time for next year's paving season.
So, but the number 1 will be immediate, and number 2 you're going to do the review, right?
Yeah, at council's direction, we would put it would take, I think, a week or 2 to turn around the first item, but that could be done in time for this year. The second item would be a little bit more involved. Likewise, with any sort of online repository, would be a little bit more of an involved process. So, through you, Mr. Chair, if we could delay those at all, it would be preferable.
Yeah, that's fine. One more question, and it's a possible amendment as well, maybe in number 6. Rick, we never had a conversation about this. The licensed contractors are committed to doing the right thing, and what they've also asked for is a license number that they're able to display on their signs and the trucks, because they want to make sure that the work that they do and anybody who knows about their work, they know that if they have the license number there, that this is an actual legitimate company that's doing work. So, they're really proactive and committed to working with the city, and they've kind of requested this as well. Do they receive a license number, and if not, is that something we can give to them so that they can show people that, hey, listen, we're legit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll defer part of that question to the clerk's office. I'm not too sure what is issued in terms of a license number. I do know that we will be listing all of the licensed contractors on our website so that the residents can refer to that to confirm that the contractor has gone through the appropriate steps to get a license through the city of Brampton. But perhaps somebody else can answer the question whether or not we actually issue a license number to the contractors.
Through the chair, this is Teresa. Yes, we do issue a file number for every license that's issued, and every license would have a unique identifier file number.
So if they were to, Teresa, if they were to write that like, what can you kind of give an idea of what the actual license number is? Like, what, like, is it just a number, or is it like a combinations of numbers and letters? And can they put this on their truck? Can they say license number such and such?
Through the chair, I think it is a combination of numbers. I don't have one in front of me right now. I think we would have to take that back to see if that's something that would be appropriate to display on the truck, but it would definitely be on the actual license they have. So we could definitely consider that.
So do you suggest that maybe we can have staff look into some type of licensing? I don't think it'd be too difficult if we can, for number 6, put in staff look into providing license numbers that the contractors could display.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Paul. I'll look, yes, that's probably a good point. We might be able to look at it and provide a sticker, much like we do for mobile licensing for taxis, etc. It is a little complicated, but we can look at that.
Yeah, thanks. I right now I don't have any further questions or comments. I'll let my colleagues speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. The meeting was really good. So I had some conversations with a lot of these people, and they have no issue with it. Going back to the licensing, they also said the same thing. Maybe if we provide a sticker. I know that a lot of these asphalt companies work all over municipalities. They're going to have a bunch of stickers probably on their vehicles, but at least it shows that they're licensed. But they also, Teresa, I think this is one for you, is that some of them are calling me saying that they haven't received nothing yet, so they have to go online to pay. Usually they get called when to pay.
So through the chair, because we knew this item was coming, we've actually held off on sending the renewal packages out. They are going out this week. We were just waiting to see what happened with this discussion today. We are moving to an online application form as of April 1st. However, we will work with the contractors to help them through this new process. And we have opened up some appointment availability for them to book time to come into the office as well. And that will all be in the notice that will be going out either tomorrow or Tuesday.
Okay, that's great work. Yeah, because a lot of these people, they already started doing sales and they got flyers out. And I guess, even though going the stickers for their license, their flyers, they've already been going out and they're doing door knocking. The asphalt's going to be open probably next week. The 15th, it should be open. And I know now they're going to start digging. And I know they have to come up with lots of money at the beginning because they got to pay diesel, they got to get insurance, they got to get stickers, and they got to dig for 2 or 3 weeks until they start actually doing asphalt. And that's when they receive money. They got workers to pay. So I'm glad we're using it that way. I think this will be a good step forward. And a lot of them complain saying that we're following the rules and we have also these illegal people not doing it. So maybe we could really crack down on them. That way the people that are legit and doing the right thing for everyone will help. So I will support it. And thank you, Councillor Dillon, for setting up the meeting, and everything's good for the driveways. So Paul, so we're going to start, we have, you said about 600 driveways to look at. We're going to start looking into those driveways now then, once this is all settled?
So Councillor, right now, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, we're up to about just under 1,000 driveways.
Okay, so we're gonna start looking into it now.
So Council's direction was that when the emergency order ended, we were going to start looking into the driveways. The emergency order is not ended yet, but if Council changes direction and gives us permission to go and start this, we are prepared to go start.
Okay, well, I'll wait for my colleagues, whatever they want to do. One thing is, we got to be very careful on some of these driveways. One thing is asphalt. One thing is when they got the aggregated wash or stamped concrete. If they're all 5-6 inches up to under a foot and under, we can let it go. It's when we got to look at these people when they have 8 feet more, 10 feet more, or everything. But for 6 inches to a foot is not the end of the world. Sometimes they make a mistake on measurements, or their lots off square and they like to keep their driveway square. So that's the only thing I ask staff to be very careful on. So thank you once again for.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. And sorry, I missed Councillor Palashi, who was actually on there first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No worries. It's probably your hair. I support this this direction. I guess there's two things that I want to ask the mover of the motion to see if you can change, though. The reduction of from 15 to 5. I know what you're trying to do there. I understand, and I think I agree on a reduction, but I think to 5 is a little bit is too much because of the fact that, and I think Councillor Fortini can comment on this. Driveways, when you're talking about patterned concrete, or even when you get into concrete, it's a lot more than $5,000, and depending on the driveway, it's probably less than 15,000. So maybe if we could meet in the middle, reduce it to 10,000. But also on that, because I have had discussions with contractors, it's with, like anybody, if they're going to provide the city of Brampton a security deposit in actual dollars, the city of Brampton, and I don't believe that we should, but the city of Brampton isn't ever going to give them that money back with the interest that they have, that they should be really collecting. It's going to sit in our bank. We're going to collect the interest. We're going to take the interest, and if they ever want the deposit back, we're just going to give them the deposit back, which isn't right, but I don't want to get into paying of interest. So I was wondering if there would be an opportunity to further amend this to open up the opportunity for some kind of LOC. Let that money sit in their bank, let them collect the interest, but we have the letter of credit that gets renewed on an annual basis to ensure that the money is there for our taking, but it is sitting in which is, I think, just as good. The money is sitting in their bank account. Can I just get staff to comment on the potential for a letter of credit instead of the actual dollars?
To be fair, this is Teresa. So the process already allows for the letter of credit. So the security can be submitted by certified check, bank draft, or letter of credit. And we have sent all that information out previously to the contractors, and the template letter of credit that must be submitted as well.
Oh, perfect, Teresa. Could you tell me when that was sent out?
The original letters went out to all the existing contractors on March the 4th. And
Okay.
then we did update them that the renewals would be sent out at the end of March.
Okay. So then at that time, the contractors that were asking hadn't received that as of yet. So that's perfect. But just to Councillor Dillon then, how would you feel about reducing that to 10,000?
Great, Chair, may I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
No, I appreciate the suggestion, Councillor Flashy. The issue is, as Councillor Fortini mentioned, there's a lot of upfront cost to these to the legal guys doing their work. They suggested something lower. I said, listen, we gotta, you can't do that low. And so we had a conversation with Rick this morning, and Rick was okay with the $5,000 as well. And so that's why we recommended getting the number 2 in there, which is going to be under review. That if you don't follow the rules, you'll face the penalties, and it'll go up each time. So it'll go to 10 after the first time, and then the second time it'll go up to 15, and the third strike will result in the suspension of the loss of license. And so I guess the basic principle that it was an issue of principle for them to hit. They said, hey, listen, we're trying to do the right thing. We're even giving you suggestions to do to improve the system. For example, the repository and getting the license numbers to display, and increasing the enforcement. But that was the one part they said was a little bit tough for them. And so 5,000 is still a lot for them, but we were able to through our conversation, convince them that, listen, we need this is kind of the minimum we require from you, and staff was okay with that when we spoke to them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dillon, and I can recognize that you put a lot of work and a lot of effort into this, and I appreciate that. Maybe I just ask staff a question then and walk me through the process. If if a resident calls that has had their driveway done, but it is not done legally, or it needs to be ripped up and redone, and that driveway's cost is, let's say, $10,000, let's say $8,000. What is the process in terms of having that driveway redone? Does the resident do they have to go to court, or is that deposit that we have, do those dollars go into redoing that driveway?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Paul Morrison. Just to answer the councillor's question, no, that deposit goes towards the investigation of the installation of that driveway. So if we have to go back and investigate from bylaw perspective, then there's a cost to that investigation, and it would be weighed against that the deposit. The reconstruct of the driveway, if it's an error, is an issue between the contractor and the homeowner. We don't want to get in the middle of it, because some of the driveway corrections could be as little as a couple $1,000s for asphalt, but they could be as much as $40,000 for some of the elaborate driveways to go in. So that deposit doesn't cover any of that activity. It covers our investigative activities only. So when we talk about limits, and the Councillor Dillon talks about the 3 strikes, so it's anticipated that our return visit may be between somewhere, and don't hold me to this number, but $300 to maybe $700, depending on what our work goes into. We could be 3 or 4 visits and still be within a decent amount of money for the inspection. So I don't foresee us touching the 15,000, but it might get up there depending on how many illegal driveways the contractor does. It's really based on the volume of the contractor. So some might only do 1 illegal driveway in a year, but some contractors may just feel that they want to take the penalty, and they just keep rolling down a street and do a dozen driveways. So that's why we built that larger number in there, to accommodate the larger infractions.
Okay, and then just if by chance we have to go to court against a contractor for whatever reason, but we are the ones that are going to the court, do these dollars then, can they be put towards any court costs that we incur?
Through you, Mr. Chair, most likely not. It's really more for our investigative time. If we do find the driveway is in violation, we do charge the contractor, but we also have the option to continue to go after and investigate and charge the homeowner too. If they're complicit to the extra large driveway, we do have discretion to go and take them to court as well.
Okay, thank you. I was under the impression that we were, I guess, doing this to help essentially the residents cover any costs of a contractor not providing the service legally, and them not really knowing or understanding and taking their word for it. So I guess that's where I was coming from for this. I guess that's essentially not the case. This is more on the licensing side of things. I guess my last comment would be to, is there an opportunity, as much as I don't agree with providing anybody stickers, I'm sure that the contractors can take those numbers once staff have looked at this and put it on their own trucks, put it on their own signs when they stick up after they've done such a great job and want to advertise in that neighborhood for the work that they've done. But is there an opportunity for us to publish everybody that is licensed for driveways in the city of Brampton, to kind of have a go-to page where people can see that these are the licensed and approved kind of, I don't want to say vendors of choice, but I guess just licensed companies that in Brampton that they can choose from?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to allow Teresa to answer that question, but I'd like to just go back one question that you had, Councillor Pellecci, and that was, what good is this process for? And it really is to reinforce the rules of the driveway installation with the contractors, so the consumer has a relatively good feeling that the contractor knows what the rights and wrongs are of putting those driveways in. Really, that's what it comes down to. That's what we're trying to personify in the industry, is they know the rules. They're supposed to put it down as to the rules.
Yeah, and I know, and I understand now. It's residents. When I had talked to residents, they when their comments were, well, the city really has our back, because if the contractor screws up, you have that money that we can utilize for fixing the repairs, right? So I guess it's just a communication on some parts to say that this is actually what the monies are for, and not what some residents may think. And I guess some residents probably do think that. But just to go back on the question to Teresa then.
Through the chair, actually, Councillor Pellecci, in June of 2019, the council passed a resolution to place the listing of the contractors on the website. So the driveway contractors have all been listed since June 2019 and are still listed there today and updated every time we get a new one or one is removed.
Great. Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dillon, you were back on the board. Did you have more to say?
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing, just to Councillor Pellecci's point. That's something they're really requesting as well, the contractors, that during the education and awareness part of this, that we let the residents know that to look online for that list of contractors, so they know that these contractors that are on the website, these are the legitimate ones registered with the city, and that we can choose from one of these. So that was another point that they were really stressing too. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, this is Rick. And I just maybe for the information of all of council, we have been working with strategic communications, and we do have a very thorough public awareness campaign as well as the contractor awareness campaign. So I can follow up if you would like some updates on what that campaign looks like in terms of the steps that we're taking in order to get the word out to the public. But their strategic communications has been very thorough and working with us to deliver on that. And I also did want to note that both IT and strategic communications have been incredibly resourceful and supportive in rolling out the online training program that we do have in place. And Teresa noted to me today that we've now successfully, or I guess 49 of the 50 contractors that have gone on and taken the online education program and test have been successful in passing that test. And we have had some contractors come in and register with the $15,000 security deposit as well. And as Teresa noted, going forward, we'll take council's direction in whatever reduction they see fit.
Thank you, Rick. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I'm good. I got my questions answered, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Fortini for the second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Only 2 times. So Teresa, we're going to be sending the money back if we approve this?
Through the chair, Councillor Fortini, I believe perhaps we've just received letters of credit, so we will be in touch with those driveway contractors to make sure we get that corrected with them.
Okay. I just wanted to tell council, a lot of the good contractors don't want to dig grass or dirt. They don't want to widen. It's not because of the money. It's the problem is dumping the dirt. There used to be a dump here in Vaughan, which is closed down. So any dirt they have to go all the way to Hamilton. That's a big haul for a truck to go back and forth. So a lot of them, what they do is they store in their yard when they got time. So a lot of the guys will say, when you want to widen an extra 2 feet, that's a big expense for them. So unless they bring this dirt in their backyards and stuff like that, they don't want to do it. So most of the contractors have been pretty good. And now it's even harder this year because, like I say, there's no dumps around here. They're going to have to go all the way to Hamilton, and they don't want to do that because it's a big expense for them on a whole man, a truck, and diesel back and forth. So anyway, I'll support this, and thank you, Gurpreet, once again, and staff. Great report.
Thank you very much. I see no other speakers. I do have one question, and that's to Paul. You mentioned we are now at 1,000 investigations that we haven't started. Is that the right number?
Yes, sir. To you, Mr. Chair, it is the right number. We're just under 1,000 that we've put on hold. We have been working in the background trying to look at some of those driveways to see if we can do some pre-work, but it's difficult until we actually engage in an honest and full investigation.
And your staff is ready to go on that, other than the fact that council has told you not to do it while we're in emergency?
Well, we're always ready to investigate driveway infractions. When council put us on hold, we stopped doing it, as you know. Our other work continues, so we have been doing a lot of other work. But if council does direct us, we will go back to doing driveways. I can't promise you we'll clear that backlog in a very short time, but we will start looking at how we can start reducing it.
Because to my way of thinking, this is only going to get worse and worse and worse now that we're in a paving season. I don't know if we need to add it to this motion or create a separate motion that gives you guys the authority now. I think we've been, what, almost a year without looking at them?
To you, Mr. Hare, yes, over a year. And some of that is because of the emergency order and COVID, we put a hold on it. But some of it was, we don't typically investigate during the colder seasons, winter and a little bit of late fall and early spring, only because not much work is done out there. And we can't expect a homeowner to go out there and put shovel in the ground or repair something when there's frost in the ground. So most of our work does take place from April right through till October. That
okay.
answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Clerk, would it be appropriate to add an item on this Councillor Dillon's motion that we begin the investigation of these 1,000, or would we need a separate motion for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my advice would be that it's a separate item. This is about the business licensing as it relates to the paving contractor. So if the item is on enforcement of illegal driveways, then that could be a separate item that could be added to the agenda, or could be discussed at the April 14th Committee of Council meeting.
Okay, that's fine. I will add it to the April 14th because I think we've gone long enough, and you know, that number is getting to be almost unmanageable if we don't do something about it. So thank you very much. So Council, you see the motion before you, moved by Councillor Dillon. Is there any opposed?
Councillor Willens is opposed.
Okay, Councillor Willens is opposed. Any others opposed?
Councillor Williams is opposed.
Okay, that's Williams and Willens. Anybody else? Seeing none, that passes. So we will move on. That moves ahead. Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, why are we reducing anything? So
yeah, Councillor Williams, I think your mic's still on. Okay. Our next item is item 9.5, Councillor question period for this section. Do any members have any questions? I think everyone's been questioned out. So we will move on. Public question period. This is normally where we invite members of the public to come forward to the podium and ask any questions with any recommendations made by committee today. Given our virtual meeting, questions are sent to the City Clerk's office. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions regarding legislative services today?
No questions for this section, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. With that, we will end this section, and I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros to chair Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. Per my practice and my support of my vice chair, I've asked him to chair the meeting. So over to you, Councillor Vicente. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I take on the yoke with pleasure. So today we're doing economic development. Our next item is 10.1.1, a staff presentation regarding advanced manufacturing analysis with a focus on robotics and automation. Welcome, Martin Bowl, and this is related to staff report item 10.2.1, which we can bring forward and consider after the presentation. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here to provide a short update on the report before you today. This was a report that was started in October 2020 through a federal grant, 50% funding. So the federal government, through their Canada Export program, provided us with almost $12,000 to conduct this study, with really a focus on advanced manufacturing and investment readiness for robotics and other technologies. So on the first slide, please, we can see that the study's overall objective was to assess the readiness for new technologies in advanced manufacturing. And really, we asked the consultant to work with us to provide us with a statistical overview of Brampton's manufacturing companies compared to other provincial jurisdictions. And the key here also was to interview 8 Brampton firms. We also assessed the capacities of Brampton's manufacturers to actually undertake investment opportunities in robotics and technology. So who is the Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturing? This is an advanced manufacturing group, a not-for-profit organization based at the University of Western Ontario in London. They work with all kinds of manufacturers across Ontario and Canada to foster the growth of the industry. They have staff and expertise on their board to work on extensive experience in manufacturing and research, industry meetings, and they also have several studies and profiles that they conduct on manufacturing companies across Canada. And part of their work with us was to actually produce profiles of the companies that they conducted interviews with. I don't think I have to stress too much for council here today that manufacturing is significant in Brampton. We have over 400 strong firms. We are looking at how to build, especially during COVID, business retention activities, and really focusing on what does this mean for economic recovery for the next year or so. Next slide, please. So manufacturing is important in Brampton. It's a key cornerstone to our economic strategy. Manufacturing, as we know, is facing a lot of challenges, not only in infrastructure, human resources, and many new government policies. We wanted to talk to all of these companies and more about their readiness to invest and promote robotics and innovation. It's a very broad group that we were able to interview. We have profiles on all of these companies. I will summarize towards the end some of the main recommendations coming out of this, but you can see, for example, we have robotics and automation covered through AB&B. We have MDA, aerospace and robotics, some very sophisticated robotics in these companies. And then we have others like Maple Lodge, chicken and turkey manufacturing, which are prioritizing robotics, but may not be along the investment chain as maybe ABB or some of the other companies. We interviewed Taro, pharmaceutical company, Coca-Cola bottling, and AFA Systems and Amcor, plastic containers, and robotic packaging equipment. So a very diverse sector. Also want to emphasize there's 40,000 plus workers in this sector. Most of these companies were very busy during COVID. They had challenges, but they have managed to pivot. They are looking for new markets, and we look forward to working with them going forward. Next slide, please. Based on the very strong industrial base in Brampton, we have a strong demographic, we have a strong location, and the report really emphasized 4 key areas for us in terms of our strength in manufacturing. We are diverse, we are talented, we are connected, and we are unique. We are diverse in size and scope. I mentioned the 400 firms. We have some very key anchor tenants such as FCA, Magna, and Coke Canada that are really ultimate leaders in the field. both investment in technology as well as in talent management. But we also have a very strong small, medium enterprise sector covering. In the report, we note everything from food to printing, petrochemical, plastics, rubbers, metals, fabricated metals. Number one sector in manufacturing is transportation equipment, which covers 21% of employment in the city in manufacturing. Number two is food and beverage, 15% of employment in manufacturing. So very significant diversity-based talent. We have a very talented workforce. We have access to labor, which the report points out is, as they note, a labor shed. That you can attract workers from within the area. You can work with Sheridan's College for Advanced Manufacturing and Design on specific pilot projects, and you have access to many universities within hours drive away. We are well connected. We are a city connected from a manufacturing point of view, not only through transportation, the 407, Pearson Airport. We have a strong telecom base. This gives us a key competitive advantage. We're also connected to other sectors, not only within the city and the GTA, logistics, packaging, construction, agri-food, but we're connected throughout Ontario and Canada with all of our companies. And finally, we are unique. We have some very strong strengths in MDA, very sophisticated technology and aerospace company, leading engineering force in that space. Coke Canada is one of the leaders in the food and beverage sector and one of the key food employers in Canada. And AB&B is already contributing majorly to automotive robotics and electrical vehicles and self-driving vehicles. Finally, in the last slide, the report points out the areas for improvement and how we can work together with our companies. And really to identify what are the investment opportunities in automation and robotics. We noted in the report and with interviews to the companies, automation and robotics and technology will be key in building the future competitiveness of the sector. We need to work with companies to help them prioritize investment in these areas. Some manufacturers have made significant progress in adapting new technology, for example, in the automotive sector, and some sectors are lagging, for example, in the food processing sector. All companies were saying to us, we need to prioritize robotics technologies. We need to find the time, the partners to do this. So that's what we will be doing as we prioritize going forward through business retention and investment attraction work, helping them encourage adoption of new technology through post-secondary and sector partnerships. Finally, the report findings and the profiles that we have conducted will lead into our investment lead generation work as we continue to attract new investment to the city as part of our economic recovery plan. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I would be happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. I don't see any questions up on the board. So with that, we'll bring the report before us. And if I could have a mover for receipt of the staff report and receipt of the delegation, moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you very much,
members.
Councillor.
Thank you. And next we'll move on to item 10.1.2, a staff presentation regarding a citywide community improvement plan for employment, led by Mirella Palermo, our planner, planning, building, and economic development. We also have a staff-related report, item 10.2.2, which we will bring forward and consider after the presentation and any questions. Welcome, Mirella.
Thank you, Councillor.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mirella Palermo. I'm a policy planner with the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. I'm here today to provide an overview of the citywide improvement plan for the employment aspect. And on the line also, before I begin the presentation, we have Nick Michael from MBLC available and Paul Aldonate from EDO to participate in discussion after the presentation. Next slide, please. In January of 2019, Council directed staff to investigate the potential for a CIP to attract additional employment in key sectors. such as innovation and technology, entrepreneurship, advanced manufacturing, health and life sciences. Following that motion, staff were directed to prepare an invitational request for proposal to hire a consultant to undertake a study to explore opportunities for a citywide community improvement plan. This also included affordable housing. The affordable housing piece will be brought forward at a later date and tied into the Brampton housing strategy that will be brought forward in April of 2020. And also in May of 2020, Council endorsed the city's economic recovery strategy, which looked into one of the key sectors of investment and looking into the CIP as one of the initiatives to support local businesses. Next slide, please. And this slide, I'll just cover the basics of a community improvement plan. Under the Planning Act, Council is allowed to designate whole or part of an area covered by an official plan as to designate a community improvement project area and offer financial and non-financial incentives to the private sector to achieve specific investment objectives such as employment growth. It should also be noted that new development is generally not attracted to an area because of the CIP incentives alone, but also there are also complemented by other contributing factors such as investment improvements and public amenity space investments. A citywide approach can be taken to launch the CIP program for a prescribed period of time. And then it can be refined to address specific geographic areas to ensure the goals and objectives of the city's employment needs are being met. The CIP also aligns with a term of council priorities and a city of opportunities by encouraging employment growth and jobs. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides highlight the current state of industrial and office development within the city. The first slide highlights industrial development. The study found that current market conditions support the continued investment of new construction of larger size industrial properties, such as fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing centers. And that other sectors that fall under the industrial umbrella, such as film, creative industries, advanced manufacturing, innovation and technology, are not occurring at the same rate or scale of investment. And the study also found that in the last decade, there were approximately 29 new projects tracked, totaling 8.6 million square feet of new space, and that equated to about 860,000 of new industrial employment space per year. Next slide, please. When comparing office to industrial development, the growth has been significantly slower. Over the past 5 years, the city has only seen 64,000 square feet of new office space, equating to approximately 13,000 square feet per year. However, our office vacancy rate has gone from just under 9% in 2016 to just over 1% in 2020. And that investors and site selectors are working with economic development to continue to support search for readily available Type A office space with tight turnaround times, and Type A being new construction. Next slide, please. The CIP project began in late 2019. We did hold a council workshop in June of 2020, which highlighted the preliminary findings of the employment and affordable housing studies. Now we're moving forward with council's endorsement of the employment study, and as I mentioned previously, the affordable housing piece will be brought at a later date. Next slide, please. The next few slides will highlight the key findings of the study in terms of the implementation measures. This slide provides an overview of the key implementation measures staff are recommending to launch the CIP program. The first one being the tax increment equivalent grant, the TEAG. This will be offered to offset property tax increases as a result of redevelopment, and it generally runs for a prescribed period of time, such as 10 years. The second incentive would be to participate in the regions offering matching grants through their TEAG for major office program, which will be launched in Q2 of 2021. And finally, continuing with our expedited planning review of office development applications. Next slide, please. So in this slide here, we'll discuss the TEAG program further, which is recommended by staff. Again, a TEAG is a grant or rebate to offset the portion of property tax increases the owner will face as a result of redevelopment, typically over a 10-year period, just for the office space component. Staff are also recommending that in addition to the office space component, we also consider supportive uses, such as laboratory space that offer a high quality of employment. By implementing the citywide TEAG, the city will also be able, as mentioned prior, to participate in the region's TEAG program that will be offered through their major office program, expected to be launched in 2021. Next slide, please. This sample table provides an illustrative comparison of city taxes collected over a 20-year period, going through 3 scenarios. The first scenario, looking at estimated taxes collected on vacant office land, the second looking at developed office land, and the third scenario being offering the TEAG incentive when developed for office. We took an example of a 9.6 acre site valued at approximately just over $18 million. So in the first column to the far left, you'll see, as I mentioned before, the amount of city taxes collected for vacant land over the 20 years. The next column over, again, highlights the amount of taxes, city taxes only, that are collected if the land were to develop. And we made the assumption here that a 120,000 square foot office building would be built on that 9.8 acre site. And again, the last 2 columns highlight the TEAG incentive program. So the column over highlights the grant the city would provide to the applicant to cover the increases in the taxes, and it would start by 100% for that redevelopment tax increase, and then be reduced 10% each year. So 100%, 90, 80, etc., till the program is completed in year 10. And the last column highlights the amount of city taxes collected for the lands developed as office with the TEAG incentive being administered. We found that the tax increases will pay the grant after the 10-year period in the last column, and that following the TEAG, the amount of taxes collected would be 2.5 times greater than if the lands were to remain vacant, as shown in the first column, therefore illustrating the benefits of offering the TEAG. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the other incentive tool packages that were recommended in the study. Staff are recommending that we consider these incentives at a later time following review and analysis of each incentive. For example, the development charge grant highlighted in the first column to the far left, the study had recommended that the city considered lowering the eligibility rate from 50,000 square feet of office space to 25, and then consider the option of adding the component of mixed-use projects. Again, this could be reviewed and considered when staff review the DC exemption bylaw coming in the next few years. The other programs highlighted here, similar to the DC grant, will require further review and analysis. There are also a few studies that are currently underway, such as the municipal parking strategy and the alternative parkland rate methodology study that were targeted to be completed in 2022, which would help inform the remaining incentive tools and grants to be offered through the CIP. Next slide, please. This final slide highlights the timeline staff are working with. After today's date and Council's endorsement of MBLC's employment study, staff will be preparing the community improvement plan along with the implementation guidelines. Following that preparation of that document, staff will forward the final document to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for review and comment prior to going forward with the statutory public meeting. And then we'll be launching the CIP program soon afterwards, which will take place this year. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention and time this afternoon, and I'll leave the floor open for any questions and comments. And as I mentioned before, we do have Nick Michael on the line from MBLC and Paul Donate to answer any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morella. Excellent report, and this is really important work for the city to make us competitive with other municipalities. I have speakers. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I read through the report. I thought it was well done, well researched. I thought the TIEG, I guess we're calling it, was very innovative in its potential approach. So my only question is, there's a lot of developers currently, especially, that are going through the process and about to get their approval of office buildings or close to getting approvals of office buildings. Are we going to give them the ability to apply for this as well? Or is this for brand new applications?
Thank you for your question. At this point, we're gonna, like I said, we're moving forward quickly to prepare the plan and the implementation guidelines. And again, I believe that the program, it could be administered prior to pulling building permits. So I mean, if they're in the early stages, they may be able to apply for these particular.
Yeah, and I wanted to, thank you. And I wanted to flag that for staff in particular, just to keep things equitable, especially. So I'd be okay with what you're suggesting with at the building permit phase. And just keep that in mind. Some, people are going to be at different spots in the development cycle. So we want to give the advantage to everybody consistently as much as possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I see no further questions, but I just want to add my 2 cents that this is really important for the city of Brampton. When this council was elected, we quickly moved to request staff to bring forward this community improvement plan to really enhance our position and to make Brampton a more attractive place to build office. And we understand that we live next to a big giant, the city of Toronto, but we also compete with municipalities outside of Toronto proper. And if we want to be able to do that, we need to offer incentives. I know that when the mayor and Councillor Medeiros and I traveled to Lisbon, one of the questions that always was asked by any of the organizations that we spoke to was what kind of incentives can we offer to bring and to attract their investment here. And this is just one of our new tools in the toolbox that we can offer, but it's an important one. And I think that economic development, and they may want to comment here on how development community and potential office projects are really excited about this. And perhaps if you could provide some comment on, without specifics, on how this is being received in advance of this being passed at council.
Mr. Chairman, it's Paul Donati here. Yes, and I can say that we have been in some discussions with some big investors who are very interested in the program. And I can't really talk in a lot of details about what they are and who they are, but I think it's something that we are all going to be look forward to talking about soon.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much. Next I have Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Just sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I'd love to move the report, and just wanted to say thanks to staff for putting this together. It's, I think it's in terms of economic development down the road, I think it's going to be vital that we have this in place. And so, just want to say thanks once again, and I'd love to move the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So thank you again, Morella, for your presentation. We have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to receive the presentation and to move the reports. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And that carries. So our next item is item 10.3.1, a verbal update from Claire Barnett, Director of Economic Development, Planning, Building and Economic Development regarding Toronto Global. welcome Claire.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councillor. And thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on our work with Toronto Global. Many of you expressed an interest in hearing more about them and our efforts with them when they recently presented to Council. So this is an update for you so that everybody is familiar with the activities that we've been doing with Toronto Global. I recently accepted the role as Vice Chair of their Economic Development Management Council. I am excited to take on this role and this responsibility, and I really look forward to that bringing more opportunities to Brampton. In this role, I've been providing advice and input on how to address critical issues facing the Management Council, including how to better engage with the 905 funding partners and to provide input into Toronto Global's business plan. Since taking over the role, I've been successful in implementing changes that achieve better results for the 905, including changes to their RFI process and their lead generation management process. As we know, foreign direct investment has drastically declined over the past year as a result of the COVID pandemic and the absence of travel. And despite this, Toronto Global has had a fairly active pipeline and has just reported their results for the past year. This includes 17 new investments, resulting in creating more than 1,100 jobs, representing $250 million in CapEx investment into the Toronto region. Of the 17 investments, 5 landed in the 905, but none came to Brampton. There are a number of initiatives that Toronto Global is undertaking in order to improve the results, especially in the 905, and this includes the Supply Chain Onshoring, Resilience, and Expansion Program, known as SCORE, and targeted regional lead generation campaigns. The SCORE program is a result of Toronto Global continuing to focus on supply chain related opportunities, which is an area Brampton has a competitive advantage in. Toronto Global was successful in securing FedDev funding for the project, and this will create a distinct team to manage the program and work with funding partners like our city. The SCORE program will actively target foreign investors and foreign firms as they reevaluate their supply chains and as they hopefully attract more operations into the Toronto region. Toronto Global also implemented targeted regional lead generation campaigns where they will work directly with EDO partners to run prospecting initiatives. The goal of these campaigns is really to bring leads into the pipeline and ultimately win investments, especially in the 905. The first campaign in 2020 was with the York region, and we are pleased that Brampton is next on the calendar for a targeted lead generation campaign, likely focusing on our innovation district. There are also current openings on the Toronto Global Board of Directors. Brampton was asked to submit recommendations for a member to represent the city that really reflects the diversity of our community. We submitted our recommendation, and we are hopeful that our submission will reflect an individual that represents a large Brampton corporation, and she has achieved career and business success and really does represent the diversity of our population. In summary, I hope that by taking on the role as Vice Chair of the Economic Development Management Council, of our participation in the SCORE program and the targeted lead generation campaigns, that Brampton will yield more investment opportunities from Toronto Global, and we look forward to helping them close those deals for our city. Thank you very much, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Claire. I have Councillor Santos on the board. Councillor.
Thank you so much, and through you, Chair, just a comment to say, go get him, Claire.
Gonna try.
Go represent Brampton. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, Claire. You have your orders. Councillor Singh next.
Yeah, Claire, did you say you were Vice Chair now? Sorry, I thought I heard Vice Chair, but I just want to confirm.
Sure, it's Vice Chair of the Economic Development Management Council that works to represent all of the EDOs in partnership with Toronto Global now.
Okay, good. So I'm happy to know we have a voice at the table. You know my concerns from the past, and hopefully we'll be getting some more results with you there. I'm happy to hear though, and look forward to seeing what outcomes come from this. But good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I really hope that by being much more active this year, we will see better results.
Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Claire, so much. I have a motion. I have no further questions, so great job. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive this verbal update. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Next, we have councillor question period. Are there any questions from members? Seeing none. Next, we move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions from members of the public with regards to today's agenda for economic development?
There are no questions, Mr. Chair.
Very good. So that means we now move on to the corporate services section, chaired by Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh, the floor is yours. Need to unmute, Councillor.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, getting started. 11.2.1 was put in consent. 11.2.2 is a staff report regarding the salary administration policy semi-annual reporting. And would anybody like to speak to this as this item was
Councillor
held?
Medeiros held this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. To staff, just looking at the report, it talks about the critical promotion details, and it also talks about critical attraction details. So I was just wondering if that information could be shared with council, and just in terms of approving the critical promotion and attraction details, how was that approved?
Staff, anybody would like to answer Councilor Medeiros' question?
Can nobody fight over each other to... If no one has an answer now, then that's fine. They can just send an email with some of that information. I assume...
Sorry,
yeah.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I believe Sandeep had a pre-arranged meeting, but Stephanie Ortiz is present, and we're from HR, and we're just bringing her into the meeting. Stephanie,
Okay.
You're unmuted. You can address the committee.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, sorry. I was just following the live webcast. So through the chair, if you could just repeat the question, I'd be happy to address.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. The question is regarding, if you look at the table, so we talk about on page 3, critical attraction and critical promotion. So I'm just asking if, and again, if that can be shared with us, the critical promotional details and also the critical attraction details in table 1, if that can be sent to councillors. And in terms of approval, who approves the critical promotion and attraction?
So for all three, we have the same approvals required for all three business cases. So first off, it's the hiring manager, the department head, the director of HR, and CAO. So it is 4 levels of approval that are required. In terms of providing the details, is there any specific details? Are you looking for like which departments they were used in, or what kind of details would we be able to provide?
When we're talking about the critical promotional details, which are in table 1.
Yes.
And when you talk about the critical attraction details, in terms of what those are and how they were established.
In terms of the process then?
Yeah, well, how did we determine those as the critical promotional details?
So we have definitions that were provided as the appendix to this report. So for example, a critical promotion would be or would occur when we have, for example, either a high profile role or a role with that would require a lot of political acumen, or there would be high financial resources under the responsibility of the role, and they may have been, let's say, in a management role, but we see that they have a lot of potential. So the critical promotion would allow us to give them an increase of greater than 10%. So a 10% is standard. We use it for the vast majority of promotions, but if we determine that the candidate we have in mind that is right for the role merits a slightly higher percentage, then we would do that through a critical promotion business case.
Yeah, and through the chair, I guess what's concerning is the idea of that much of a merit increase and the determination what would be perceived to be critical. And that's why I'm asking if and not to take up more time, but maybe you can share that with council, what these details or what would be this criteria that would make it critical, because I'm still, I find it concerning that would be such a merit increase.
Oh, through the chair, yeah, to clarify, sorry, it's not a merit increase, it's a promotional increase. So they're taking on a new role.
Yeah, understandable. That's my terminology, promotional increase.
Okay, yeah, so, and from the report, you can see in the second half of the year, it was very rarely used. So for example, the critical promotion, there were 2 in the second half and 2 in the first half. So 4 employees out of, 800 employees that would be eligible in our non-union population. It is a subsection, but definitely happy to provide more detail in terms of the criteria used to identify those employees.
Yeah, and what were those positions that were so sort of critical from a promotional perspective or from a corporate perspective?
So I'm not sure I can speak to the exact detail, but they are generally director or above positions. So definitely, like, it's not going to be for like a typical management role for the most part, but in this year, definitely they were director and above.
Okay, so can I, again, that's getting back to the original question, can this be shared with council? Because when we're talking about a 10% promotion and that type of jump, as far as I've seen, and I could be mistaken, I've not seen anything which was critical to the organization that would merit such a promotion, especially during the last year or so, and this deals with another conversation I will be dealing with regarding the Sunshine List. So, not to belabor this, but I would like to know what those positions are, and be it, if it's determined in camera, that's fine. So if I can provide that direction for staff to report back on what those positions were and what was the increase, and you can report back to us in camera or however you see fit, and if possible, at next committee of council.
Okay, definitely. If that's the direction.
I'll move it as a motion. And or next. I think Councillor Palashi suggested council next week, and I'd move it for council next week, please.
Okay.
And I'd ask for a recorded vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, anybody? I see Mayor Brown.
Mute off. Yeah, so Sandeep, are you saying that there was 2 staff members that got more than a 10% increase this year?
Through the chair, sorry, this is Stephanie. I'm here on behalf of Sandeep. I'm the Senior Advisor of Total Compensation. So to address your question through the chair, for promotional increase, yes, there were 4 in total this year, but 2 in the second half of 2020 that received a greater than 10% promotional increase.
And by promotional, does that mean they're changing jobs?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
To a higher job, usually 2 grades or higher.
So it would be like someone who gets a jump to like a director position who wasn't a director before?
Exactly.
Okay. That makes more sense then, because I certainly think during a pandemic, increases that are over 10% is not something we can justify to the public. But if it's taking on a new job or new responsibility, then that's a different matter. But I welcome Councilor Medeiros' motion. I'll support it, because I think the more information we all have, the better.
Yep, that's fair. We have a motion on the floor. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll vote on the motion. Anyone opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries.
Mr. Chair, it's Peter. It's a recorded vote was requested.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the recorded vote.
Members
no problem.
Members of committee, a recorded vote has been requested on the motion in regard to item 11.2.2. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini? I'll come back to you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Chair Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 11.2.3 is a staff report regarding the annual statement of remunerations and expenses for 2020. I think Councillor Fortini held this item. Would you confirm with me, Clerk?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yep, Councillor Fortini, I'll give the floor to you, and we'll take.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is I think Mark Medeiros in?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Fortini.
Okay, so I know today's going to be a long day and we got lots more maybe. So anything we do has to be ratified in council and then it'll be posted on the website?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, then I'll drop mine now and I'll ask the questions on council because it's going to be a long day. No, okay?
Okay, no problem. Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. The question mark, not to get into the details, the one thing is that in terms of all members of council expenses, are they up to date?
Through the chair, yes, we have everything we've received for the 2020 expenses are included in this statement of remuneration.
So on the website, there are some councillors who haven't approved, I guess, their expenses. So mine seem to be up to date. There are other councillors, and it's not a question of calling out other councillors. It's just a question that there has to be uniformity in terms of publishing the expenses. So I believe there are a couple of councillors that their expenses are not up to date.
Through the chair, that is correct. So our policy, we send out a monthly report to all members of council, and our policy asks that the members of council approve those reports within 15 days to be posted on the monthly expense. If we do not receive approval, we do not post it. And ultimately, if we don't receive any approval throughout the year or by the end of the year, then through this process, the annual statement of remuneration, we will post all of the expenses for all the months at one time. So that's the way the policy is written. So you're correct. We only post online as per the policy what's been approved by each member of council until the end of the year.
Yeah, and my only concern is again that, you know, my expenses are up to date, others may not be, and again, I want to be very clear that I'm not alleging anything which is that should raise post questions. I just think there has to be uniformity in the way that we provide I guess responses. So I don't know if maybe staff come back with and maybe a process change where if members of council don't respond by a certain date, then, you know, there has to be something, because it's not fair if anyone looks at my expenses and compare it to other colleagues who maybe haven't had a chance to approve theirs. It just puts us at a disadvantage, and that's just my concern. So I don't know. I don't want to belabor the point. I'll leave it with you. Maybe staff can come up with an idea or a deadline and for our consideration, and council will approve it. Because certainly I just think that it's transparent and it's fair for all members to be having their details and expenses up to date on council.
Through the chair, if I could just respond.
Yeah.
My understanding of this situation is that in the prior policy, we had something similar where we would provide a certain number of days, and if not approved, then we would just post it. And that was causing difficulty, and that's what led to the current policy where we don't post it. So staff would be happy to come back with a report with different options if that's the will of council.
Yeah, again, through you, Chair, I don't, maybe it's not a big, I don't want it to be a bigger issue than what it is. It's just about, fairness for all members. So if there's any further thoughts, and maybe colleagues might want to chime in, but that's the only thing I would ask for. So if direction would be simply, if there's an idea that staff can come back with, or sort of a deadline, and council members would have 30 days to approve their expenses. It's just that when things get posted, it should all be posted at the same time. So that is a concern that I have. Thank you, Mark.
So I believe that's a motion. So we can add a third motion. Just to confirm, Councilor Medeiros?
Yeah, that's fine. If it's an form of a motion.
Yeah, I think it's better. Okay, while the motion is being written up, I see Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for bringing this forward. I'll come out and say I'm one of the councillors that has not approved it as of yet, and that's because there was some inaccuracies that in it prior to it being put out in the public. So I understand what Councillor Medeiros is saying, and we should really try and ensure, and if there's anything I can do on my part to make sure that it's done in a timely manner, I certainly will do that, and I think I have done that in the past. But to ensure that it all go out at the time for all councillors, I think is very important, as Councillor Medeiros has stated. But just wanted to come on and say, I'm one of them, but there are reasons why I'm one of them, and fully support this moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. I have a motion including receipt of the report moved by Councillor Medeiros. 3 motions in front of you. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion's carried.
Sorry,
Moving
Mr.
on
Chair. My name is on the board.
Okay. Yep. I see it now. Yep.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. So since we started talking, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions to Mark. So we on the credit that we received for all the assistants doing the extra work for this COVID. You look on our statement, it doesn't state what it's for. Is there any reason?
Through the chair, in the report in this agenda, the time that was spent related to COVID for your staff was highlighted on the corporate costs, and there's an asterisk and a note below stating that that's what the purpose is. On the detailed statements, just have to bear with me. I believe it also says that the credit was for the COVID reduction.
Okay, I must have missed it. My other one is, so are we doing, on this report, it also says doing a rollover. What do you mean by a rollover? You don't recommend a rollover?
Sorry, through the chair, I just confirmed. Yes, it says in your detailed statements is the transfer of staff related costs related to COVID. Sorry, can you repeat your next question?
Yeah, on the report, it doesn't recommend a rollover. So can you talk about the rollover? Why?
Sure. So through the chair, the council expense policy basically states that council is allocated an equal share per year that is not to carry over, and that's basically strictly through policy that you can't access funds, for example, in a future year that you saved from a previous year.
Okay, so at the region, I know we have a budget, and it goes through the term, the 4 years. If at the end of the year, to get it back at the end of the year, or get it back at the end of the term, what is the difference?
Through the chair, that's correct. There's many different options. This was the option that was, or the policy that was approved through council when the political model was developed. My understanding is prior to the political model, it was a term of council budget as opposed to an annual. However, under the political model, it's a little bit of a different story because of the amount of funds that are available. Staff would be happy to come back with options of different models. Like we probably wouldn't want to have it completely wide open where a councillor could spend, for example, all of the money in the first year and then not have money remaining towards the end. So we'd have to put some sort of criteria or guidelines. I think we would like to recommend some guidelines if that's the will of council.
Okay, but so go back to this credit that you get most councillors received. What's the sense giving us this credit, and then at the end of the year we give it back? What's the purpose if most of us don't even spend what we have, and we got a credit, and then you receive it back? It doesn't make sense to me.
So through the chair, a couple points. This is a report. It's not actual financial transactions. So this is allocation of expenses. So the expenses were incurred fully, regardless of how they were allocated. In terms of why the credit was done, so under council's management framework, under the terms and conditions of employment, there is a clause that states any paid leaves, absences, backfills, and other extraordinary employee-related expenses may be assumed by the member's budget envelope and or the corporation, depending on the circumstances. So basically, this was to ensure, my understanding of the discussion, and maybe Peter Fay can add in, was that the intent of council was that council would not be penalized for, extraordinary expenses that they couldn't control because their budgets are limited and they wouldn't be able to hire, for example, 2 people to do the same work. So, given the extraordinary year we've had through COVID, we determined that was an extraordinary expense and thought it was prudent to request council to identify those costs so that they can be identified as corporate in nature.
Councilor Cortini, can you mute your mic when you're not talking? It's very windy.
Sorry. So, but okay, and I get what you're saying. So one thing is, so let's say one of our, we got a credit because they worked extra and you're giving it to us. So it's like having a second job. That credit should go to the assistants that actually did the work, not coming to us and then taking it back. For me, an accounting perspective, it doesn't make sense paying it to us and then you're going to take it back in the other hand at the end of the term. So, if someone did the extra work, I know a lot of assistants did a lot of work on the COVID, that extra money should have gone extra to them. Or am I wrong? Because they did the extra work. Yeah. So they did our job, plus they did the extra work. It's not that they left our job behind and they worked there and they did both. So,
through the chair to the councillor, and I apologize for the confusion in the emails we sent out, but to be clear, we are only allocating out paid hours. So, there's 1,820 paid hours a year, and those are the paid hours that we were asking for. We understand, that everybody worked extra, but really what we were soliciting from council through that email was of the paid hours that there was no additional pay provided. So of the paid hours, how much of that was related to COVID task forces?
That's what I'm trying to get. So If let's say I'm giving you an example, my assistant did 300 hours and it's the rest of me. So it comes from there, but you're giving it to me, you're taking it back. Why doesn't it actually go directly to them if they did the extra work? It's like someone working at the city and then on the weekends they're working a part-time job, they get 2 paychecks. So if others could do it, I don't see this. So what do we do with the extra funding and other departments? Does it go back on the budget?
Through the chair, so there is no change in pay, irrespective of what is happening here. Your staff and all of the corporate staff were paid according to their agreement. There was no extra pay. So, for example, if someone was making 100,000 in 2020, they were paid 100,000. And the question was, of that 100,000 that they were paid, how much time did they spend on COVID? And if a member of council would have identified 10% of that time, we would have allocated the $10,000 in this report to corporate costs. The actual pay itself of 100,000 was paid. Nothing would have changed there.
Yeah, but if they did $10,000 work for a different thing, that means they only did 90,000 for, let's say, for me. They left 10% of my job behind because they still did our 100% job for us counselors. Plus, they did the extra work. So I'll give you one thing. So let's say they don't take holidays. They haven't taken holidays because they've been working all the time. Well, how would they get paid this now? Do they get paid the extra on the holidays? Because a lot of our assistants hasn't taken holidays. So how's this work?
It's Mayor Brown here. I might be able to help because I think what you're trying to ask, I don't think you're getting the answer that you want that you're wanting. So if I could just help here, the government is looking at compensating municipalities for COVID-related costs, and so if you were paying a staff member extra, so say you have a super staff member, and you do, by the way, and their base salary was 70, but this year you paid them 80 because they were doing $10,000 worth of extra work on task force on the weekends, then that $10,000 you would get back to your budget. So the work that they were doing for the corporation, for example, all seniors, you have a staff member that was helping seniors, that $10,000 would be credited to your budget so that you're not out for the additional funds that you paid your assistant to help the corporation in its entirety.
Yeah, all that, Mayor Brown. As an accountant, my assistants already are some of our assistants. Let's say they're maxed already by pay. If they're doing extra work, they should have been paid extra money. That's what I'm trying to get at. If I send an employee of mine on the weekends to go do something, he's not going to go for free. So that money that's coming to us, I get what you're saying on that point. But then at the end of the term, it goes back to the municipality. So really, the assistants, the extra work they all did, all these workers, they did it for free. They didn't have to do all the extra work on Saturdays and Sundays and nights while they had to do other things around their home. So really, we didn't get compensated whatsoever because most of our budget doesn't get spent, and it comes back to the municipality at the end. So that's why I was trying to get at all this extra work. So I think I'd like to have the rollover, and then at the end of the term, whatever comes back, it comes back, and everyone could. I think everyone sent money back at the end of the term, so it doesn't make a difference at the end of the term or at the end of the every year. That's my say. I'll wait for the report to come back. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with what some of the things that Councillor Fortini is referring to. And when we started this, when the mayor first put out the task force, and there was a call for help and opportunity, I guess I had said at that time that, and maybe it wasn't direction, it was more off the cuff, that the city, so that it doesn't look like there's any credits or debits that are going in and out of councillors' budgets, that it is paid directly from the city side of the work that that our staff were doing on the task forces. So to make it, I think that would help it in making it a little bit cleaner, because I understand what Councillor Fortini is saying about the, the credits and the debits. In the end, there's only one taxpayer, so it's, moving around numbers, which never really looks good whenever we're doing something like that. So I think in the future, that's definitely what we should be doing. I know that for some of the staff that worked on these task forces and worked so hard, and late hours too. It's I don't think they fully were compensated on the work that they had done. But I don't think that that's what they were ever looking for or asking for. They just wanted to help, and they wanted to help the city and help make this better and easier with the task forces they are doing. But certainly something for us to double back and to talk about once this pandemic is over, to highlight some of the fantastic work that our staff did when they in stepping up when they were needed here in the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other members have any questions? Seeing and hearing none. Do I need to retake the vote to the clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think the vote has been taken on this item yet.
Okay. So you have the motions in front of you. Are any members opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that carries. Oh, we have one opposed. Councillor Bowman.
Yeah, Councillor Singh, can I just ask one question?
Sorry. No, it's not your fault. I've allowed it earlier. It's okay. It's just smiling. No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering how we can approve the 2020 expenses when some people, their 2020 expenses aren't up to date. For instance, Councillor Pleshy said his wasn't. So how can we approve them? Just a question.
No, that's a fair question. Yeah.
Through the chair, if I could respond, the SOR document in front of you is fully up to date. It's the website posting that it has been delayed. So the website is not up to date, but this report in front of you is completely up to date.
Okay, I'm sorry. When you guys were talking about it, I thought there was somebody who wasn't up to date on this posting. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Pleshy, it's fair. Your name was also mentioned, so go ahead.
Thank you. And I think maybe I wasn't clear enough. It's quarterly reports are still overall, our annually is here before us and up to date. It's the quarterly on the quarterly on the website that are not currently posted and up to date because of some issues. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem, no problem. Thank you for council's patience. So we have a motion in front of us. Are any members opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. 11.2.4 was put in consent. 11.3.1 was a notice of motion by Regional Councillor Santos regarding the building improvement grant 249 Main Street North.
And Mr. Chair, just a reminder, Councillor Vicente declared a conflict of interest on this item, so he'll have to leave for this item.
Oh, thank you for reminding me, Clerk, and Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. So this motion is coming forward after a few meetings and discussions with staff regarding this particular facade improvement grant application. It's my understanding that originally it was for a commercial property. They changed it to residential with possibilities for it to return to commercial. There were staff had recommended that we bring this forward, and there has been a precedence of this in the past. And so I would like to ask my council colleagues for support. And I believe David Vanderberg is also on the meeting and perhaps can explain further context to this particular motion.
Yes.
David?
Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
here I am. Sorry, I just need to unmute myself through the chair. So yes, this is for a building improvement grant for 249 Main Street North. It was approved in 2018. They had applied for both a building and a facade improvement grant. Council in April of last year had approved a similar motion for the facade improvement works. And at this point, the motion, the resolution will allow the payment of the grant for the building improvement works. And the reason it's not going through a normal process is that the grant program is intended specifically for commercial uses, and the owner is proposing a residential use here. However, as noted in the previous motion, the works that have been done to the building would, including significant repairs to the foundation, would allow it to be more easily used for commercial uses in the future, and it would also help revitalize downtown Brampton by restoring a designated heritage resource that had been in a pretty significant state of disrepair previously. And I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman?
Thank you very much through you, Chair. David, this is, we have done this in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, we have done in the past, actually for this specific property as well, for the facade improvement grant.
So when they came forward for the facade improvement grant last year, or 2 years ago, 2019, council was aware at that point that they were not, or they had no intention of using it for business, that it was going to be residential?
When the grant was originally approved, it was for commercial purposes. And then over the time, as the applicant was doing the work, they decided to make the change to it being used for residential purposes. Because of that, we were not able to pay out the grant in the normal course of action. So there was a resolution passed by council in April of last year to direct staff to pay the facade improvement grant, despite the fact that it was being used for residential purposes.
And so there was a second grant issued as well.
They originally received both a facade and a building improvement grant back in 2018.
And the building improvement grant, is that for residential?
Yes, the building is intended to be used for residential purposes.
No, the building improvement grant, if anybody else signs up for that, if their home is a residential home, they can get that?
No, it is similar to the facade improvement grant. It's intended for commercial businesses.
Okay, so I got to admit, I have a little bit of a problem with this, only because Councillor Santos has said we have done this before. The question is, how many more times are we going to do it in the future? Where someone comes forward and says they want to put a business at a certain address, and we give them money for it, and it becomes a residential rental unit for them, which is much different than a building rental unit. So what would be the tax difference to the city of Brampton between them using that for commercial purposes as opposed to residential?
Through the chair, I do not have the information to be able to answer that question. We'd have to follow up on that and get back to you on it.
Okay, I know Paul Aldonata is there. I'm just wondering if Paul might have some idea. There would be a difference, correct, between a residential property and a business property for taxation? Paul, are you there? Maybe he's not.
Yeah.
Okay, that.
Hi, sorry, Councillor, through the chair to Councillor Bowman. Sorry, I was just getting on. I don't have those answers right in front of you. I think the commercial taxes would be more than the residential, but if you leave that with us, we can get back to you with that information.
Yeah, no, that's okay, Paul. Again, that's just part of my sort of issue with this, the way we've done it and giving them the grants, because they've sort of saved
in two ways, really. We've given them the grant, facade improvement grant. We've given them the building grant. We're going to pay that both off. And in the meantime, they've been paying lower taxes because they've had residential in there instead of commercial in there, which the grants were designed for in the first place. So I don't know if any of the other councillors have an issue with this, but I just see it as, I don't know, it just doesn't sit well with me, that's all. But I'm open to hear what the other councillors say about it. Thanks, David.
Through the chair, if I can just respond to Councillor Bowman, report on the agenda 11.2.4 has our recommended tax ratios. So there you'll see the tax ratios for residential, multi, commercial, industrial. So residential is 1%, whereas commercial is 1.29 and industrial is 1.47.
Okay, so you've confirmed it for me, Mark. So they would have been saving tax all this time as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Paul, for jumping on as well. And Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. And so I'm not sure if you recall, I guess maybe the people in the last term of council do recall, I wasn't a fan of the facade program itself. I thought it could have been better, that money could have been better used, and so I'd be hypocritical to support it. And but I do understand and respect the fact that Councillor Santos has brought this forward. I can't support it, and I especially can't support it just because it was approved for commercial, and then it was, I guess the owner had said they're going to make residential, and so I just want a point of clarification now for staff. This is being asking that we provide $50,000 to 249 Main Street. For down the road if it becomes commercial?
Through you, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Dillon to answer his question. I can advise that this monies would be made available to the property owner at this point in time, really upon their completion of the key work in association with that building improvement grant. So there are structural improvements that they're looking to make to this heritage resource, and really staff understanding that heritage resources are important. This one in particular along the Main Street corridor, we have worked with the area councillor here towards putting together the resolution. Once it is that the improvements to the structure and the key improvements associated with this application are completed, the monies would then go to the homeowner. That's the timing.
I understand that, but I'm just asking, will this be right away? Would it be converted into commercial because it's residential now, or is this for potential down the road if it becomes commercial?
Yes, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, again. The response being that at this point in time, really as it is that this resolution is set up, would not necessitate that the commercial use come on at this point in time. Currently, there's no intention that the owner has identified to proceed with commercial uses on the site. Really, with the contemplation here by staff and through with the area councillor is that there is really an ability at a later point in time for commercial uses to come on for this property. And considering that really this is an important heritage structure resource within the city, that the owner is likely to not proceed with important improvements to the heritage resource itself, that's really this resolution in front of council today would help them in putting forward those critical improvements to the structure. But again, accommodates a future commercial purpose if it is that the owner so uses.
Yeah. So the origin of my issue with the facade program stems from last term of council, where Ward 9 and 10, I think Councillor Singh can attest to this as well. 5% of business, according to our website, is in 9 and 10. And, the CIP passed today. We asked for a CIP last term of council, and the economic development staff, pretty much kind of blew it off then. And we said, listen, what can we provide our residents in terms of economic development, or even in this case, in beautifying some of the areas, and so that's kind of why I can't support the facade program. But especially in this case, this is taxpayer money. It shouldn't go towards upgrades. We have people in somebody's house who already said that they were going to do it for commercial. Then I can kind of understand. But if it's being used for personal use and there's no indication of when or if it will ever be commercial, and if we're talking about improving the heritage aspect of it. There's a lot of heritage sites in Ward 9 and 10 where people have had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to upkeep or to rebuild, and I don't think that's fair. We do live in a free country. You have the ability to upgrade your house. You have the ability to not keep upkeep for your house either, and so I think it's at the personal. What's the word I'm looking for? It's up to the resident to maintain that and to do this for the house, and unless there's some specific key reason as to why, like in terms of benefit to the entire city, why we would do this, I am just really kind of. I don't even know how to put it to words. Like, why we're just it's basically providing a free money for somebody to upgrade their house. So I can't support this.
Through the chair, it's Richard. If I could just jump in, if that's okay.
Yes, for sure, Richard.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So you're absolutely right, Councillor Dillon, that council just passed that resolution regarding the citywide CIP, which is great news because it allows for looking at employment and office uses across the city, and not just targeted in a certain geographical area, which I think is great. The issue in terms of the facade program that we have is that it is focused in the downtown, rightly so, because your downtown is the heart of the community. We are looking, and Claire's on the line and she can jump in, but we are looking at BIAs and across the city, and how do we as a corporation engage those areas across the city? Because Brampton is, it's 20 kilometers wide, 10 kilometers tall, so there's 200 square kilometers of area, right? And so how do we engage those other areas? But I think what we're doing here is that we are looking at our heritage, and so folks that want to invest in heritage, and looking at how do we make sure that these buildings in the downtown, which is a starting point, because we can also look at other areas as we move through, other initiatives like the BIAs and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to add that to the context of the discussion. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And, last term of council, we're having discussion on facade program. I said, listen, when it comes to the downtown, it makes sense to have bring business here. It makes sense to bring the university here. It makes sense to, bring a mobility hub. And it makes sense to invest in your downtown. But at the end of the day, this is taxpayer money. And when it's if we're giving money for personal use, then I have an issue with it. I think I've made myself pretty clear, and so I'm going to vote against it. I'm not sure how everybody else will vote, but this is taxpayer money we're using. I could even think about supporting it if we had a guarantee it'd be used for commercial use. And I have some upgrades to do to my house. Can I get some money for that? It doesn't, just because it's some historic element doesn't mean that that the city has to take on the burden of paying for it. We can't just focus on the downtown. We have to beautify and make the entire city look good. And this sets precedent that somebody in Ward 9 and 10 will want to ask for money. It just doesn't make sense to me. And so again, I can't support it, and I want a recorded vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Richard, for that clarification about the city and Claire looking into how to make these types of programs applicable to other areas throughout the city. I obviously support that as well. I think in this particular case, with the meetings with staff, and in particular, when you look at what's happening in our downtown core, there are many owners who have heritage buildings. Some of them are investing in their property. Some of them aren't, like the one at Main and Church next to Grace United, the semi-detached building that is falling apart. This particular resident has decided to make it look better, the heritage property, and preserve the heritage. And it's my understanding that they are going back and forth between resident commercial, but they're looking at future commercial use. David, just a quick question. Can you clarify if during COVID-19 in particular, if they've had some issues, because they were originally doing commercial and then residential and now potentially future commercial, but in the process of working on this property, have they had issues in terms of finding people to lease the commercial space? Like, can I just get a little bit more background and context in this particular application and through the discussions why we decided to put this motion for council for this particular case?
Through the chair, I apologize, my dog is barking. But through the chair, the decision I believe that the owner made to convert to residential purposes occurred before pre-COVID. The owner is a business owner in the downtown who owns a business also in the adjacent property at 247 Main Street North. And because of COVID, they have experienced significant loss of income and challenges from that. So that is one of the challenges that they have cited for, and the rationale for, and the to ask for the grant or the payment of the grant.
Right, thank you. So like, I hear the concerns and the struggle that some of my colleagues have, but at the same time, this particular landowner has been trying very hard to maintain the heritage property despite the challenging times. And I'm sure that at some point in the future, it will be transferred over to commercial. Now, I know that Mayor Patrick Brown was also at that meeting with the resident and with staff as well, and would like to say a few words about this application. So I will, I'll leave it to him to provide further explanation.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak specifically to this resident, and although I was on those meetings, I just wanted to say that to council members, by supporting revitalization in the downtown improvement area, that doesn't mean we can't identify other zones in the city that are going to require improvement. I think facade improvements are a tool that have been used broadly around the province as means of revitalization. And I think if we start to, if we start to pick and choose when it's applicable, I worry that you're gonna lose confidence in this initiative. So I guess my question is the planning commissioner on the call, Richard Ford, in terms of facade improvements. How common is this around the province?
It's a very common tool, Mr. Mayor, and in fact, I can give you some experience that I've had here in when I was in Barrie. The amount of dollars that are put into a facade improvement grant program compared to the assessment growth that happens with the properties, the taxes that come back exceed the dollars that the community invests in that. And so I think the important part here is that, yes, cities have focused on downtowns because traditionally downtowns are and have been known to be, and are rightly so, the heart of the community. But it doesn't prohibit or stop us from looking at how do we expand the program. So similar to the council just passed committee just passed the citywide CIP for employment, office employment across the city. So it wasn't focused in just a specific geographic area. We can move these programs into other areas of the city. And so it should not be looked at as a competing one geographic area versus another. It's about how do you uplift the city and the community.
And thank you, Richard, for that. And what I would say is that if one part of the city gets back on its feet, it helps all of Brampton. And right now, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Santos, Councillor Vasante, and myself have been working hard on downtown revitalization. I really think there's some exciting things that we're on the precipice of, and we're going to see a lot of change in the downtown. But to be frank, there's a lot of concern right now, and programs like these are some of the tools available to us to start moving the momentum in a positive way. But for councillors who are skeptical that this is simply a focus on the downtown, I just want to add my name to the list to say, you have my commitment that I would support a similar program in other parts of the city once that legwork is done, like the legwork has been done here. And if let me give you examples. If the Mount Pleasant area came on hard times and a program like this would be helpful, Councillor Willens and Councillor Pelleshi, count me in. I'll be there pushing it with you. I know Councillor Fertini and Councillor Williams were involved in a discussion earlier this year about a Bramalea improvement area or whatever that zone is. If there was an effort at how we could lift that area up a bit, count me in. I'm going to be there. What's good for Brampton anywhere in the city is good for Brampton. And so, I do hope that we support these type of tools. This is not specific to an individual property. It's specific to the notion that these type of incentive programs can uplift an area.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, and thank you, through the chair, I appreciate the comments as well, but I think it's a matter of principle. We're in COVID right now. People are losing jobs. I can speak for my ward, Ward 9 and 10. We have Councillor Singh and I have a constituent who lives off of Fern Forest and Egypt Drive. He also has a business at Carolbog Plaza, Peter Robertson and Torbram. He just had to pay hefty interest in his property taxes, and he might be forced to sell his unit there because of COVID. He just can't keep up, and we couldn't even waive his interest fees. And so this is just something that, again, it concerns me. Like, we want to help our residents out, but we got people who are, going out of business who can't even pay their property taxes. We should have some type of program to assist them. There's a lot of people who've had a number of other financial and economic issues where we've said, sorry, tough luck. And I've heard now we could have this in other parts of the city, but it's easy to say that now, but when and which program and what type of assistance will they get? And so people are struggling to pay, again, their property taxes, struggling to pay their bills, struggling to pay their to pay for gas, for groceries. But this, and I respect the fact that this person is a business owner, but I'm assuming that they're in business right now already, doing business within the downtown, and I do wish them well, and I hope their business continues to do well. But this is a residential property. We don't have any guarantee that they'll get into that they'll convert it to commercial, and that's the original reason why we gave them the $50,000, so that it would become a business and a commercial property. And so I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that I did hear respectfully, but I can't do this. I can't support this right now. It just doesn't make any sense to me when so many people are struggling right now. We're talking about all the financial difficulties of COVID. The provincial government's providing supports, doubling the support for our small business right now. There's a lot of financial aid. We're talking about people struggling to find housing. But at the same time, what we're doing is taking taxpayer money and we're giving it to somebody to have upgrades on their house. So just on a principled level, it's really difficult for me to process. And we hear win-win. So I see a comment, but to me, it's a lose-lose for our residents. It's a lose-lose for them. How does a heritage site or a heritage house benefit the city other than making it look good? If it was a commercial property, I could understand that. But somebody's house looking good in downtown doesn't do anything for anybody. It's the taxpayers' money that's going to contribute to this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with Councillor Dillon's sentiments exactly. Listen, nobody is arguing that CIPs work. Nobody's arguing that we can have them in all areas of the city. What this is about is we are paying a homeowner to fix his house up, period. That's what it's about. And I know many houses, all on Main Street. Some of them have been fixed up very nicely, heritage homes. Did we give them all this money? No, we didn't. Are they going to come back to us now and say, listen, you just gave this guy all this money to improve his house. We're a heritage home. We just spent $65,000 upgrading our house. We want that money too. I have all the respect in the world for somebody who wants to improve a heritage home, who wants to improve the area they live in. I understand the tax assessment, but we're looking at a situation where we have thousands and thousands of illegal second units that MPAC is doing nothing about. Nothing. There's no increased taxes coming from those rental units at all. And again, my point is, this was supposed to be for businesses. It was supposed to be to increase the number of businesses, commercial businesses in the downtown. And this is not happening. This is a residence. So if we're going to pay the money to have this grant that is meant for businesses, then I say, let's pay them when this becomes a commercial site. And I mean, I'm sorry, that's just the way I feel. Like I said, there could be many residential homeowners on Main Street apply for the same grant and do the same things with their homes. And basically what it's coming down to is every taxpayer in Brampton is subsidizing a homeowner to make his home look nice so we can make the downtown look nice. I'm sorry, that's the way I see it. So, I'll leave it at that. I can't support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just for a final comment, I think what I'm going to do, listening to the discussion and some of the concerns raised by Councillor Bowman and Councillor Dillon, is I'd like to refer this to council next week. And I would ask that David Vanderberg, perhaps we can ask the applicant to come and delegate to council on this particular issue and ask, the very pointed questions around when they will be changing this to a commercial property. So I'm going to move to refer it, and then we can have the actual applicant provide some clarification to some of the questions being proposed by Councillor Bowman as well as Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Speaking to the referral now, because it's not a deferral referral, people can speak. Mayor Brown, and then Councillor Pelletier.
Okay, well, I'll support the referral in the sense that this may give us time to fix the wording. I agree with Councillor Bowman's concern that it shouldn't be applicable for residential properties because that would be a wide loophole. I support CIPs in general. I think that's what Councillor Bowman was saying as well. So I think council should rally behind these facade improvement programs. And if there can be some wordsmithing in the next week to make sure that that it only applies when it's commercial, then maybe that's something that we're all on the same page for.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy?
Call the question.
Well, you were the last speaker anyways. So we have a referral on the speak to a referral, Councillor Dillon. I'm going to let him speak because he hasn't spoken to them.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So Councillor Paleshi has called the question, so we need to take a vote on that. If a majority vote, if it carries, then the debate ends and we proceed with the vote.
Sorry, point of order, Peter. If the calling the question, if you haven't spoken to the motion, you're able to. Everybody gets an opportunity to speak. If I'm not mistaken.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're right. Correct. I apologize. I forgot this was a referral.
That's why I was going to let him speak and just end it there. But we will follow the procedure. We'll have a vote on call the question, and then I'll let you speak, Councillor Dillon. Is anybody opposed to calling the question? Hearing and seeing none. Councillor Dillon, you haven't spoken to the referral. You can speak.
Yeah, so I support the referral, and I just want to make one point as well in terms of facade programs. There was no economic impact given last term of council, so if that's a direction we're heading, I just want to add that in, that council look into the actual impact these types of programs really do have. Do we see an increase in, even foot traffic, or do we see an increase in profits? And so these are we got to actually kind of do some type of analysis. And so I just wanted to add that in there, but I'll support the referral motion. Thank you.
Okay, Bill with support. Seeing no other speakers, we have a referral motion on the floor. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries and it will be discussed at council next week. Moving on, 11.3.2 is a public sector disclosure discussion at the request of Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The reason I brought this forward, and I know the Sunshine List is always that sticker shock, and we, I do appreciate that over time because of inflation and so on. When this was originally, I guess, the policy enacted by the province years ago and where we are today, I had last night my advisory committee meeting, and I was just, on one way, it was refreshing because it confirmed exactly my position on this, and but the reaction was quite vigorous from the perspective of, residents were angry, and again, sometimes we know that there's sticker shock, and there's a couple things from the Sunshine List that sort of interest me, and I know we are already proceeding at 426, but these are some of the questions that maybe, I'm not sure if I refer to council after, but one is there's if you look at the top 20 or top 30, a couple of things that strike me from the list in terms of salaries. So one, you have many people who are no longer here, so that leads me to ask about severance. So do we have an idea how much severance we've spent in 2020? Because a lot of these people who are there's like 5 or 6 names that I have no, I was just surprised. I don't know how long their severance is, but do we have an estimate what we spent in 2020 on severance?
Would anybody from staff like to answer that?
Mr. Chair, it's Peter. We're just confirming Sandeep is still predisposed in another meeting, but Stephanie Ortiz, who provided some information previously on the HR report, is present. We're just going to see if we can unmute her. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Hi, through the chair. That's definitely something that we can look into. I don't have the costs handy, but if appropriate, I can definitely get that information.
Yeah, so if you can share that with us in terms of the severance for 2020, because it does beg to question when we have many of these names of individuals who at times regrettably are no longer here, and but I do see their salary. The second thing that really interests me about the Sunshine List was there are a lot of names there, again, we're looking at top 20 and 30, who are pretty new to this corporation. And not to get into the specifics, there are people there that, as far as my understanding, never have municipal experience, never, their professional careers are not as lengthy as I would have expected to merit, and again, that's all relative, and I won't go there, but certainly my residents and my members of my advisory committee certainly had concerns of such high salaries. And again, I understand it is all relative, but coupled with the fact that when, back in December, I was one of the councillors in support of another colleague who wanted to put a freeze, and I think it was Councillor Fortini, on the salaries. And understandably, council didn't take that direction, but we froze our property taxes. And then we discovered that during our sort of merit increase, all of us, for example, council received 1.75 living or what they call COLA increase. And on top of that, especially during this period of COVID, that we had numerous commissioners and directors not singling out, but had significant increases up to 4 or 5% and even more. And that to me is extremely concerning. So that leads me to, one question is, when someone comes to the city of Brampton and someone gets hired, who determines, their salary? How are their salaries? Because some of these positions, their salaries are quite high for never having. I understand someone who's been at the city of Brampton for 20 years, and you can see there are members there who've worked up, and I understand how they've increased, or they've come from other municipalities and, what their salaries were. But folks who, for example, never worked in municipalities starting at such high salaries, how do we determine, and what is sort of the process? Does HR work with the hiring, be it manager, director, or CEO? Do they work with them? And I know there's a pay scale, but I just find that people are being paid on the upper end.
Through the chair. So in terms of starting salaries or salary practices for non-union employees, there's always a range associated with the grade of the role. And so hiring managers can hire up to midpoint with in consultation with HR. So it's really heavily dependent on that salary range. So if they go above the midpoint, that's when the critical business case comes into play. But as you saw, that only occurred in less than 10 cases in the second half of last year. The vast majority of new hires are hired on the lower end of the salary ranges.
Yeah, and thank you through you, Chair. Again, when we see, so the severance, if you can provide that information, I'd be interested. And again, I can't individualize, specifically some of the new hirings, but I do find the salaries are high, coupled with the fact that, one thing we've heard from our residents, and yesterday again was a good reminder. The context right now of increases and high salaries are not exactly where we want to be as an organization. And then we talk about the percentage. Is anyone tracking the percentage of our, and I know we talked about this during budget, and Mark Madero is probably the most appropriate person, but we talked about the percentage of our budget being allocated to salary. And, and I know that other municipalities are dealing with it. I do know that we seem to be somewhat in the middle of the pack or at good standing. And maybe I will go to Mark Madero's if he's on to just talk about, the percentage in comparator with other municipalities. Are we at a healthy percentage or not? But that information regarding severance and the information regarding also, looking at policies or looking at ways of doing, salary compression, looking at specifically around executive pay, because we just talked about before, retention and attracting. And with the rate of salaries that we're talking about here, I just feel that it's getting out of whack. And if we don't have some, on one end, we talk about consecutive tax freezes over the 3 years. So I would assume that from council's direction, unless people are closing their eyes and, covering their ears, council is basically setting the tone that we want financial discipline. And, these type of salary increases shouldn't exist. Everything should be modest, and this is what this term has been about. It's about doing more with less, and certainly that's where I've heard my residents talk about. So I guess Mark Medeiros, you can talk about the percentage of our budget in terms of going to salaries. Are we at a healthy percentage, or can you have any comparators? And I don't need that information now. If you say that you don't have it and you want to come back, I'm fine with that.
Through the chair to the councillor, so the 2021 budget is approximately 57% driven by salaries. In terms of the relationship to others, really the best that I can state is through the regional governance reviews and consultant reports, along with the value for money audits. In all circumstances, whenever we did benchmarking, we were in line with others. So there was nothing that stood out to say that Brampton's compensation practices or allocation was higher or abnormal.
Yeah, and I thank you. And what I would say that normal times, I would say that would be a good answer. But we're in abnormal times, and this has been a very sensitive year. And a lot of us on council, when it comes to political rhetoric and talking about helping those in need, especially during a downturn, we can't then internally, do a tax freeze, give lip service to those struggling, and at the same time give these increases. So I think this is just a reminder, and eventually I would look at salary compression and really look at us maintaining this discipline going forward. I think we lost an opportunity at budget to free salaries, and I can tell you from the reaction I got from my residents and from my advisory committee was quite passionate and powerful. So again, I think this is a good reminder. I am, when you look at the sunshine list, it's all relative. I won't ask to compare. Do we have more people on the sunshine list than before? I think it's all relative. But I will say that a couple of those things really stood out for me. So I look forward for the information coming back in terms of how much we've spent on severance, and also I do know that there's it's good to know that when people come on board that we're not just giving really high salaries, because it should be always, the salary should always be pertinent to their job experience and the resume. And I just have some concerns that many positions haven't been. So I think it's a good reminder for all of us to keep a watchful eye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for bringing this forward. And I think we've all talked about, and I won't, I'll try and stay different than what Councillor Medeiros had talked about. But that being said, it is a difficult year, and he's right in terms of the justification to residents when this very public list comes out. I've heard, I think it's our regional chair who has spoken about it, and so there's some other councillors that have been around that have spoken about the sunshine list before. I think it's a great tool. But does anybody know how long the sunshine list has been put out to the public? Can anybody answer that?
If Human Resources can't, I can answer that, Michael, but I'll let Human Resources answer first.
Through the chair, this is Sandeep. I'm actually looking for that information. I'm not quite sure which year the sunshine list started. Oh, Councillor Brittany just said 2006.
No, it was started by the Mike Harris government, so it was the mid-1990s. I think it was 95 or 96, but when it officially got implemented. And so if you look at the 1995 wages to the wages today, I think Nando, our appeal chair, said it's about 55,000 today, and so it obviously needs a little bit of updating.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I thought that that's what I had heard in the past, where it's we do live in definitely a different time than back in the mid 90s. Has there ever been any discussion, and who regulates the sunshine list? Is it the province? Is it the feds, or is it just does anybody know that?
Through the chair, this is Stephanie. It's through the province.
It's through the province. And has the province ever looked at kind of changing not even changing, but maybe even adding to it, where it's, at this level, there's this many, but then making it different for different levels or anything like that? Councillor Fortini is saying that it was updated in 2006.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any discussions going on about adjusting that amount, but through our calculations as well, the threshold, if adjusted, it would have been closer to 155,000, and only 67 employees would have made that list.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. Just happy to see more information on this coming back.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, through chair, and exactly, Councillor Palacio. That's why I premised my comments that it's all relative, because when they introduced 100,000 and when they revisited it, and we do understand because of inflation, I just think again, when we'd be doing a disservice to our residents if we weren't mindful with this, because there is that sticker shock, and on one end we're ensuring that we get freezing our taxes, but at the same time we're not keeping an eye on salaries and increases, and it's just in this environment we should never hear there's an increase more than 3%. And I understand we got again 1.75, and I do know people do yeoman's work and go beyond, and high performers and so on, but again there should be sort of that discipline across this organization. And if us councillors are not if we're not reminding staff, and if we're not on top of this, then there's a slippery slope. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, and that was a really robust conversation, and I will move on now to 11.3.3, which is also at the request of Councillor Medeiros, a discussion item on IT security.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess that relates to an update. I do know that there was, and the reason why it's out here in public, because I do know that we did emit a press release regarding some of those IT issues. An investigation was to be launched. Do we have any update on any of the what's been come back, or has there been any response by the police?
Through you, Mr. Chair. This is Kumanan. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Councillor Medeiros, the investigation is still ongoing. I do not have any further details.
Okay, so right now it's an active investigation with what police force?
Peel Regional Police.
Okay, so as of today, then it's okay, because I wasn't aware. I'm not sure. So if it's an ongoing and it's an active police investigation, I understand that. And I guess through the chair, thank you. So Kumanan, in terms of the IT security, so as a result of what we investigated and what we found, so we have assurances right now that no one external, for example, can access our emails. And also, how about anyone internal? So for example, my emails to other councillors, is there a possibility that, have we ensured that, who has access to these emails, or is it just for our knowledge?
Before you answer that, Kumanan, I just want to check with legal. Is that appropriate in open session to go through that, or should we go to close for something like that?
Through the chair, if this is a matter, and I will, if Kumanan says that this is a matter that could affect the security of property of the corporation, then I would recommend that it be something that is discussed in closed session.
So through the chair, then I will just ask us in another way. Kumanan, can you give me assurances that from my email to another councillor or to the mayor, that email is can't be accessed by staff or anyone inside the organization?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer this question to Acting Manager Security, Douglas Elsner. We have controls in place, but I will request Doug to give a more detailed answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through the chair, yes, we do have a Exchange administrator who does have the ability to administer the email system, but we have a number of controls. So there's a separation of duties between the operational staff that administer the exchange system, and our security advisors that can monitor and see what people are doing.
Okay, so, but is there checks and balance? So again, not that I find anything I would be able to share with the councillor would be that sensitive, but again, from what's happened before, you just never know. So again, there is these administrators, and are there checks and balances on them that their, you know, emails from councillor to councillor, or just whatever information which could be deemed confidential, that is not being accessed? You would be, I guess, an alert would come on.
Absolutely. So the security advisors monitor what resources are being accessed. If privileged accounts are being used to access resources, we get audit reports on that. And so if we see someone looking at things that we don't think they should be, then obviously we investigate further to ensure that they're only accessing things that they are authorized to access.
Okay, so it would be then through you, Chair. So automatically, you know, and again, for no lesser, better imagery, a red light would come on. You would know if anyone was trying to access my information or any of my contacts, etc.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for raising that, Councillor Medeiros. Moving on, we have 11.5, which is Councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing and hearing none, to the clerk, do we have any public questions?
Mr. Chair, none for this section.
Okay, I'll pass it on to Councillor Vicente for the Public Works and Engineering section. Thank you to the council for all your patience today.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. We're moving on to the Works section of our agenda today. And next we have item 12.2.3, a staff report regarding traffic calming plan for Vaughan Street West, Williams Parkway to Isabella Street, Royal Orchard Drive, Beauvert West to Williams Parkway, and Center Street North, Queen Street East to Williams Parkway in wards 1 and 5. This was held by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just had real quick questions. I read the report and I read the numbers. I do have some concerns based on other things that we do surveys for in neighborhoods. For instance, I looked at this and, you know, we surveyed, I guess, we sent letters out to the residents on Vaughan, Center Street, and we had 14 residents, which is not very many, respond, and we had 10 residents respond about Center Street out of all the ones we sent, and we sent them out during COVID, September 2020. So, you know, we've got less than 10% response rate of individuals talking about what traffic calming measures should be and where they should be and what they should be. And we're fully prepared to make changes based on 10 people on Center Street and 14 people on Vaughan Street. But yet, if Councillor Medeiros and I want to put a washroom in one of our parks, we need 50% of the neighborhood to accept a porta potty. So I just, you know, I'm thinking that we're a little out of sync here somewhere, and I don't know whether it's with the survey methods, or maybe we should have had, you know, and I know it's not my ward, but maybe we should have had a public meeting with residents online during COVID. I just think that that's a very, very small number of respondents to be making changes to city streets and saying that we're doing it in response to surveys that we sent out to residents.
Hi, Councillor Bowman. Is there a question?
Yeah, there is, Jane. Is there any way we can? Yeah, is there any way we can get a higher response rate than this? Like it just it seems, you know, we're going to make changes to streets that are going to affect everybody in Brampton, not just those people who live around those streets. Anybody in Brampton who uses those streets, and we're making these changes based on 10 people.
Yeah, and I know through the chair, I know Councillor Bowman that if for any of our projects, we have found that we have struggled in getting public engagement when we're trying to get information. Some of our most successful projects when we've done online surveys, for instance, that involve some of the larger projects because they get a lot of publicity, if you will, through social media, through signage and that sort of stuff. What we are doing for a lot of our traffic calming and through our AT is that we have been working with Stratcom in order to develop our Streets for People campaign. So we've been working with Sean in Stratcom, and we've got some really fabulous signage that can go up before the work continues. We've got postcards that get sent out, some briefing notes for councillors so that you have some information on hand when residents call, as well as, like I said, the social media tiles that can go up. But granted, that is after we've decided to proceed with the work. And so we're struggling a little bit in terms of some of these smaller projects. How do you get public engagement? A lot of times when we have done public information centers, you still don't get a lot of people engaging. And so we're happy to go back to strategic communications and just see if they have any ideas. I do have Mike Parks on the line. Maybe he can describe the process in a little more detail, perhaps on some of this traffic calming plans, and if there's anything that we've done in other areas that might work a little more effectively.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Mike.
Sure can.
Oh, great. Thank you for the question, Councillor Bowman. Through the process, the traffic calming process, there's a number of touch points with the residents and also the area councillors. And I see that Councillor Santos is on the line to speak as well. And I think she might be able to, specific to the projects that she was involved in, may be able to add some additional comments as well. The significance on these projects is not that large as far as the impact. Some pavement marking modifications that fall in line with the active transportation plan, as Jane alluded to with the bike Brampton piece. So we're pretty confident. I know the numbers don't seem that great, and we've had bad numbers on other projects. So we're pretty confident that we should be okay with moving forward to this project. But maybe it's best to defer to Councillor Santos, as she was involved in the development of these plans.
Just one more thing, Mike, before Councillor Santos comes on. The reason I'm asking these questions is because I'm sure Councillor Medeiros and other councillors have been asked many questions about the changes we made to Main Street. And I know we didn't have a lot of public input when it came to those changes. And that's sort of why, you know, I'm looking for openness and transparency, and all the residents seem to want to have an input. But when we do make changes like this, then all of a sudden the questions arise after we've made the changes. So that's why I brought this up.
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, yeah, that project, the Main Street project, the Vaudin Active Transportation implementation was sort of at this earlier on in COVID. We were really trying to encourage people to get outside. As Hendrik spoke about earlier today, there was crowding on the trails through the parks, and so you know, in reality, there wasn't a lot of public consultation because it was more of an emergent type installation. But this project, I can assure you, these projects here are going through the actual neighborhood traffic planning guide. There is extensive public reach outs through that process. And so it's different than say the example that you used, the Main Street South one.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and I can appreciate Councillor Bowman being concerned about the number of people who've responded to the survey. We've done other surveys in the past, and whether that's a survey around porta potties or other different surveys that are sent out about stop signs, etc., and the response isn't always the greatest. What I will say about these particular streets in Ward 1-5 is that they did reach the top of the list in terms of traffic safety speeding concerns when that original report was brought forward. In addition to that, there are a lot of schools in the area, and the report, as Mike Parks has indicated, the implementation of the traffic calming measures are more about paint on the road, narrowing the street, making it look less of a highway and more as a shared network for cyclists as well as road users, etc. And they're all in community safety zones. I've had a number of parents reach out to me with respect to Centre Street North, Royal Orchard Drive, because there are a lot of schools in the area. And speeding is an issue. And so, like, in terms of engagement, Councillor Vicente and I will be obviously reaching out to residents. We've been talking a lot about active transportation and talking about the bike lanes on Vaughan Street, having one-on-one conversations with people who have concerns. So with respect to engagement on a lot of these files with residents, we've been doing that separate from the survey itself. So the feedback and issues that come out of it, Councillor Vicente and I are more than happy to deal with. At the end of the day, I think we will be addressing through this report and the recommendations many of the traffic calming issues and measures that the residents in the area would like to see happen.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next, I have Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So as we're doing William Parkway, are we going to continue with the landscape and the walls for Ward 2 and 6 and also Ward 7 and part of Ward 8?
Through the chair, Councillor Fortini, we have a report that is going to be coming back in regards to the direction that we got from, that we received from Council on how you'd like to move forward. We will, I mean, typically we do not put in noise walls where you do not have a 6-lane road widening. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to separate those costs so that you would have to, we would have to get direction from Council to include those. But I would just caution that, you know, it would be, we will lay it all out in the report, but it would be going against our noise wall policy to be putting in noise walls where we're not widening out to 6 lanes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry, my mic. So yeah, thank you. So what are we going to tell the residents now? Part of it has noise walls, and the other part doesn't have noise walls when they've been waiting for noise walls. And here we are. We're doing the landscape. We're doing the road. We're painting, and we're leaving partial with walls and partial without. Ward 2 and 6, and I know there's 7, and there's a partial Ward 8. So you know, I always thought, you know, okay, even though we're not widening the road, the noise wall should continue and the landscape should continue. That was what I thought was going to happen at the beginning when I supported not widening it, but we were still going to continue with the noise wall.
Councillor Fortini, I would just ask you if you could keep your questions to this report for now. And
well, sorry, Councillor Vicente, this is part of it. We're doing, once we do the roads and all, there's no landscape, there's no noise walls, but Ward and 5 all got the walls. So I can't go to my residents saying, well, they got it and we didn't. What about Ward 2 and 6? They got no walls. And a lot of residents were waiting for that. So if we got to continue not widening the road, but at least let's give the noise walls and finish the landscape right through and do what we have to do on the road for painting and the markings. It's just only fair to the residents. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, can staff please comment?
Sure. So through the chair, Councillor Fortini, like I said, we will be coming back with a report, and what we can do is that we can provide some advice in regards to what elements, particularly in regards to the noise wall, can be included and how much that's going to cost. So as we've discussed before, it's different funding sources, so that will have to be taken into account. But also in terms of the landscaping, I think what the direction from council was very clear that even if we're not going to be widening Williams Parkway, that we would be including for, there'll be extra room, if you will, on the right-of-way for additional landscaping that wasn't available when we were considering widening it out to 6 lanes. And the other thing to consider as well, if we do continue with the noise wall, there's going to be areas along Williams Parkway that currently have a lot of vegetation and trees along the property line that will have to be removed. So we might find that, you know, when we look at it, it might balance itself out in terms, maybe we don't put in the noise wall, but we do put in additional landscaping, and we do have we keep the landscaping and the vegetation and the trees that are already there, in addition to not widening out the road. So there might be some trade-offs in that regard. But in our report, we'll come back and we'll lay out all those options for council, so you can give us direction on how to move forward. But installing the noise walls when we're not widening out the roads, I hear you in terms of, you know, we did it in some parts and not others, but we only put it in because we thought we were going to be widening that road out to 6 lanes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put it in at all. But when we report back, we'll lay all those out in terms of options, so that you'll be able to give us direction on, the council will be able to give us direction on how to move forward.
Okay. Do we know when that report's coming?
Yeah, we're working on it right now through the chair. We're working on it right now, Councillor Fortini. There was lots of coordination that we had to do with the region, with the MTO, all the utilities, because we had changed the plan. So we want to make sure that when we come back to you, we have an accurate timeline, that we have some fairly accurate numbers as much as we can, so that you can make an informed decision. So we're expecting that to come back sometime. I think we're aiming for May.
Okay. Where do we get the funding for the noise walls built now? That portion.
Through the chair, those are paid for. Those are funded through DCs.
Development charges. So we could still continue the funding on these development charges right through for Ward 2 and 6 and 7 and 8.
Well, we'd have to talk to finance about that, Councillor Fortini. I think the finances, I think their position might be that because we're not, because we're not widening the road, that would not be eligible for DC funding. But we'll make sure that we confer with finance, so that we have that information for you when we come back.
Thank you, Acting Commissioner. Councillor, do you have any other questions with regards to this report?
So I always thought, you know, the noise when stopping in the widening of the road, the noise walls and landscape was going to continue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. And before I go to my next speaker, I just want to point out that the Public Works Department is always ready to work with any councillor or councillor pair if they have speed issues in their wards, and they will work to find solutions for anyone. So next I'll move on to Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just have a couple questions, because I see the report. It's a part identified, this area has been identified as a priority location to be studied with the Neighborhood Traffic Management Guide. So what other areas have been identified, and will those other areas receive a similar report, as well as possible strategies to address the speeding concerns and the other, community traffic safety concerns?
Through the chair, it's Richard. We have Henrik on the line who can speak to that issue.
My apologies. I just joined right now after another meeting. Through the chair, Councillor Williams, could you repeat that question for me?
So this report is a result of being identified as a priority location. So I'm just wondering which other locations have been identified, and if other areas will be receiving a similar report that has some strategies to address the community safety, traffic safety issues that are being faced in other areas of the city.
Through the chair, and I don't mean to intentionally defer to someone else, but I think that question is probably better answered by traffic operations staff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jane.
I think we might have Mike Parks on the line. I'm not quite sure if he'll have that information on hand, but I'll turn it over to Mike.
Hi, through the chair to Councillor Williams. Yeah, we do have a rather extensive list of locations. Each year there's a rather grueling traffic analysis that's done on that list. Quite extensive. It considers speeds, volumes, cut through, as well as whether there's school on the roadway. It considers a number of those aspects. And what happens is that list is validated every year, and then the top 1, 2, or 3 projects each year are then assigned a capital funding amount that allows us to go through the process of establishing a project for the location, then meeting with or consulting with the residents of the area, consulting with the area councillors, and coming up with a plan that then ultimately is implemented, which generates the report that you have in front of you right now. So what I can do, though, specifically to you or any other council member that would like to see it, we have shared it in the past, I can share that list with anyone that would like that. If you'd like me to send it to all members of council, I can have that shared with everyone. Or if it's just specific to you, Councillor Williams, I can share it specifically to you as well.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Mike. I think that based on some of the concerns, I think it would be good to have it sent to everyone because there are some key areas all over the city that would require a traffic calming plan. And if we have the opportunity to do that with you, I think all of us would probably jump on it. And seeing that this is the process, this is good to know. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to getting that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Pleshy, do you wish to speak?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So I have this report. It is moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Next, we move on to item 12.2.4. A staff report regarding a request to begin procurement reports, supply and delivery of various hardware, safety, and industrial supplies. This was held by Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros, you have the floor.
Thank you very much through you, Chair, to staff. So regarding in terms of the current contract that has an option of a 2 one-year extension, are these options competitive?
Through the chair, Councillor Medeiros, I think when so much has changed since we went out with that contract, that as we start to order more equipment, more types of equipment, more than we used to, we're finding that we're probably in a better position to go out and go out to the market again just to see if we can get a more competitive price. You're sort of looking at what the past practice has been, but just based on what we've seen through the past year, it was the same position that we were in with our janitorial services as well. Some of the stuff that you don't usually buy, maybe you could tolerate a slightly higher price on, but now that you're buying more of it, you want to go out there and see if you can get a better price on the market. So that's why we were going to go out and just test the market again to see, to make sure that we're getting the best price that we can.
No, that's great, Jane. I appreciate that, and that's why I just want to ensure that there's going to be a competition so we can get value for money. So thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Councillor, do you have any further questions?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So we have the report moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries as well. So now we move on to item 12.3.4. Would that be correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And this is discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Dillon regarding snow clearing and windrows. This item was deferred to today's meeting. Councillor Dillon, the floor is yours. Councillor Dillon, are you there? Councillor Dillon, are you there? Mr. Clerk, can you verify if Councillor Dillon is on the meeting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do see Councillor Dillon in the meeting. His microphone is muted at the moment.
Councillor Dillon, if you can hear us, we are ready to begin your item on snow and windrows. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I've had a discussion with Mike Parks. I think he might be on the line, and it was essentially getting some more information about where we are with windrows. Mike Parks had indicated that staff was going to prepare a report anyways for June, and so this is just for the information of council that they're going to be coming back anyways now. And if anybody has anything else they want to add, they can definitely do so. But for myself, I'll just wait till June. That's all.
Okay. So so there's no deferral then?
No.
That's all you wanted to say. Okay, very good. Do we need move a receipt, Mr. Clerk, or?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, you do not. If there's no deliberation, we can move on.
Or just to confirm as well, technically that's not what I wanted to say, but I was informed this morning that, or yesterday rather, that they're going to be coming back. I was going to ask for a report, so just to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dillon. So we'll then move on to item 12.3.5, discussion of the request of Councillor Medeiros regarding electrification of the GO station in downtown Brampton. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, just very quickly, because of the time, thank you through you, Chair. I do want to thank transit staff, Alex and his team, for helping me put this together. And really it's about ensuring that there's synergies between what we're doing with our sort of electrification of our respective bus fleets and also Metrolinx and some of their ongoing plans. So we just want to ensure that our organizations are collaborating, which I know they already are. So full confidence in Alex and his team and what they're doing and the relationship with Metrolinx. So this is a motion, and you can see as it therefore be resolved. Essentially, we're just asking Brampton staff to consult with Metrolinx regarding the future downtown Brampton transit hub in Brampton in relation to the potential electrification of the respective bus fleets. That's it there.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Your motion is up on the screen and it is in the agenda, so members have had the opportunity to look at it. Do I have any questions with regards to Councillor Medeiros' motion? Seeing none, I'd like to request a recorded vote on this item. Mr. Clerk.
Recorded vote has been requested on the motion on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
In favor.
Councillor Willens, who I believe has left the session. He had to leave for other municipal business. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Chair Vicente.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion carries unanimously 10-0 with one absence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Next, members, are item 12.3.6, a notice of motion brought forward by myself regarding zero carbon retrofit for South Fletcher's Recreation Center. Members of committee, we have today before us what I think really is a really historic opportunity to really take a firm stand towards dealing with the fact that we've declared a climate emergency and we have an opportunity to lead by example by greening our corporate facilities. Now, with respect to the South Fletcher's Recreation Center, that particular building is, I guess you could say, in a sense, the systems in the building are nearing their end of life. And South Fletcher's is a significant emitter of greenhouse gases. And so we have this unique opportunity for this council to change the way in which our recreation centers operate in terms of the equipment and the heating and hardware that is present in the buildings. With the equipment nearing its end of life, we have the opportunity to retrofit this center, and there may be opportunities for other centers in the future for us to make them essentially carbon zero emitters. That is to say, no longer need the use of greenhouse gas emissions, the use of gas as an energy source to power these facilities. I would enlighten everyone that other countries like Canada have made solid declarations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Just to cite one example, in the UK, beginning in 2025, new homes that are built can no longer be built to run or be heated by gas. And by 2030, again, in the UK, an individual would not be able to rent a house that is heated by gas. And this kind of leadership has caused for an entire new industry and for building engineers to look at new ways of heating buildings. And it is fair to say, and we saw correspondence in our agenda earlier today, looking for the electrification of the postal fleet. We are working towards electrification of our transit system and so on. The gas is the past and the electricity is definitely the future. So this motion that you have here before you today essentially resolves and asks that staff report back on options for retrofitting South Fletcher Sportsplex to become the city's first zero carbon facility. And with that, I'd like to put that motion forward for committee's consideration and open to questions. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente, and we did chat about this last night. Question is, we are currently building another facility at Chris Gibson. So what are the plans there in your ward for Chris Gibson, since we're just building it now, which is the perfect time to start doing this?
And as per our conversation last night, I believe that's a great question. If staff could provide some idea.
Through the chair, what I'll do, if it's helpful, Councillor Bowman and the rest of committee, I can get some information on that as we come back, just to maybe just outline some of the energy management efficiencies that we are putting in at that facility. I don't have it on hand, but I'm happy to bring it back as part of the discussion when we bring the report back for this motion. So this, as we're looking at this motion, we actually already had some feasibility studies done for South Fletcher's in particular. So it won't take us long to turn around a report and come back, but we'll make sure that we include the information that you're requesting for Chris Gibson as well.
Thanks, Jane.
Okay, and if I may, Councillor Bowman, before I do that, I'll move on to Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Pleshy, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for letting me go. I know you want to finish off with some comments, and it's more of a comment to you. I guess gas is the past is a pretty bold statement. With respect to the UK, gas isn't much of an option out there. Coming from the energy sector, it's a lot more expensive for people to heat their homes with electric than it is gas or even oil or propane. So until and that's basically because there's competition out there with electrical. It's or electric energy. There's not competition, and until the government actually steps in and does something about the hydro rates that we experience not only in Brampton but in the GTA, gas is certainly never going to be the past because it's way too expensive for people to heat their homes with gas. But I fully support this initiative. I fully support what our intention is to do here. Keeping in mind that also if we're talking about batteries, lithium mines are arguably there's comments coming out of that industry that lithium mines are just as dirty and bad for the environment as fracking. So there's kind of the good and the bad and the ugly all kind of wrapped into one. But hopefully this is a good start to trying to get ultimately to what we want, and that's lowering greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And I agree with you that if one were to make a switch directly to 100% dependency on hydro, that may be a challenge. But I believe and we know that the technologies now exist to derive and pull heat from other sources quite efficiently. And I think that that's where the opportunity exists here for us. The technology now exists, for example, even for a single family residential home, for the gas line to be entirely severed. And with the use of a heat pump, you can heat a house for very little electricity by pulling all of the energy from the outside, even down to a temperature of minus 28 degrees Celsius. And so that is a significant improvement in the technology, far more efficient, for example, than what my parents had with their heat pump, which was installed a long, long time ago. And I think that staff will be able to provide us with some really significant options. And I think that further to Councillor Bowman's request with regards to Chris Gibson Recreation Center, I was wondering if staff in this report could also provide council with potential dates or a timeline for all recreation centers when they might become, when it would be feasible or optimal for those facilities, when they might need to be looked at in terms of future retrofit as their systems, shall we say, come of age or require that change. Is that possible?
Through the Councilor Vicente, yeah, we can. I will take that back. I know, like I said, I know we have had some preliminary feasibility studies on a lot of our recreational centers, just because they are really have such high greenhouse gas users. So certainly we'll take a stab at it, and whatever we have information on, we can bring that back and share with council. We're happy to do that. Very
good. So I see no further questions. Also like a recorded vote
Chair,
on this.
Mr.
Who's
Chair,
speaking?
if I can. It's Councillor
Pelletier. Go ahead.
Thank you. And you mentioned heat pumps, and again, I agree with you. It's a cost comparison of a $5,000 furnace, though, to upwards of 30 to 40,000 geothermal system. So very expensive. But if you look back 10 years ago, when the federal government, I believe it was the feds, 10 years ago, were providing huge rebates for the installation of geothermal systems, and that just anybody that was living with a little piece of land that they had were taking advantage of that. So another opportunity for the other levels of government to bring back something that or to talk about something that needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, Chair.
Councilor Medeiros, you're up. Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. I was wondering if you can add Councillor Bowman and myself just as the area councillors as seconders, if that's okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for this great, very important motion. Thank you, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
A recorded vote's been requested on the motion as shown on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
That was a yes, thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens is absent. Councillor Santos.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Chair Vicente.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously 10-0 with one absence.
Very good, thank you. So next we move on to a new item brought forward by Councillor Medeiros, item 12.3.7, discussion regarding facilities management. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Quickly to I guess, Jane. Jane, are we going to get a report? I think this was a discussion before, and I do know that there was information. I'm just looking for something to come back which tells us, because of COVID, obviously, private companies are looking at their facilities, or looking if they should maintain it or not. It did perk my interest the other day when I did see competitions for 5 security guards being hired for our facilities, and I was kind of dumbfounded just because everything's closed right now. So I'm wondering, in terms of how we are looking at our facilities, upkeep, expense, and is there any analysis that I would assume your staff are doing to put forth some options, and how do we go forward after COVID with our facilities? Is it just going to be business as usual, or are we going to sort of follow what other organizations are doing, and really looking at the portfolio and seeing if it makes sense to have all this real estate and the expenses that are part of it?
Thanks, Councillor Medeiros, through the chair. It's a fairly simple question, but there's a lot to unpack there. So in terms of just to review how our facilities are doing and with the changes through COVID, I think it was you, Councillor Medeiros, who did ask that question through budget, and we had prepared a memo for that, but that was based on Q3 statistics. So if you'd like, we're happy to put a report back just to show what the status of managing our facilities and the costs and how they have changed through 2020. Now that we have all the costs in line, we're happy to do that.
Sorry, Jane. I was just going to save everyone's time, and I thank you. And just by moving a motion for a report back on exactly what our strategy is and any analysis pertinent to our facilities management.
Okay. And if I could also add, though, Councillor, we also are having through the service review that we had through Blackline and through KPMG, they had also suggested that we look at our facilities in terms of how we manage them, to have a centralized facility management model, which is different than what we have now. So we have started that review, and we'll be reporting back on that at some point as well. As you can understand, it's with being a big organization, there's lots of moving parts, so we do have to make sure that we consult with everybody, including our partners at the union. And then also in regards to, we're working closely with HR and BDC in terms of our staff spaces as well. So do we need to have everybody with a dedicated desk, or is there other models that we can look at that might incorporate some sort of combination of working at the office and working from home? So there's a few things going on there that will certainly change how we look at our facilities going forward.
Yeah, and through the chair, again, there's no rush on this, Jane, and I will just allow staff to determine if you we're in May, so if you think maybe a couple months, would that be sufficient? And if that's not enough time, just come back and just let us know that you'd require more time, if that's okay.
Through the chair, yeah, we'll probably need more time, Councillor, because we have those are big things, like I said, to unpack. So looking backwards is easy. Looking forward, especially when you're not even quite sure what forward looks like, even at this point, is a little bit tricky.
do you want to say, for example, report back within Q3, maybe,
So,
or?
that would be fine, yes.
Yeah, okay. So within Q3, with the understanding, if you need more time, feel free to let us know. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. And so that closes that item. And so now we move on to item
Councillor
13.
Basante, I have my
I'm
name on the
sorry.
list too.
I can see that now, Mayor. My apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up on one of Councillor Medeiros' questions because I thought it was legitimate. He mentioned 5 new security guards. Can I get an explanation for that? Why would we need new security guards?
I can, through the chair, Mayor Brown, I'd be happy to get back to you on that. I know with our security group, I think that came through budget as well when they did a service review. I know that we do a lot of hiring for security guys with an external company, but I believe through the service review, the recommendation was to hire more security guards in-house, just because of the very specific services that they provide. It's not just security, it's dealing with some of the events, for instance, in the downtown, some of our residents. So their portfolio or their skill set, if you will, is not just security, it's a lot of other things as well. And that was, like I said, I believe that was a recommendation through the service review. But again, I can get more specific details on that if you wish.
And I do recall the request from the BIA for additional help, but yeah, I would love just a quick email to council explaining that, because in general, I would assume during COVID, we wouldn't be hiring new staff. We're just trying to get through this pandemic the best we can. And so when he said 5 new staff, it caused me to be a little bit concerned, but if it's helping with the downtown, then I can certainly support that, and would just love a little bit more information.
Yeah, no problem, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you again, Mayor Brown. And I do see we have a motion to consider that staff report back on the practices relating to facilities management within the 3rd quarter of 2021. Staff understand the direction. All in favor? Any opposed? And so that carries. The clerk will so note. Next item is item 13.1, the referred matters list. The list is published quarterly on a meeting agenda, and a copy is linked with each agenda to include current listing of matters referred to the city staff for further review and or report back to council committee. Do any members have any questions with regards to the referred matters list? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next item. We have public question period. This is a 15-minute limit for all questions and answers for this meeting. I'll ask the clerk if there are any questions submitted during the course of today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, yes, there was a question that was submitted that may cover a number of items. It's from Sylvia Menezes Roberts, and the question is, provincial legislation explicitly places transit as the #1 priority for transportation planning. How can the city comply with the explicit requirement for transit being #1 when the city positions transit as #3?
And if I may, through you, Chair, to try to address the delegates or the question, the public question period. I'm not familiar with any legislation, but what I can say is, incorporating the planning and design for vulnerable users such as pedestrian and cycling is equally important to transit, because every trip will start with one of those modes, whether it's walking or cycling. In any journey, when you access transit, pedestrian and cycling have been historically overlooked in the context of prioritization within transportation or within our modal split. And it's intended to bring more equity to mobility users. Definitely it's not intended to say that planning for this is at the expense of transit. So I just maybe leave it at that, and hopefully that will bring some context to the question.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Clerk, were there further questions?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So next item, we have item 15, closed session business. Mr. Clerk, just for clarification, did we add item 15.1 into consent, or do we need to deal with that in closed session?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that item was added to consent, so the recommendations noted in the report have been acknowledged and confirmed as part of the consent motion.
All right, and I believe that there were 3 options. Do we need to move a motion?
There was a staff recommendation with an option, and that was given as direction.
Very good. So do we need to read that motion in public?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's direction only to staff.
Very good. So with that taken care of, then it is now time to adjourn. In the continuing interest of, so as a result of our closed session, so that's been reported then, Mr. Clerk?
So, Mr. Chair, I would just be reporting out that this item was added to the consent motion, and it was acknowledged, and the staff recommendations were confirmed as direction, and we don't need to do anything else on that item.
And so direction was given to staff.
Yeah.
Very good. So our last item of business is item 16, adjournment. We're next scheduled to meet on Wednesday, April the 14th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. for the next committee. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to adjourn today's meeting. Is there anyone opposed? There are no objections, so the motion carries. The meeting is now adjourned. Please stay home, stay safe, stay healthy, get your vaccine shot when it's your turn, and practice physical distancing and wear a mask. Thank you all for attending today's very long meeting, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. We're just going to wait for the live stream to end and